This is solo only, a character that can't interact with other players. No marketboard, quest rewards, parties, or NPC support. I've spent the last 263 days of my life all towards completing a realm reborn. This is that journey, cut down into one full video with a few bits cleaned up and added along the way. This grind has changed me. I've grown as both a player and an editor, seeing things I'd never seen before, using gear and equipment that's been lost to time, and I've fulfilled dreams that I never thought I could reach. For all the ups and downs, facing impossible odds and always pushing through, I hope you enjoy this story just as much as I enjoyed making it. Final Fantasy XIV has dozens of options for how you can play. From hardcore raiders to relaxed crafters, the game offers something for everyone. But at the end of the day, it's an MMO, so you have to rely on other players. Whether that's for your daily duty roulettes, or something as simple as making gil on the marketboard, you can't play Final Fantasy XIV without other people. Or can you? So the question is, how far can you get in Final Fantasy XIV as a solo player with as few exceptions as possible? This is my Final Fantasy XIV Iron Man challenge. To make this as challenging as possible, I've set some rules to prevent anything that would take away from the difficulty. I can't queue for dungeons, roulettes, or trials with other players or NPCs. All trials and dungeons have to be run solo, unsynced. I can't party, trade, or ask for assistance from any other players. I can't use the marketboard, I can't hire retainers, and I can only purchase items from NPCs if I'm unable to craft or obtain it myself. A not-so-official rule that I used to make it slightly more fun was avoiding using gear from quests and only using crafted gear or gear from dungeons when I remembered. Starting on day 1 is simple. Create the most beautiful character on Eorzea, pick Marauder, spawn into Limsa, and start the MSQ. I picked Marauder since I thought the heals from Storm's Path would be helpful in the early game, but it ended up being a really lucky choice. Things progress as usual until we hit our first roadblock. I need a helmet. Not just any helmet, an eye level 5 helmet. Marauder ended up being the best choice as Limsa Lominsa has access to the blacksmith and armorer crafters, so I could make the helmet myself. I just need to go up and start the Well, okay, fun is over. Time to buy the helmet from an NPC. Hold on. So this text box actually only says level 10 on your class quest. If that was right and it didn't need me to progress to level 10 MSQ, I was set, and so it's time for my favorite class quest, Hit Rock with Axe. I also have a small laundry list of mobs I have to kill from my hunting log to reach level 10 for the next quest, but thankfully they're all close by. So, with the level 10 quest out of the way, I was able to unlock Armorer and Blacksmith. Sadly, as there was no way to get to Ultima without progressing the MSQ, I'm unable to get Miner and collect the ores myself, so the first NPC purchase gets us the lowest level helmet that fills the quest requirements, the Chain Coif. Coif in hand, it's back to business, and first up is fighting off a Gobu with a hot cat girl. After all that excitement, the in-room is unlocked, and so comes the end of day 1. Day 2 begins, and I've only got one goal, getting to Sestasha. Of course, from muscle memory, as soon as I get my fancy dress shoes from the Freedom quest, I throw them into the garbage, and moments later realize that I need them. So after being told to beg for another pair of shoes, you mentioned if you were so careless as to misplace them, I was supposed to tell you to get your arts back and beg for another pair. And spending 10 minutes looking for this person who I had never heard of before. It shows it with a quest marker, it just doesn't actually show up on the... Are you struggling to tell me you have lost the fine pair of shoes I chose especially for you? Fortunately I have another pair available. You may have them out of the kindness of my heart and the loathing in my soul that I bear for your usual attire. I was back on track. With the Lominsan Envoy started, I was finally free to access the other main cities and unlock all of the crafters and gatherers. With all cities visited and every crafter and gatherer unlocked, it was time to move on and finally unlock Sestasha. Since I wasn't using gear from quests, I had almost a full set of level 1 gear. If I went in there now, I'd be dead to the first bats I saw. So I had to be at a class level and item level where I could tank the enemies without a healer and manage to kill Fishman at the end. Blacksmith and Armorer are our VIPs to get gear from my Marauder. I wanted to be able to make gear above level 20 and have all of the items I craft be at high quality. To do this, I needed to mine for copper and tin to get bronze, Tin can't be obtained until level 10 mining, but thankfully it's close to the copper spawns. Craft a bunch of items for my blacksmith and armorer, while also making tools for the other crafter classes. A large amount of the crafts required undyed hempen cloth and maple lumber, so I can't do those just yet. Spend 500 of my very small amount of gil to teleport to Gridania for maple logs to make lumber. Make maple logs into maple lumber. Make some new crafter shoes so I can level up my carpenter and have a higher chance at high qual items. A small interruption. What? Now for the undyed hempen cloth. Start by getting tricked by the gathering log and believe that you can get mocha grass from logging, a faint glimpse of hope. Find out it's from harvesting and realize I can't get it without the scythe. Realize that you can't find a scythe recipe with your current levels. Craft more bronze to level up blacksmith. Finally find the scythe recipe. Discover the scythe recipe needs ragstone whetstone. The ragstone needs quarrying from miner to obtain and higher level goldsmithing to craft. The sledgehammer needs ash lumber and animal glue. We'll make some new gear for my carpenter so I can make the ash lumber, gather some bone chips and thanlan, and use some miscellaneous items from killing mobs to make some animal glue. Get some ash lumber from a level 10 carpenter and botanist. Craft the sledgehammer. Realize you forgot to attune to both of the nearby aetherites, and so you have to run all the way from Ultima. Waddle back over, grab the ragstone, craft the scythe. Good lord, I can finally collect the level 1 material for Weaver and make the first gear pieces for my gatherers and crafters. Now that we're done with that, we can start with the real work. This was all necessary so that I could make high-level, high-quality items for my crafters and have a higher chance of collecting the materials for my gatherers. We skip a lot of the gear and go straight for the cotton level, so I have to run over to Gridania again to collect cotton bolls. Do a bit more gathering to get to the next tier of log, and take a pit stop to get all the mini aetherites in Gridania so I can use the main aetherite to just teleport out of the city. Spend an insane amount of time trying to learn how to fish in the first place for fish oil, and then spend about 20 minutes trying to figure out how to get crayfish to craft crayfish ball bait, but I needed crayfish ball bait to catch crayfish for the crayfish ball bait, so I bought it. Spend a million years catching 2 princess trout, craft some fish oil to upgrade my crafter gear, more crafter gear upgrades so I can craft more crafter upgrades so I can craft more crafter and gatherer upgrades. And now we're on the home stretch. The last big target is a lot of iron and some other miscellaneous upgrades. Quick upgrades to my blacksmith and armorer tools, mining and crafting high quality iron ingots to level up my armorer and blacksmith, level leatherworker and upgrade its gear after more fishing so I can make aldgoat leather, hunt down some aldgoats and alumen in eastern Thanalan, and then, finally, I can craft the armor for my marauder. 3 total pieces, a head and chest combo, gloves, and a leg and boot combo. And then, of course, stay up a bit later so we can make the weapon as well. And now that I finally made all the gear I needed, I could... my marauder isn't high enough level to wear it. Okay, time for hunting logs. Now I can wear my armor and I'm unstoppable. Wait, 1 more level for Storm's Path. Okay, this time for real, I got everything I needed, and I finally considered myself fully prepared for Sastasha. Storm's Path is an integral part of doing dungeons solo as a warrior. It lets me heal for 1/8 of my health every 3rd GCD without losing out on any damage for bosses. And in case you were wondering, here's how I was feeling at the end of that day. Holy shit, it is 1 a.m. exactly on the dot. 1 a.m. and I am exhausted. Tomorrow, I'm gonna give Sastasha a try. I think these accessories are probably the best we're gonna get. And that took for what's playtime? So far, just to keep us all on the same page. So far, I've been playing on this account for 7 hours and 40 minutes. It has taken me just about 7 hours and 40 minutes to be able to attempt Sastasha. There we go. It took just about 8 hours of playtime to get to a point where I had decent gear to tackle Sastasha with. I unlocked Sastasha at about 3 hours of playtime, meaning it took me 5 hours to craft and gather all of the stuff I needed for level 25 gear. And so, with no energy left and my eyes slowly closing on me, it was the end of day 2. Day 3, I wake up with plans to make potions and accessories, and it starts with a friend of mine giving me a heart attack. As you know, the rules have it so I can't purchase items from NPCs unless I have to. He mentioned that there's a helmet that I can make, as a leather worker, from just leather, which wouldn't have needed any NPC purchase if something in the shrouds dropped animal skin. Thankfully though, the helmet was eye level 1, and the MSQ required an eye level 5 piece of headgear. The first item on Leatherworker above eye level 5 requires bronze, so I did make the right choice with Limsa. I dug around a bit to plan out what accessories to craft and then decided that, actually, I was probably over-prepared as it is, so it was finally time to challenge Sastasha. Unrestricted party turned on, level 26 with decent equipment, and one singular emergency potion to use. I'll admit, I was a little nervous, but it was an early dungeon, so hopefully it wouldn't be too bad. And now, after all that work, it's time for the first real test. Can I handle this pull of 2 Oh my god, I dodge all their hits. I forgot that was a mechanic. I did actually have to pay attention to the correct color choice for once, but other than that, the run went smooth. I tried out some big pulls and didn't even get that low, so I tried even bigger pulls, which went much worse, but I lived and that's all that matters. Though I did have to run back and kill a clam so I could get out of combat and regenerate HP at a normal rate. Right after, I was ready for the first boss, and honestly, he was a cakewalk. With a new accessory added to my gear, I was confident now that I had, in fact, over-prepared. The next boss was a cakewalk. The accidental big pulls from pirates were cakewalks. The third boss was a cakewalk. Everything was easy, and I was glad I had put all the time into crafting. With my last big pull on pirates, it was time for the final boss. I was confident from the dungeon so far, though I knew that Den could summon adds. For a normal party, he would be dead before the first set spawned, but for me, I would have to face multiple rounds of them. I didn't know how much they did, and really, I had never seen them before. They could be stronger than the normal mobs in the dungeon. I just needed to be prepared when the time came. Look at all this. Yeah, okay, they didn't do any damage either. There's so many of them. Wait, what the heck? I got experience? Swift completion! Yeah, experience for an unsynced dungeon. Even though unsynced doesn't reward experience for the actual mobs in the dungeon, it does still give experience for the first time completion and swift completion. Though, I don't know if I would call 17 minutes particularly swift. I won't complain. With a final playtime of 8 hours, I had completed Sastasha. I was proud, though I felt like something was missing. It almost felt like this had been too easy. What was I putting so much work in for if it would just be like this every dungeon? And with that thought in the back of my mind, I started teleporting to complete the Marauder quest, stopped because it costs a lot of money, and then quickly realized that the swift completion had made me absolutely rich. After trying to figure out if I could repair my gear by buying dark matter or not, I decided to just jump into Tamtara Deepcroft and keep the dungeon momentum going. Tamtara is no question easier than Sastasha mob-wise, so I think we all know how this one went. But after fighting off a few big bats and pondering my orbs, we were on to the final boss. I couldn't stun him like Den, but he still went down without much effort, and again I was met with this odd feeling that I wasn't satisfied. But no time to worry about that since we're jumping into Copperbell Mines and the last of the 3 starter dungeons. I also accidentally stumbled into an amazing way to level my crafters. So long as the class is at or above the level for an MSQ, I can turn in the main scenario quests for experience on my crafting classes. Before starting Copperbell, I went to get an axe upgrade. The one I had was making these runs go a lot slower, and I would need one for the upcoming trial, so I set back off to get some iron ore and yew logs to make Bill. I love Bill. And with Bill's safety in mind, I went over to Ulda to purchase some dark matter from an NPC to finally repair my accessories, and kept a stockpile of grade 3 for my armor and Bill should they ever need it. Copperbell Mines used to be one of my favorite dungeons to get in roulettes, so I was happy to be here. Just the small tricks to be more efficient were always my favorite. Like, did you know you can ignore all of these starter enemies? They won't chase you to this point, so you can do your first big pull all the way here. Just remember to mitigate since the giant hits pretty hard. And these were the first sets of enemies where even a normal-sized pull was getting a bit scary. I got dangerously low a few times in this dungeon, but never to the point where I couldn't handle it. The first boss is a lot nicer now, though it is just run in a circle and hit the boss. I'm sad I don't get to blow up the slime anymore, but I guess it's more of a boss fight now, so no complaints. I like to call this trick, I thought I could sneak past them. Help! For the final boss, I was ready. The mobs had hit hard up until now, and I wanted a real fight from this guy. But after a while, I tested out the AoEs, and turns out, I can just stand in them. With the last of the 3 dungeons done, I couldn't help but feel like I was missing something. I was proud of what I did, of the work that went into it, but I didn't have the challenge that I was looking for when I started this. That's when I realized what the problem was. You see, back in 6.0, when the stat squish hit, Square implemented a new version of the Echo attached to the now unrestricted party option. Where Echo would require you to die in a duty and could be clicked off of your buff bar, Epic Echo was with you from the beginning of the duty and couldn't be removed. With the first 3 dungeons done, and me feeling relatively unsatisfied, there was only one thing to do. Going back to our rules, we have a new adjustment to make. Not only do I have to be unsynced, I have to also have at least Silence Echo activated, but preferably level sync if that was even realistic. The plan was set and the new rule was in place, I just didn't know if it was even possible. So with the renewed energy, I charged on towards the final goal for today, Ifrit, the first trial a player is faced with the moment everyone realizes the power of the Warrior of Light. Of course, to do that, I needed to beat up some bodyguards and pray return to the Waking Sands a million times, but let's not worry about those boring bits. With that long sequence of the MSQ done, it was time for the Ifrit quest. 1 duty down, and all that was left was to test out my first solo instance with level sync. Fighting Ifrit solo with the level sync modifier was going to be a really unique challenge. This treats the fight as if I had queued for the dungeon regularly, syncs my gear and levels to the max for that duty, but I was still a solo. A one-on-one battle between me and Ifrit. The true test to prove that solo only was the Warrior of Light. As you might expect, I ended up dead on the floor. But it was doable. I got a lot of information from the first attempt. After every 3 auto attacks, Ifrit will use Incinerate, which does a bit over 100 damage. Stuns could be used to gain time for my potion cooldowns, but they didn't reset his Incinerate count. All they would really end up doing is buying me time, but I could stun him out of eruptions. As I progressed through the fight, Ifrit would start using eruptions, which gave even more time delay between each Incinerate hit. In the worst case, I can run after he casts to get time for my potions. With all of this, even on my first run, I made it a lot further than I expected. With no food and mediocre potions, I'd gotten him past 50%. My current high potions only healed for 212, so I would need something that could heal for more as the damage just kept stacking up. I also needed to plan my mitigations around his incinerates and count his auto attacks. The high potions is the first problem. I wasn't healing for the max it would allow, which meant I just needed something that could give a higher percentage of health heal. The only option was to grind up my alchemist and make the high potions high quality. The second problem was my lack of food. I needed a food item that could give me a decent amount of vitality and had tenacity as its main stat. Sadly, for both of these prospects, things were looking bleak as my culinarian was still level 1 and my alchemist was level 11. This was going to be a bit of a grind. Starting with alchemy, I crafted whatever I had on hand in the cave before heading out to gather more materials. I finished the Ultima aetherites and went off into the world to get the mats for new alchemist tools. If I wanted to make high quality high potions, I was going to need some upgrades. Thankfully, the main hand tool was the only one that desperately needed to be upgraded, so with a new alembic it was time to get ingredients. Using chanterelles from Central Shroud to make potions was an easy one, but after that I was at a loss for the best item to grind. A lot of the items for potion crafting required killing mobs and finding strange mats. It seemed like the easiest material to get for this grind was from bats. This was great, as it also showed me that I had completely forgotten to get the Aleport aetherite. New aetherite and a few bat materials later, I still needed more levels. High potions were proving to be a higher level craft than I thought. Honeycombs into beeswax, limestone and sand for mortar, and then off to Eastern Lenosha for the annoying items and the biggest XP drop of my life. 30 XP, whoa dude. Now, I had to scour the beach to find a mob that dropped Jellyfish Umbrella. This was the lowest level option to give it at a whopping level 33. so each fight took a while and they were incredibly stingy on handing out umbrellas. After a while, I got a few umbrellas and, Nida? Crafted an ash wand, and I was finally close to the level range for high potions. I threw together an upgraded wand I was never going to use, and then used up all of the jellyfish bits that I had, and I could finally make my high potions. After a bit more gathering, some new aetherites, and making new tools, I had the first ingredients I needed to make my high potions, plus a short excursion to grab some galagament and other possibly useful cooking spices. After grinding high-quality distilled water, I could craft my high potions. In an effort to protect my sanity, after making the first potions, I did some short trial and error to make a macro that would get me a high-quality potion every time, and crafted way more than enough potions. The difference between the high-quality potions and the normal potions was around 80 health, which is almost enough for me to just jump back into Ifrit right now. For that final push over the line, we're looking for a food with tenacity. But not just any tenacity. Tenacity has to be the main stat. So we're stuck leveling Culinarian until we can find one. And now it's time to get back to the grind. Rock salt into table salt, maple sap into syrup, syrup into sugar, wheat into flour, and some gear upgrades before another NPC purchase. Alt goat milk, and any other milk it seems like for that matter, is only available from NPC shops, so we're off to the Culinarian Guild to get some milk. After a few more crafts from milk into butter and cream, and butter and mushrooms into a sauté, I find the perfect food, walnut bread. Not only was it the perfect stat food, I also had all of the ingredients already, so after one final gear upgrade, my walnut bread was ready to carry me through Ifrit. So that was it. I was as prepared as I could be. Now it was just me, some walnut bread, a few high potions, and Bill. All that was left was to prove we could do it. Slowly getting into the rhythm of it, towards the middle of the fight I got pretty low and was worried it would catch up to me. But once the eruptions started and incinerates took longer, it gave me just enough time to heal with potions and keep up with the damage. I actually can't believe it. Oh my god. Oh my god, I actually did it. That was so good. There's no way I just did that, dude. What an incredible experience. Fighting tooth and nail with a trial boss, on level, as a solo. This was what I wanted this whole time. Maybe, as the game progresses, it'll be too difficult to continue to do this. But at least for now, this was everything I wanted. And to wrap up, I skipped the remembrance parties, dealt with a crazy parking violation, joined the Immortal Flames, and got the very first mount for this character, Duo, my partner in crime for the foreseeable future. This took a staggering amount of time, but there's still so much more we have to do, so many more challenges to overcome. And for the first time in a long while, I couldn't be more excited to play Final Fantasy XIV. You may have noticed at the end of the last video that I'm now sitting pretty at over 1 million gil. Dynamis and the Oceanic server have a bonus running where if you get a character to level 30, they just give you 1 million gil. Day 1 starts with finishing the Marauder quests. The Warrior class upgrade won't be relevant for a while since I had to progress the MSQ before I can unlock it. And it's even less relevant since the next dungeons are below level 30, but it's nice to eat the frog and get the annoying side quests out of the way. Speaking of side quests, I throw in another small detour to get Duo to eat his veggies and unlock some extra storage space. Since I can't use retainers, this is all the storage I'll ever have. my 4 pages of inventory, and duo's saddlebag. Not like I ever really used retainer storage for anything anyway. Skipping through the long MSQ grind, we make it to the next dungeon, the 1000 Maws of Toto Rock, our first attempt at a level synced dungeon. This was going to be much more difficult than the last 3, and I was excited for the challenge. In fact, I was so excited that I just jumped into the dungeon without upgrading my gear at all. Each pull was its own trial. Mitigation management, learning which enemies to prioritize. It even got so bad that I had to start using the Palace of the Dead solo strat and run away while range tomahawking to delay for potion cooldown. After a solid 7 minutes for clearing the trash mobs, it was time for the first boss. Stuns would still work for mitigation, but it wouldn't help much. The main problem was poison. The Ninetales keeps constant uptime on its poison debuff, which can't be Asuna'd, and to my dismay, this also meant I couldn't use antidotes. And antidote doesn't work because it's a non-Asuna'able poison. Okay. What the hell is the point of antidote? With damage stacking up and its autos hitting hard, I was constantly on the back foot. When I got too low, the only option I had was to sprint and tomahawk to hold out for my next potion. Then, keeping out of range for its autos, I managed to just barely scrape by and take it down. The rest of the dungeon was honestly much worse in terms of trash mobs. Warden's whip threw out dozens of poisons, and the big mushroom men had a hard-hitting instant cast. After many more struggles and practically running back to the start of the dungeon, I was at the second boss. Another Ninetales, but this time one that would summon ads. With the extra poison from ads, it was a much more resource-intensive fight, and in the end, I lost due to my lack of potions. My gear needed an upgrade to help deal with the trash mobs, I needed more potions to survive the whole run, and I needed to stop procrastinating making accessories. After mining some more to spam brass ingots for levels, I took a quick pit stop to unlock melting. It may not be the most helpful for the dungeons, but it would be a great boost for my gatherers and crafters without having to make new gear. Next up is grabbing some silver to finish off my new accessories with one little problem. The best wrist I could make was a coral armalet. White coral needed fishing, and to be perfectly honest, I still had no idea how to fish. I mean, even on my main, all I did was deep sea fishing and never any real fishing for crafts. So I went to the spot with the fishing hole for white coral, hopeful I could grab some with my crayfish ball bait. Nothing. Okay, what do white coral want for bait? Seems like they want goby balls, and also I was at the entirely wrong area to fish for white coral. Okay. Oh no, I can craft goby balls. Well, so long as it's the same as before and I need goby balls to catch goby for the Oh. No, okay, it needs crayfish ball bait, I have to craft it. Now I need to find where gobies spawn, shave a few years off my life to get 3 of them, craft the bait, and it's time to catch some coral. Except that for the 10 goby ball bait I got, I only caught 1 coral. Gobies again, I guess. And now I'll get the coral, right? Actually, yes. Thank God, I would have lost it otherwise. Yes! Yes! Thank God. I hate fishing. So now I had all my accessories and a bit of extra experience for my culinarian. Next, it was time to upgrade my armor. The next tier of equipment used a new metal, steel. For steel, I'd need bomb ash along with my iron ore, and no matter how many balloons I killed, they refused to drop it, so I've gotta grind up my miner. I spent some time filling out my gathering log to level up, and at level 24 I took a quick break to upgrade my crafter and gatherer gear as I was really struggling to keep up. While getting a new needle for my weaver, I leveled my goldsmith and found some incredible new accessory options. Starting with a quick upgrade to my weaver offhand, we had a lot to get done. Dodos for animal hide, and animal hide to hard leather to get us a new helmet and chest for my gatherers, new pants for my crafters. I grabbed some elm lumber, made a new pickaxe, and a few silver ore later it was time to get bomb ash. I remembered for once to get the aetherites I went past, so little Alamigo was added to the list. With bomb ash in hand and the Forgotten Springs aetherite obtained, it was time to craft some steel. Before making the armor, we grabbed some yew lumber for some last minute gear upgrades. And then everything falls into place. A shiny new helmet and chestplate, and an entire array of Sphene accessories. The armor and accessory grinds were done. After quickly unlocking Warrior, some last minute potion crafts, and a few melds, it was the end of day 1. Day 2 starts bright and early. After all of my preparations last night, it was time to give Toto Rock another attempt. Trash mobs were still scary, and I got a bit careless at times, but overall I could feel the difference in gear. The first Ninetales was a much cleaner fight. So much so that I didn't have to run to pad for potion cooldown until the very end. With the first boss down, the real test was coming up. Had all of this been enough to handle the second boss's ad phase? Just barely. The rest of the fight was much easier, and so all that was left was the final boss. I had gotten pretty lucky on gear drops so far, so I threw on some new pants before starting. It was finally time to face the spider... Scorpion... Wait, what is this thing? Graphius has another ad phase, but thankfully they don't poison, so I just had to focus them down and keep healing. And once Tail was targetable, taking it down gave me plenty of time to get healed back up and extra damage on the boss. And with that, we've got a level sync Toto Rock clear. And after a quick glamour that I forgot to record, Bill was back to looking like his old self. Gorgeous. Back to the MSQ grind, I'll spare you the scenes of me skipping cutscenes and give you this instead. It's gotta drop something good, right, if it takes this long to kill? Just 162 experience. I got 4 Peist skins from the normal Peist, but that one just couldn't even give me like some Peist skins. Next up is Hawk Manor, but not without another round of walnut bread. Riding the high of Toto Rock, I figured I'd give Hawk Manor a shot before making any new gear. The trash mob fights were miserably slow because of my low damage, so it was time to use my favorite strat. First, we'll have to talk about mobs. A lot of you may already know this, but just bear with me for the ones that don't. Mobs have 3 possible forms of aggression. Sight, where they only aggro if you go in front of them. Sound, where they aggro if you go near them at a normal speed. And true aggro, where they target you when you enter a certain area around them. For a majority of these earlier dungeons, while you might assume the mobs have true aggro, they actually only have sound aggro. With slow walk on and waiting for a good movement cycle, I can sneak right past them. Normally, people only care about these aggro types for soloing Palace of the Dead or Heaven on High, but we're going to be making use of them in our dungeon runs going forward. Alright, lesson's over, time for the first boss. With some well-timed interrupts and stuns, this was more of an endurance test than a boss fight at a total of 3 minutes. For the basement, I decided to really take my time and avoid fights. I snuck past almost every mob and only had 1 fight before the boss. Since there were 2 bosses, I would have to constantly swap aggro to manage stun uptime, but after the imp went down, it was smooth sailing. With the second boss down, I was feeling unstoppable, but a bit worried for final boss. The old Hawk Manor had you managing 4 torches and constant AoE hits. I could barely remember what the new boss did, so I was racking my brain for how to handle torch damage. Thankfully, my worries ended up being for nothing, and the new mechanics were 1 maid servant spawn to kill and face away after seduction. With plenty of cast times to heal during, the boss went down and Hawk Manor was complete. Hey, we're leveled up. Okay. Oh, wow, 32 minutes. It didn't give me swift completion bonus for a 32-minute dungeon. Are you crazy? I had barely managed to scrape by for these last 2 dungeons. It was getting pretty obvious that if I wasn't at max stats for each instance, I'd be struggling. So before we went back on the MSQ grind, it was time to craft. First was grinding Leatherworker from level 16 to 28. The alt goat population is in shambles, but I can now make toad leather. And a few big frogs later, we've got the toad leather to technically make new gear, but I needed some upgrades to guarantee high quality. That was a task for later though. For now, I leveled my botanist, grabbed some oak logs, and fell asleep. Day 3 starts with a playtime check. We're now sitting pretty at 26 hours with a lot of crafting grind to come. Leatherworker upgrades, Bane Mites for webs, leveling Leatherworker and some new Gatherer shoes, Boar Leather unlocked, Carpenter levels for oak lumber, new Weaver offhand, new saw for my Carpenter, struggling to make oak lumber, a new hatchet for my botanist, wild hogs for boar hide, new crafter chests and shiny new crafter hat, some quick last minute melds, and 1 more tool upgrade. Now with all that, high quality boar leather is within reach. Great, we've got 1 of the mats for the armor now. At least it was the hardest mat. But before I can craft the armor, I'm out of shards, so I need to go gather some ice shards. Shards obtained, it's time for the armor. Just like last time, it's a pant boot combo, gloves, and a head chest combo. Oh, and better stats for Bill. After that was some more crafter and gatherer upgrades, but I needed fish glue for some, and so we're back to the MSQ. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, baby. Hit rock with axe, let's go. Now it was time for the hardest dungeon yet. Brayflox Longstop. Hawk Manor was slow but manageable, but Toto Rock was ad-centric and much more viable to kill me. Brayflox is also ad-centric, with some of the hardest hitting mobs yet and 4 bosses to get through. Even trash mob pulls of 3 were getting difficult. Fights were slow and mobs hit hard, leaving no room for missed mitigation. And of course, after the ads was the first boss, the Great Yellow Pelican. The boss's auto attacks were hitting for 150, just barely less than Storm's Path healed me, and he had an instant cast, Hammerbeak, that hit for more than 200. The fight starts with 3 Violet backs, each individually applying a poison debuff. And to make things even worse, he summons more ads throughout the fight. The first group can be either 3 more Violet backs or 2 Violet backs and a Saberback. Saberbacks are good, but I still need to burst the Violets quickly. The first attempt was a complete wall. It seemed like it wasn't even close to possible, but I ran in for another attempt. Dead again, but I got a bit further this time. The thing holding me back right now was my potions and learning the boss. While I was cooking up a plan, I ran over to the Sapphire Avenue for dark matter to repair my gear, and it was time to grind for potions. It should be easy, right? The next potion should probably be pretty close to high potions, right? No, of course not. What are you, crazy? Alright, let's distract ourselves with a weapon upgrade. So with a massive grind ahead of me and barely any shards to do it with, it was time for Levy quests. For the few who don't know, Levy quests are quests you can take on your crafters and gatherers that give lots of experience. You're limited by your Levy quest allowance and regen 3 allowances every day. Since you can only do a limited amount, you have to be efficient with them. The most important thing to note is the card at the top right of the quest. For the earlier quests, level 1 to 60, this card with a grandma means you can turn in the quest 3 times per allowance. So really, you get 3 times the XP. Combine that with 2 times XP for handing in high quality, and you're getting a level every turn in. I went on a quick trip to kill ants for acid, and morbles for morble vines to make a special potion for the Levy quest, but we'll talk more on that one later. Moving on though, I had mega potions unlocked, which was great, except it required high-level botanist materials. After spending the next hour grinding flax and oak logs, I needed an upgrade before moving to the next items. A quick trip to the desert later and we've got a new hatchet and scythe. Even after all that grinding, only one of the materials for the mega potions was available, so to try and avoid another botanist grind, I jumped back into Brayflox for another attempt with plenty of high potions. The potion needed for the earlier Levy quest was a poisoning potion. This potion has a separate cooldown to healing potions and would inflict a 15-second poison on my target, and it worked on bosses. The damage from these was significant. I was hopeful that the extra DPS would make it more feasible. I gave it a few attempts, with my best run getting to 54%, but there was no getting around it. I needed the better potions. And so, I grinded mugworts until 40. Mugworts collected for the potions, the last mat was mistletoe over in Coerthus. After grabbing the Dragonhead Aetheryte, I collected some mistletoe before heading down to get Mordona's Aetheryte as well. The mega potions were done, so it was time to hit the hay and end day 3. I start off day 4 with some new ideas that fell through, but at least we have new alchemist gear out of it. The last thing before jumping back into Brayflox is new food. After leveling my culinarian, I end up going with some pretzels. And it was once again time to visit my old friend, the Great Yellow Pelican. The potions healed for almost double my old ones, so the fight went a lot better. After a few close calls, I finally managed to take it down after fighting for 7 minutes straight. Yes! Yes! I hope you didn't think that was the hard part. Next up is the Inferno Drake, the hardest hitting mob to date, with each auto attack dealing around 250 damage. If that wasn't bad enough, at 80%, Brayflox himself runs in with an ad trailing behind and forces its aggro on you. If you run too fast and Brayflox isn't able to provoke the ad, it'll hit you with an undodgeable AoE that paralyzes. If you manage to kill the ad, the fight gets a lot easier, except that Brayflox will try and kill you constantly. He gives the boss a debuff that puts aggro on him and then runs next to the player for an instant cast conal AoE and loses aggro. My third attempt went well, getting the boss to 16%, but I died from Brayflox sabotage, and with practically no potions left, I had to give up this run. One long mistletoe grind later, and we were restocked on mega potions. Just to make sure that I had the best possible chance, I did a Levy quest for my goldsmith and made some new Heliodor accessories. This was full stat cap for Brayflox Longstop without question. All that mattered now was getting to the last 2 bosses. The first attempt at the Great Pelican had an extra add wave of 3 violet backs, so yeah, we didn't live that one. The second attempt had much better spawns, so we're on to the Inferno Drake. Now that I knew to run in circles whenever Brayflox had aggro, the Drake went down in 1 try.
Yes, dude! Yes! 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 Okay!
We made use of our sneak strats for Hawk Manor, and it was on to the 3rd boss. Hellbender is both the easiest and the scariest boss for a solo. Almost every attack is a cast, so you get plenty of time for potion cooldowns, but he can throw a conal AoE at you while you're stuck in the bubble. If you aren't fast at killing the bubble, or stun him out of the AoE, it'll be big damage. And then, at 20%, the final boss swoops in and kills Hellbender. You'll have to get him to below 75% for him to leave and the boss fight to end. And with that, Hellbender's done first try. Only 1 fight left, and going off of the last bit of Hellbender's fight, it seems like this was going to be easy. After dodging a few more mobs, we're at the end. If I run out of potions trying this, or the instance timer runs out, I have to start over again from the Great Yellow Pelican. This boss was by far the easiest. Everything is a cast, he rarely autos, and I had more than enough health. After all of the hard work that went into getting here, this felt like a deserved reward.
Oh, what a godsend.
Brayflox finished, man.
Wow.
How many attempts was that? What? That was so good. I'm so happy. This was such a good run to end it on.
Swift completion? Swift completion. Yeah? Yeah, really? Yeah. Okay. Swift completion, baby. 41 minutes on the dot. What the hell is swift completion? There is no feasible way that an actual party of people would ever not get swift completion. Oh, I'm on cloud 9. This has been the whole day trying to get Brayflox done. I'm so happy. Oh wow. Okay, what's playtime? Playtime to finish Brayflox is I think that's 38 hours. Yeah, so that took a bit. Completing Brayflox took a ridiculous amount of time. Unreasonable for any normal playthrough, but for us, that was one of the easy grinds. Starting day 1, we jumped through some MSQ and warrior quests. On the way through the MSQ, we unlocked treasure hunts, though that was mostly just for fun. After my first treasure hunt, it was time for a short MSQ grind before hitting the wall. The Lord of Crag's MSQ started, it was the end of my questing for a good long while, and time to face Titan. So first things first, we jump in and start learning the fight. His damage was hard to keep up with, but my gear was low level. It would be easy to upgrade for better defense. The real issue was coming up next. At 50%, Titan enters Heart Phase. 2 auto attacks later, he starts to jail. The jail takes away all of my actions and all of my movement. I'm stuck sitting there until I'm crushed to death, hitting for 11,000 damage. The worst part was mitigation did nothing to it. It would always hit for 11,000. Titan wasn't going to be possible to level sync. There was no class that could handle it at my quest point. This would be the first fight using Silence Echo instead. I had a few ideas for what I wanted to do, but it had been a long day, so day 1 came to an end. Day 2 started. The first goal in my Titan plan was getting my warrior to level 50. Before starting the warrior grind though, I grabbed some crab oil, and we did a quick leave on my blacksmith to hit level 41. The next leaves were bad, so I moved on to testing out XP gains for my warrior. Fates? Not likely. They weren't horrible experience, but they took way too long with my slow mount speed. Side quests? Absolutely not, they were horrible. Our options were slowly disappearing. It was looking like Palace of the Dead would be my last chance. If this didn't work out, I might have to grind Brayflox Longstop for 7 levels. Palace of the Dead is really a bit of a nightmare. With a separate leveling system and gear system, I would have weak gear and start every run as a level 1, and the only way to upgrade my gear was to grab silver chests and clear floor 10 without dying. Which is a lot easier said than done when every room turns you into a frog. Soloing Palace was possible. There's even a title for reaching the end without a party.
The only problem is that, normally, you try to get that title when your Aether Pool gear is already max, and I was starting with 0. Though after managing to survive the constant frogs, floor 10 was cleared in 20 minutes. And all of that got me 57,000 experience and this cool sparkler. 57k in 20 minutes wasn't bad, but that would mean about 4 runs per level, and I wasn't getting much out of it aside from XP and potions, so I knew I could do better. With most of my tests finished, it was getting late, so that was the end of day 2. Day 3 starts with testing out dungeons. I had the gear and potions to farm Brayflox, but with how inconsistent the first 2 bosses were, I wanted to try something else. There's a very small selection of dungeons in A Realm Reborn available outside of the main scenario quests. The closest and most realistic ones were Cutter's Cry and Zemel Darkhold. I was 1 level below Zemel, so Cutter's Cry is our target. While I was there, I also learned Desynthesis so I could get some extra materials from dungeon drops. A short walk later, Cutter's Cry was unlocked, and after a potion restock, it was time to fight some ants. Without any gear upgrades, I managed to scrape by pretty well, so now it was time for first boss. The Myrmidian Princess was a scary fight, but the biggest problems were the ads she spawned. The worst being the Marshal. He tethers to the princess and starts healing her for as long as he's alive, so it has to die quickly. Thankfully, there's only one of those per fight, so it was smooth sailing afterwards. For a 17-minute boss run, I'd gotten 50k. Easily comparable to Palace of the Dead, and I'd get some gear upgrades from the chest. Heading up to the next boss, you don't have to fight a single enemy and can just run straight through. The problem is the boss does a ton of damage, and I didn't have the potions to handle it, so that's the end of Cutter's Cry for now. Next up is Zemel Darkhold. It was a level 44 dungeon, but the main mechanic for the first section was using Crystal Veil, a huge buff for my defense, making the trash mobs do practically no damage. After taking a lot of time to learn the dungeon, we made it to the first boss. The boss fight also used Crystal Veil, so the only times I took any real damage was when I had to swap to different crystals. For a 25-minute boss run, we earned 60,000 experience. Now that I knew the dungeon, I could shorten the runtime without much effort. The rest of the dungeon doesn't use Crystal Veil, so getting to the second boss was out of the question for now. After equipping the chest piece from last run, I managed to kill the boss again in just 17 minutes. These dungeon runs barely used any potions, and didn't leave me to the whims of random chance, so this was the lucky winner. It was time to grind Zemel for a while. First comes a shiny new weapon, pants, and level 45. After my 6th run, to keep myself sane, I stepped away to try another run of Palace of the Dead. But after 23 minutes, we died to the floor 20 boss. I would need to grind out Aether Pool levels if I wanted to stand a chance. One more quick attempt at Cutter's Cry before getting back to Zemel. I hope I'm saying that right. This time, I wanted to try and clear the dungeon, so after sneaking past some trash mobs, we make it to the second boss. A long fight with plenty of close calls, but in the end, we managed to take it down. The final boss wasn't possible with my current gear. Constant hits for more than 800 damage, I couldn't keep up, so no Zemel clear today. I used the hunting log to finish reaching level 50, and part 1 of my Titan plan was finished. Before moving on, I jumped into Wanderer's Palace to see if I could snag some gear upgrades, but didn't get much out of it. I did a quick leave to level my Culinarian, gave Titan another shot, tried out the first boss of Aurum Vale, some more leaves for my Armorer, Goldsmith, Weaver, and Miner, and after grinding some new accessories, it was time to put the plan into action. The crux of my plan was Samurai. At level 52, it learns a high damaging ability that I could use between my main hits and kill the heart before Titan casted Jail. The problem was there's no craftable Samurai weapons in A Realm Reborn, so it was either break a rule and use the gear I got from the quest, or spend an insane amount of time grinding Palace of the Dead floors 1 to 20 to get Ironwork gear. In the end, I asked you all what you thought. The poll was close for a long time, but landed at around 60-40 to use the quest gear. While most folks wanted us to move forward, I was hesitant to give up a rule that I set, even if it was just for this one time, so from here on, the rule for no quest gear is official to prevent me from taking any easy ways out. The quest gear option gone, I abandoned Samurai and moved on to the next grind. How was I going to beat Titan now? While I was running the poll, I had an epiphany. There was another way. If I couldn't kill Titan before he casted Jail, I just needed to kill the Jail. A ridiculous statement when you remember that I can't attack when the Jail is up, but there was one way around it. At level 45, Ninja gets an ability called Doton. Doton drops a circle on the ground that deals constant damage to anything in it. At level 50, I get a buff to increase Doton's damage, Kasatsu. With both of these, I should be able to just barely kill the jail if I can get a strong enough weapon. So now it was time to unlock and level Rogue. After some initial questing, it was the end of day 3. As day 4 starts, I throw together a new chest piece, finish all the hunting logs I can do, complete some class quests, try out a battlecraft leave, and grind out a few fates to hit level 30. I throw together some new knives, and with the final Rogue quest done, Ninja was unlocked. The only thing left was the long road to level 50. Unlike my warrior, the best grinding for Ninja was going to be Palace of the Dead. The main reason was from Armory bonus. The Armory bonus gives boosted experience for combat classes below your highest level. So with a level 50 warrior, I would get 100% bonus XP on my ninja until I hit level 50. This is reduced at higher levels, but for now it would carry me through. So the grind begins. At level 40, I took a break to catch up on my ninja quests. With only 10 levels left, the end was in sight. Level 40 quests done, day 4 came to an end. No, wait, the wrong character. Okay, hold on. Starting day 5, I ran around the map and finished my hunting log. With a fancy new ring that I was eager to use, it was the perfect time for a break. So I did the level 45 quests. I took a brief excursion to Ulda to test out Doton damage before jumping back into Palace of the Dead. After plenty of exploding silvers, I got enough Aether Pool to clear up to floor 30. It was a nice bit of extra experience, though definitely a difficult fight. Floor 30 conquered, I knew I wasn't going further than that in this grind, so I reset back to level 1 for the last time and took in the breath of fresh air. The grind was done, I was free. I'm definitely not gonna complain about a 13-minute set, and we are... level 50. Okay. Fantastic. The plan was falling into place. Level 50 quests done, Kasatsu unlocked, it was time to get back at Titan. Before heading to Titan, I ran to the Ulda training dummies to test out damage. To kill the jail with Doton, I would need to do around 106 to 110 damage every time it hit. Right now I was ranging from 80 to 128, but it wasn't consistent enough damage to kill the jail. That would be leaving too much up to chance. I had gotten some normal quality rosewood lumber from Darkhold Descents previously, so I made the best weapon I could, Cobalt Basilards. Unfortunately though, they ended up being normal quality. I was now consistently hitting for high 90s or above, so it was time to start attempting Titan. Okay. Come on. 1, 3. Come on. Oh, one more tick would have done it. Okay, I need to get up here. Close. I was so close. Back to the grind. Raw spinal and electrum ore into electrum ingots and spinal to make a full set of dexterity accessories, and so we're back to Titan. Come on, big hit. 5. No. Okay, I've got it. I've just got to run it a few times. Come on. Yes! Oh my god. One more. No, man, no, that was so close. That was such a good roll. 1, okay, yes. 2, 3. Might get 6. It lasts. Come on. No! And come on. Again and again, it was so close until I finally got the perfect run. Yes! Oh my god! No way! Oh, no! If I had just killed myself to animation lock, I would have been so pissed. Okay. Just gotta do the rest of the fight. Except, I had forgotten about the next problem. Oh man.
Oh. Okay.
A second jail. I needed to kill 2 jails in a row to win this fight, and that wasn't even the worst part. In final phase, Titan cycles between a tumult, weight of the land, landslide, and jail. So if I didn't kill Titan fast enough, I would die to the 3rd jail. Kasatsu wouldn't be up in time to kill a 3rd jail, so Titan needed to go down before that. By the time 2nd jail died, he had already gone through tumult and weight, so the only thing between me and a guaranteed death was a landslide and 2 auto attacks. I took some time and stepped away for a bit. I needed to make sure that if I got there, Titan would die. The timing for each Doton drop had to be perfect, so the amount of attempts it took to get past 2nd jail was far too much to not be fully prepared. First, some Quicksilver and leftover mob drops for poisoning potions, my old friend. Checking carpenter's leaves to see if I could make some rosewood lumber to get my weapon high quality, though I gave up on that relatively quickly. Dart frogs and spoken blood for mega dexterity potions, some table salt and garlic to make an aldgoat steak. The plan was simple. If I managed to kill the 2nd jail, I'd pop tincture. No more healing potions, just damage. Now I just had to hope it would be enough. The first attempt back, I made it to the end, but just barely hadn't done enough damage. The 2nd attempt was a pretty quick failure, and with only 1 tincture left, this was my last shot for the night. It was late, and I didn't have the energy to grind for any more attempts.
Perfect. Excuse me. Good rolls are right there. Those are 2 good rolls, so I think I make it. The Lord of Crags has fallen, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, okay, so that was Titan normal. Really overwhelmingly difficult for a normal, but it's done. Just about 70 hours of playtime. 70 hours of playtime grinding, and from this recording and the other recordings I've done of Titan practice, at least 2 or 3 hours of Titan. Oh, we did it. Oh, it's done. After nearly 2 weeks of work to get past Titan, it felt amazing to be progressing again. Aside from getting lost in the most evil building layout I've ever seen and fighting off a dude that can turn into a dragon, it was smooth sailing. After our brief respite of questing, we reach our next wall, the Stone Vigil. Level sync turned on, this dungeon was going to be a new level of difficulty. Any mob pulls of more than 2 would normally have at least 1 death trying to take them down, and the Dravanian outflyers had true aggro, so there was no sneaking around them.
Taking out every mob on the path, it took just over 12 minutes to get to the first boss, Chudo Yudo was a unique boss and should be one of the easiest for the solo run. One of his main attacks has him walk to a spot in the arena and cast a cone at his target. With how slow the cast is, this gives plenty of time to heal and even use my damage buffs. The only dangerous attacks were Rake, an instant melee hit for extra damage, and Lion's Breath. Lion's Breath is a nearly instant cast frontal cone that deals 800 damage and burns for even more damage over time. Thankfully though, it's only nearly instant. Going back in time a bit, we can employ our Brayflox dodge of constantly running in circles around the boss to avoid every Lion's Breath. And with that, Chudo Yudo goes down on the first try. Currently, the hardest part of this dungeon was the mobs between bosses. And of course, that changed pretty quickly. After a few more near-death experiences and getting absolutely destroyed by some ice sprites, we were at the second boss, Koschei. Just in case I had any hope of clearing Stone Vigil this attempt, Koschei was happy to crush those dreams for me. Making our way through the first pull, Koschei has 3 main mechanics. His spiked tail is a tank buster that hits for nearly 600 damage with mitigation. Immediately after, he'll auto-attack me and channel Sonic Storm, a ground-targeted AoE. For the last mechanic, Koschei will move to the center of the arena and cast Typhoon. Typhoon spawns storms on the east wall of the arena that move towards the party. If you don't dodge them, it will knock you into the air, dealing heavy damage and briefly stunning you. After the first Typhoon, he'll use a Sonic Storm before using another Typhoon. That's the last time it will be easy, though. From the second Typhoon onwards, he cycles through all 3 of his mechanics in order for the rest of the fight. Spiked Tail, into Sonic Storm, into Typhoon. He can't be stunned, and he can't be slowed with arm's length, so I'm left with 3 mitigations: Rampart, Vengeance, and Reprisal. Or 3 mitigations when I remember to put Reprisal on my bar. With Koschei's heavy-hitting auto-attacks and a tank buster every 45 seconds, I was constantly on the back foot. First attempt, we died at only 66%. This fight was going to be tough, but there were a few things we could do to get there. The main upgrades I needed were a restock on Mega Potions instead of the high potions I was using, and some fancy new boots so my equipment would be at the dungeon's maximum. Upgrades made, we went straight back for another attempt. The trash mobs still took forever to beat and could easily kill me, but one viewer came to the rescue with a new strategy. Affectionately dubbed the Hist strat, since there were no barriers between the start of the dungeon and the first boss, we could just run past all of these mobs and start the right, maybe it's time for a new what's this? Oh, hello Chudo Yudo, it's nice to see you again. It takes 15 seconds for a boss arena to seal, and the game prompts you to teleport into the arena if you're outside of it when it seals. If you're able to start the boss fight, die, revive, and hit the button fast enough, you can skip every mob before a boss. This only works for dungeons that don't have barriers, so I can't use this in areas like Hawk Manor or Wanderer's Palace, but it was a huge time save for anywhere I could use it. Chudo Yudo down again, we were back to the Koschei grind. After more than half an hour of attempts, our run ends at 19%. It seemed like this fight was doable, if only barely, but I was low on potions and it was getting late, so this was the end of day 1. Day 2 starts with a hard focus on leveling my gatherers. With the level of dungeons we were facing and the upcoming trial, I wanted to have my gatherers at level 50 in preparation for any crafting I might have to do. After doing a bunch of leave quests in Mordona, Miner was at level 50 and we finally had access to the Masterwork books. Except for one tiny problem. The quest to get access to Masterwork gear requires showing Guiding Star, a primary crafting or gathering tool, above level 50. A normal player would deal with this by completing any of the level 50 class quests and moving on, but we can't use quest rewards. Since we can't use quest rewards, it seemed like our only option to unlock Masterworks was an achievement tool that requires about 5,250 crafts or 7,000 plus gathers. Taking a break to think of what to do, we hop over to Southern Thanalan and get Botanist to level 50. With both of my gatherers now at level 50, it was time to catch up on my crafter grinds. While gathering the materials for my Armorer Leave quest, we may have gotten a bit distracted. Okay, Stick. I'll hold on. I won't do anything too crazy. Let's go do an entire run of Sestasha while they're gone. So, yeah, okay, maybe distracted was an understatement, but at least we finally went back and cleared it level synced. Congratulations to me. Thank you. I would like to thank all of my wonderful viewers. I'd like to thank the Academy. Before getting back on track, we grab some gold ore and discover a little gamer to join us on our journey. Look at him. Hello. Oh, what a little dude. I'm going to call you Steve. Steve supporting us in the background, it was time to get back to work. Mithril ore into ingots and plates, and electrum ore into ingots to make 3 sets of high mithril armor. Those 3 sets of armor bring us from level 46 to 51, and armor leveling is done. Next up is making some sledgehammers for my blacksmith. Aldgoat horns into horn glue, and mithril ore into mithril ingots to make what? I made the wrong sledgehammer. Chat, am I an idiot? It was cobalt sledgehammer the whole time? No, wait, it's okay, we're saved, I can still use these. Blacksmith level 50, all according to plan. Getting back on track, we put a bit more time into figuring out how to get Masterwork books. After a lot of back and forth, we finally found our path. If I could reach Lieutenant 2nd class in my Grand Company, we could get an Artisan primary tool from the Quartermaster and complete the quest with that. To get a head start on the Grand Company grind, we take a look at the supply and provisioning missions. Iron ore into steel with our leftover bomb ash, dyeing to an A-rank hunt I found in Lenosha, crab legs into crab oil to make a steel spear, and turning it in for an easy 5 levels. Before moving on, we take a short diversion to grab some gold ore from a timed node. With our diversions finished, it's time to work towards Stone Vigil. Before another attempt, we need to make some proper boots and accessories. Boar hide into boar leather, electrum ore into electrum ingots, and cobalt ingots into rings and plates to make some shiny new shoes. Some more electrum ore into electrum ingots, and raw amber into amber to make a full set of tenacity accessories. The gear was done, and all that was left now was good food and potions. After taking a moment to grab some dark steel ore, we start with a new food item. Million corn, cinderfoot olives, and sunset wheat into cornmeal, olive oil, and flour. Then, with some necessary NPC purchases, we've got our new food, cornbread. The last item on the list was potions. Mega potions weren't enough, so we needed to get the next level, X potions. X potions require some pretty annoying materials, so instead of grinding them with my botanist, we head over to the Palace of the Dead. Floors 31 to 40 give X potions from bronze chests and mob drops, so it was the quickest way to get them. After around 36 minutes, we finished the floor set and ended up with 41 X potions and 9 Mega potions. And so, after many hours of grinding, we were back in Stone Vigil. All of our upgrades made it possible to handle 3 mob pulls without dying, so things were already looking better. After confirming our new gear, we used the hist strat and run through to Chudo Yudo down, it was time for the real test. Would our new gear and potions be enough for Koshei?
Get the stupid Storm's Path.
No, man. Ugh. 14%. It was close, but still a bit far out of reach. There were more upgrades we could make though. Stepping out of Stone Vigil, it was time to replace my chest armor and pants. So for the final crafts of the day, cobalt ore into ingots and plates, mithril ingots into rings, toad skin into toad leather into a toad skin jerkin, turning in a Grand Company delivery for leatherworker experience, ore leather for a leave quest, heist leather and rubber into pice skin krakos for experience, all so I could unlock raptor leather. Raptor leather and woolen yarn give us all the materials we need to make my new tank pants. After crafting some extra mega potions, we used the cobalt from earlier to make our new chest piece. Gear upgrades done, this was the best I could get for Stone Vigil. This time, we had a new strategy. To maximize my healing, I would swap back and forth between X potions and mega potions. I would use X potions with Thrill of Battle to get the most health back, and mega potions any other time for the shorter cooldown. Even with the better healing and new gear, the fight was almost entirely dependent on luck. I wasn't even getting close to my best run, but all we needed was the perfect attempt.
My reprisal of this kills me. If I hadn't dodged that auto, maybe luck is on our side this time, gamers, because that auto absolutely would have been the death of me. Yes, dude! Yes! Oh, God, yes. Yes.
So we finally managed to take down Koshei, all because of one dodged auto. Now it was a race against the clock. Koshei had cost me more than half of the instance time limit, and I still had one more boss to fight.
Why must I run into more ice sprites after all of this hard work? Can I not get a moment of respite?
After another death to some ice sprites, we made it to the final boss with only 28 minutes remaining. 28 minutes to learn and defeat the final boss. If I failed, I would have to start over and face Koshei again. Just like with Chudo Yudo, the most dangerous attack was a casted front cone that I could dodge by circling the boss.
Very nice. Okay. Gorgeous.
Stone Vigil cleared, gamers. Stone Vigil cleared. What a day. What a day, dude. How do I get swift completion at 74 minutes? With only 14 minutes remaining on instance, I didn't have time for a second attempt. If I hadn't cleared right then and there, we would have had to restart. Stone Vigil was complete, and we could finally continue with the MSQ. Garuda was our next target, but it had been a full day of progress, so this was the end of day 2. Day 3 starts, and the first thing on the list is getting to Garuda. After getting access to the Isles of Umbra, my hunting log has been waiting for you for weeks, good sir. And discovering a dungeon I had never heard of before. What the heck is this, Pharaoh Sirius? Crazy how they made that whole model and then it's never seen again. The dungeon boss of Sirius? Oh, okay, fantastic. We now have confirmed that I have never done Sirius. Our questing was over and Garuda was unlocked. Garuda is one, if not the hardest fight we've ever faced. An undodgeable magic attack, friction, an undodgeable cleave, downburst, and an undodgeable AoE, wicked wheel. The only one of her attacks we could avoid was slipstream, which stuns if it hits. At 80%, she teleports away and reappears on the north side of the arena. Then, she casts Mistral Song, hitting for 900 damage if you don't use the rocks to block it. Phase 2 starts with her spawning plumes that will try to break the rocks. If I don't kill them fast enough, I'll lose my rocks and die later in the fight. To make it worse, Garuda can still hit me with friction and downburst even if I'm out of melee range. At 65%, she repeats the Mistral Song and plume spawn. With another death to her constant downburst spam, it was time to get some upgrades, and we had a lot to do. We start our upgrades with a focus on Grand Company leveling. As mentioned earlier, if we can get to 2nd Lieutenant, we can get Masterwork gear. We visited Halatali for hunting logs and discussed some strats for bosses. My favorite strat for this boss, normally, if you're doing Halatali and you've just got like a party of gamers, just normal folks, what you should do if you're the tank, pull the boss all the way back to here, and then the path that he has to take to go back to center, to actually enter the phase where you can't hit him, takes so long that you can kill him in 2 cycles instead of 3. Yeah, and then also you drop a stun as soon as he starts leaving. After beating the hunting log enemies, we left Halatali. Next was fishing until level 20, crow feathers into a crow's fly lure for rainbow trout, and turning it in for a nice amount of XP and Grand Company seals. A few jade and Sagoli sage later, we were out of turn-ins and still needed 2600 seals. Another quick visit to Cutter's Cry, and we have all the seals we need for our promotion. Expert deliveries unlocked means we can turn in all of the useless dungeon gear we had for seals, and never worry about earning seals again. Sergeant First Class unlocked, we were 2 ranks away from our artisan gear. The next rank requires us to clear Zamail Darkhold before we can be promoted, and I was happy to give it another attempt. Before starting though, we took a moment to try and find a legendary item. The blacksmith leaves in Whitebrim had a 4% chance of rewarding us with a notched bill, an ingredient for the level 47 weapon, Vintage Bill. Filled with desperation to get Bill his cool new haircut, we gave the leaves a few attempts, but no luck so far. Oh, we also made new gloves and a new helmet, but that's not important. With that, it was almost the end of day 3, but an incredibly generous chat member, Phantom, had picked out a new hairstyle for Solo. So, after unlocking a psychopath with scissors and a quick visit to the Mog station, it was time to give Solo a new hairdo. He is now flawless. Now, it was the end of day 3. Day 4 begins, and we're tunnel visioned on getting Bill his new haircut. After just 3 leave turn-ins and some luck from Rune, we find it. Vintage Bill has arrived, and he looks gorgeous. Next, we were back in Palace of the Dead for more X potions. Floor 41 to 50 mostly gave out max potions, so we had to restart from floor 1. Now, with 31 X potions and 53 megas, it was time to test out Zamail. Even with the new gear and stalling out the crystal for my mitigations to come back up, Batraal was still dealing way too much damage. With Zamail seeming like a wall for now, we went back to test Garuda again. After many more deaths, we gave the fight a shot with Silence Echo. Even with higher levels and more HP, Garuda was still tough, though it allowed us to see a lot more of the fight. There were a few more things to test before we committed to a Silence Echo clear, but for now it was the end of day 4. In between days, I took some time whenever I had it to farm more potions in the Palace of the Dead. Day 5 starts with an incredible piece of fan art from the Discord. I mean, just look at this. How can you not love this? And by request of a very generous member, Rune, we got Solo some balloons to ride around on. We had a secret weapon to try and make the Garuda fight easier, so we start the day by grabbing some Ochu vines from Ochus, formic acid from ants, pudding flesh from the Grand Company, and cinnabar for quicksilver to make potent poisoning potions and potent blinding potions. The potent blinding potions would reduce the chance for Garuda to hit us with all of her attacks for 12 seconds. If we could get 1 or 2 lucky downburst dodges throughout the fight because of these blinding potions, that almost guaranteed us a clear. We also took a quick stop to do our daily treasure hunt. I need this for actual gear, and it would have required fishing. Yes! This was actually the best treasure chest in the entire universe. I'm so happy. Next, we're looking for better food items. First, we make a quick kebab to turn in for levels, and with our newfound recipes, we decide to make some Lenotian toast, starting with... That's a lot of stuff. Walnut, wheat, sap, egg, milk, flour, butter, walnut bread, olive oil, syrup, and our Lenotian toast is made. The blinding potions and extra health from our new toast was getting us further in the fight, but it still wasn't enough. So, one more time, mirror apples to apple juice for a leaf quest, garlic, fairy apples, laurel, and sour red into cider vinegar and eft steaks. This was the absolute limit of level sync. There were no more upgrades, just us and Garuda. But in the end, we still couldn't win, and we really couldn't get close. So now we were on to our last resort. Were all of our upgrades enough to defeat her with just Silence Echo? This is looking bad so far, gamers. Maybe we... Oh, very nice timing for her to Mistral. Maybe we blinding pot when she comes off? Nice dodge. Huge. Okay. Need to take out these ads quickly. We dodged the slipstreams. I can survive a bit longer. Take your time to answer the poll. It's all right. I'll live this. we had plenty of recovery time from Mistral Shrieks. We're happy with this. We're happy with this. There's not a single no in the books. Garuda is cleared, gamers. Okay. Very nice. Thankfully, yes. Garuda was down and we were in the final stretch of the MSQ. Ultima seemed closer than ever, but with the gear we could craft now, there was no way we'd live the fight, let alone beat it. So before starting back on the main scenario quests, we had some unfinished business to attend to. With the end of A Realm Reborn 2.0 approaching, we would need to have perfect gear to take down the next few dungeons and bosses. And before getting our new warrior gear, we're going to need some new crafting gear, which means the first thing on our list is to take revenge on Zamail Darkhold and progress our Grand Company. Day 1 begins immediately after the Garuda clear. First is a quick restock of Ochu Vines and Quicksilver to make potent blinding potions. Blinding potions in hand, we turn on level sync and jump into Zemail Darkhold. The first section of Zemail Darkhold is mind-numbingly easy. The Crystal Veil buff means that none of the trash mobs do any damage, and with our improved gear since the last time we were in here, they barely made a dent in my health bar. After opening all the Magitech terminals, it was time for the first boss. The All-Seeing Eye uses Crystal Veil as its main mechanic, so this fight was just as easy as the mobs before it. Aside from having to run to new crystals occasionally, there were no issues with this fight, and the boss went down in just about 15 minutes. For the next segment, we used the Hist strat to try and reach the boss with, varying amounts of success. Not to mention, the boss doesn't even spawn until you reach its room, so it's going great so far. After finally getting the Hist strat to work, Tollard and his goons go down in just about 25 minutes. 65 minutes left on instant, there should be plenty of time to take down Batraal. Right before Batraal though, there was something odd we found while getting the terminals. While the majority of enemies will stick to the big three aggro types, Sight, Sound, and True Aggro, there was one enemy in here that was a bit different. Though I can't confirm it, the Forsaken Souls seemed to have an aggro type that is very rarely used. While their default is Sound aggro, they also aggro to any player in their vicinity that takes a decent amount of damage. We'll assume 10 to 20% of their health. So while I could avoid fighting a lot of the enemies before Batraal, I was almost always forced to fight these two groups. The large crystals next to the terminals would use AoEs that damaged me, which then pulled the attention of the Forsaken Soul next to it. While I'm not completely sure, the only other place I've seen this aggression used is in Eureka, an optional area at the end of Stormblood 2 expansions after this. Thankfully though, it wasn't much trouble, but they added to the time for these runs and would occasionally cost me some potions. Now it was all about getting past the wall. Batraal is the most powerful dungeon boss we've seen to date. In just the first 30 seconds of combat, he used 4 Grim Fates, each dealing up to 800 damage. We got lucky and dodged the last 2, but if we didn't, that would have been 86% of my health gone. As the 4th Grim Fate hits, Batraal reaches 90% and the first crystal section starts. Batraal becomes invincible and tethers to one of the 3 crystals in the room while continuously shooting line AoEs at a target until the tethered crystal is broken. A very basic mechanic for normal players, but for us it's an amazing opportunity. While Batraal is tethered to that crystal, he won't attack with anything aside from the line AoE Desolation. Also, there's no time limit. You don't have to kill the crystal for any reason other than to progress the boss fight. So with a bit of fancy footwork, the crystal phases become a much needed opportunity to allow all of our mitigation cooldowns to come back up. With the first crystal phase finished and our mitigations ready to go, the fight only gets harder from here. The first crystal starts between 90 and 88% HP, but the second isn't until 65%. Worst case, we would have to live for twice as long. Every bit of health and mitigation was life or death. It had to be perfect or I lost. Plus, I needed a bit of luck as well to dodge Grim Fates. Holmgang was our most powerful mitigation. Not only did it prevent us from dying, but it locks Batraal in place, preventing him from hitting us with anything outside of his AoE Grim Halo. But as Holmgang ran out, we lost the first pull at 66%, falling just short of reaching second crystal phase. After some very intense stealth gameplay, we're back for a second attempt. Holmgang managed to push us over the line and we made it to second crystal phase. From here though, each pull would turn into an endurance test. Holmgang was essential to live the later phases, so we would have to stall for 4 minutes until it came off cooldown. Another crystal down, we were just about halfway through the fight. Third crystal phase can begin anywhere between 37 and 35%. Lucky dodges were no longer an option and would end up making or breaking runs. And after stalling out the last crystal, it was time for final phase. Batraal starts the phase with a damage up, as if he wasn't doing enough already. And also, the line AoE used during crystal phases will happen periodically, along with dropping a puddle on the ground. Standing in the puddle will deal heavy damage, and he can have up to 2 on the ground at the same time. Oh, and Grim Fates now deal 1,000 damage. Running out of mitigations, the second attempt ends at 11%. It was close, but we had to make a plan for dealing with his insane damage output. Third attempt was lost to back-to-back Grim Fates, and after running out of blinding potions, our last attempt for the day ended at 40%. We needed to restock before any more attempts, but it had been a long and exciting day, so this was the end of day 1. Day 2 starts with grinding new potions and food. For now, we were sticking with the same plan. Blinding potions, Eft stakes, and lucky dodges. After grabbing our potent blinding potions, Next up is some Garlean garlic, fairy apples, black pepper, laurel, and Eft tails from mud puppies to get us another serving of Eft steaks. With steaks in hand, and a few of the gamers from Stream Chat stopping by to send me off, we were back in Zamail. And after about 30 minutes, we were back at Batraal. We had a whole hour left on instance to grind out attempts. The new day came with new strats to try. In order to phase Batraal quicker, I started using the end of crystal phases to get Surging Tempest, Warrior's damage buff. It would last for around a minute after the crystal went down, and ideally would help us reach the second and third crystal phases more consistently. The first attempt was incredibly lucky at the beginning. Dodging auto attacks and Grim Fate back to back, this seemed like our best chance to take down Batraal. Second crystal started at 63%, so the damage buff earlier was definitely paying off, though it still took all of our mitigations to get here. Sadly, our luck didn't last long past second crystal, and we lost at 44%. Immediately after, we had another great chance to clear that ended with the same fate.
The Desolation gives me a lot of space. I can Storm's Path. Oh, come on. 11% again, man. What could I have done? Ooh, very unlucky Halo. Okay, hello. Auto attack me, please, so you're not doing the Halos. Thank you. Oh, okay. I think we're dead here to this now. Unless he chooses to just do the crystal, please. Do the crystal. You're at 66. I hate this boss. Oh my god. All right.
With another round of failed Batraal attempts, it was time for Plan B.
Looks like we're learning to read, gamers. What? What? Thank you for welcoming me back, I suppose.
Right now, a Zamail clear would come down to luck. There are some fights where we've needed to accept that, but never without exploring our options. After some testing on my main, while Warrior would always have difficulties with final phase damage, there was one class that stood out. Turning the fight into even more of an endurance test, Scholar was able to take down Batraal in a whopping 25 minutes using just bio and keeping out of range of auto attacks. The only way to survive Grim Fates was to keep Adlo up at all times, but it was an option, so long as we could clear the rest of the dungeon. To do this though, we would need Scholar above level 46 and gear at the same level. So with hope in our hearts, we set off to unlock and level Scholar. It all starts with Arcanist. First, we need a level 5 weapon. Copper sand into enchanted copper ink to make a hard leather grimoire. We use the nearby hornets and star marmots to reach level 5 and throw out the weathered grimoire. Next, we're on to the hunting log grind. Around level 15, things really started to slow down, so we took a break to make another grimoire. Iron sand and tree slugs for viscous secretions to make enchanted iron ink, cotton balls for cotton yarn, and elm logs to make our level 15 grimoire. The Arcanist quests gave us a bit of extra XP, and combined with more hunting log, we got all the way to level 27. Fates were taking a long time to complete, so we needed one more grimoire to finish off Arcanist. Acidic secretions, yew logs, silver sand, and dew threads to make a goatskin grimoire. While we were making our new grimoire, we ended up right next to Palace of the Dead and figured we might as well give it a try. 16 minutes later, we end up with a very decent 55,000 XP. 600 XP left until we leveled up. We took the chance to kill some random mobs outside Quarry Mill. Now at level 29, we return to Limsa for the next Arcanist quest. One bridge and boat battle later, the Arcanist questline was finished, and finally, Summoner and Scholar were unlocked. With Scholar unlocked, we would have to prepare for the long grind to level 46, but before that, it had been a long day, and so comes the end of day 2. Day 3 starts with the stream overlay, as the proper recordings got corrupted, and our hearts set on reaching floor 50. Palace of the Dead gives more experience depending on which floors you clear. Floor 51 to 60 will give much more experience than 1 to 10. And once I've cleared floor 50 once, I can start from 51 to 60 as many times as I want. Once we have 51 to 60 unlocked, we can start running Palace as a Summoner. Final Fantasy XIV treats Summoner and Scholar as basically the same class. For every time I level my Summoner, Scholar levels with it, which only gets better since Summoner is one of the best classes for soloing Palace of the Dead. So we make use of my potion save and rush through to take down Ada. The easiest boss in Palace of the Dead down, floors 51 to 60 are unlocked. Our first attempt with Summoner also just so happened to be my first time ever playing Summoner, so we lost to the floor 60 boss. We took that opportunity to get some sustaining potions. Sustaining potions will regenerate my health while they're active, but can only be used in Palace of the Dead. With sustaining potions keeping us at full HP, the floor 60 boss went down a lot easier. For a 30-minute run, we got 115,000 experience, more than an entire level. After a few more runs, and a mob surviving what should have been an instant kill, we took a break from Palace. Next on the list was making a set of level 50 crafting gear. Golden fleeces for snurble tufts, caracals for fleece, effervescent water, latex into rubber, electrum ore into electrum ingots, flax into linen yarn, fleece into woolen yarn, effervescent water into natron, and snurble tufts for undyed felt to make a patrician's coat. Then some undyed woolen cloth to make patrician's bottoms, wedge cap, gloves, and garters. We finished our crafter set, and with a bit of luck, pentamelded our chest piece. And after a full day of work, it was the end of day 3. Day 4 starts, and we're hard focused on leveling our scholar. This'll take about 3.5 hours for me, and 15 seconds for you. After a lot of palace grinding, it was time to take a break and collect our spoils. We found a cute little surprise. Oh my god, look at his little face. He's just a little dude. He's a brat. And you know what? That's his name. Hello, brat. It's a pleasure to see you. And a piece of replica Allegan gear. Though it was a super cool drop to get, it ended up being relatively useless. Then finished off with a Black Bosom Orchestrion roll and a wind-up Ida. It took just under 4 hours, but we got Scholar to level 45, just a bit further to go before Zemail. Level 45 just so happened to be a good checkpoint to take a break and do some quests. I wouldn't have to do the level 50 Scholar quest for Zemail, so this would be one step closer to our clear. After a very intense battle with the Tonberry, and visiting the best character in the game, there was just one more Scholar quest to do. But that would have to be for another day. It was time to hit the hay and end day 4. As day 5 begins, we get a bit sidetracked. Rather than going back to Palace to finish our Scholar grind, we start by restocking on blinding potions and poison potions. Then, we finally get around to finishing our warrior quests. Now that we had the fancy new warrior armor, it was time for a new glamour. I can't use this armor for dungeons since it's a quest reward, but I can at least glamour it over my current gear. The only problem was my chest piece was only level 49, and it would have to be level 50 for me to use the glamour. Since fashion is the true endgame, we set out to make a new chest piece. Darksteel ore into darksteel nuggets into darksteel plates, cobalt ore into cobalt ingots, and cobalt ingots into cobalt rings to make the first level 50 armor for our warrior, a militia cuirass. With our glamour finally complete, we could move on and get back to the scholar grind. Except, the militia chest gave me an idea. Militia gear had much better substat coverage, so if I made a full set of militia, I might have good enough stats to clear Zemail on my warrior. Level sync will cap our substats, so we wouldn't get any more tenacity or HP, but we would get a huge boost in critical hit, since we weren't at the cap for that previously. What originally started as a fun distraction for glamour turned into an epiphany. There was still a chance for us to beat Batraal, though in the usual fashion, we get immediately distracted with the treasure map. One quick map boss later, nothing too useful out of this one. Getting back on track, the first thing we need are some crafter upgrades. Raptor skin and black alumin for leather, iron ore and cobalt ore for cobalt ingots, and some earth shards to make a cobalt file, some more cobalt ore for ingots, and boar leather to make a new hammer for my blacksmith. We needed these 2 upgrades so our most important craft would end up high quality. Dark steel ore into nuggets, nuggets into rivets, and some shark oil from our first map to make high quality militia pliers for my armorer. After a bit more dark steel and cobalt rings, our second armor piece is a high quality helmet. For our new pants, we needed a special item called Dodore leather. Eorzean database says that there's only one way to get Dodore leather. The Dodore wing needed to craft it could be found in Aurum Vale. Even if we could get Dodore leather, we would still need better weaver gear, so before heading into the Vale, basilisk eggs into whetstone, and an electrum ingot to make an electrum needle. We picked up a new friend from a tree and got back to work on our new pants. Woolen yarn, silkworm cocoons and water to make silk threads, dark steel rivets, and woolen cloth. We stalled for as long as we could, but the only thing left was Dodore leather, so it was time for Aurum Vale. But after a few attempts, we weren't able to get past the first boss, so we needed to look for other options. Thankfully, Eorzean database isn't exactly accurate, and there was one other way for us to get Dodore wings. Leatherworker leaves and Whitebrim have a 2% chance to give Dodore wings, and there was an easy one that only needed 1 Pice skin to complete. 4 turn-ins later, we managed to get our Dodore wing leave, and after some quick foreskin moccasins, we had all the items for our pants, plus a level 54 Leatherworker. Dodora leather made, and our militia trousers were finished. Now all that was left were the gloves and boots. Mahogany logs into mahogany lumber, and a mithril ingot to make a new tool for our leatherworker, linseed oil, more mithril ingots, and some oak lumber for our final leatherworker upgrade. Hippogriff skins into leather, a few dark steel plates, and some cobalt rings to make militia sabatons and militia gauntlets. Our full militia armor made, it was time to attempt Batraal. The all-seeing eye, a fight that normally took us 15 minutes to get to and complete, was finished in just 13, followed by beating Tollard about 10 minutes faster than usual. It was clear that the gear was making a difference, and we had a real chance at this. Things were looking good for our first attempt back, but right before 3rd Crystal, Batraal took us down. It felt like it was still just barely out of reach, but I still had one last trick up my sleeve. Someone had left a comment on the last video suggesting I check out Aethertruck, another Final Fantasy XIV YouTuber that had some videos on something called spinning enemies. Basically, if I could manage to keep a constant circle and stay on the boss's left side, he wouldn't be able to use any abilities and would only auto-attack. I had done a ton of practice for this strat off stream, but it was incredibly difficult to pull off with my controls. Mouse and keyboard just weren't going to cut it. So I needed a controller's movement, but I had no idea how to play Final Fantasy XIV with a controller, and I didn't have to. I could use the controller in my left hand for my character's movement, and the mouse in my right hand to use abilities. We were multi-control scheme drifting. Even with a controller, I couldn't do it perfectly, but I would at least prevent a few attacks. 2 crystals down, I was starting to get the hang of it and dodging Grim Fates, and with the last crystal finished, we were in the final stretch.
Yes! No way, dude! Oh my god! Oh my god!
And so, finally, Zamail was finished, and we were 1 rank away from our goal.
We did it. We did it. Sergeant Only, we've received word of your success. Have these seals along with our congratulations on a job well done. Apply for promotion. I did 800 off. Chief Flame Sergeant. Wow, I'm still shaking.
With Zamail done, we're closer than ever to unlocking the best crafts in A Realm Reborn. There was just one more thing standing in our way. Aurum Vale. Still filled with adrenaline from completing Zamail, we take the chance to jump into Aurum and test things out. Though we were briefly distracted by the Moogle tombstones we got, that's more defense than my entire armor set gives me. That's crazy. I'm not gonna do it, but that's crazy. Get some fireworks, why not? Gorgeous. It was time for our first Aurum Vale attempt. As you can tell by this completely unbiased poll of the community, Aurum Vale is the worst dungeon in A Realm Reborn. With hands down the most vicious and unforgiving starting room of any dungeon, it's easy to see why it's nicknamed the Sprout Killer. Acid pools that drain your health force you to take odd paths, heading straight into hordes of monsters. Mushrooms with proximity aggro that crush you with their auto attacks, frogs that drag you around the room, and patrols that catch you at your lowest moments. For the very beginning of the dungeon, this is about as hard as it gets. Since this was our first attempt, our goal was to see how far we could get on the first boss, Locksmith, so we used the Hiss strat to get started. Locksmith is a nightmare for a solo. With our reliance on potions and Storm's Path to heal, any damage over time effects are normally run enders. Thinking back on Cutter's Cry, the dot from second boss prevented us from ever clearing it, which meant that for this entire fight, we weren't just focused on out-healing the boss's damage. We would also have to periodically use the Morble Fruit in the arena to clear any dots. The worst part of that being that Locksmith can interrupt you with an auto attack, making it even harder to manage. Alongside those damage over times, there was an undodgeable tank buster, 100 lashings, that burnt through our potions and healing. So with all that, our attempts to fight Locksmith ended in failure. Before we ended our runs for the day, there was something we had to test out. another strategy from Hist that would make this fight much easier to handle. But we'll go into more details on that later. Our first Aurum Vale run completed, it was time to start on a new side goal. Palace of the Dead gives titles to players for clearing certain floor sets solo. Floors 1 to 100 and floors 1 to 200. 1 to 200, the Necromancer, seemed a bit out of reach. Even though it's considered one of the best titles a player can get, there was one that I thought would fit us better. Clearing floors 1 to 100 as a solo gets you Lonely Explorer, the perfect title for solo only. To get this though, we would have to make it from the very beginning all the way to floor 100 without dying a single time, a feat I had never managed before. And since I knew we were going for this title at some point, I figured it was a good chance to start our first run. We've done this dance plenty of times before, so 1 to 10 is finished pretty quickly. Since we had to take this run seriously, we jumped out for a moment to get the biggest advantage magical classes get in Palace. One of the most dangerous traps in Palace is a Silence Pacify. Both debuffs will prevent you from attacking with anything other than abilities for 30 seconds, which is more than enough time to die to auto attacks. For physical classes, you're stuck for the whole 30 seconds, but for casters, you can use a potion called Echo Drops to remove the silence immediately. But we needed some water shards first. With our new Echo Drops in hand, the run continues. Floor 20 boss goes down without much effort, and the floor 30 shortly after. Our first Aurum Vale attempt and the start of our palace grind done, it was the end of day 1. Day 2 starts and we kick things off with preparing to take on Aurum Vale. The first thing on our list is X potions, but since I don't have the stats to make them, we'll need to head back into Palace to grab them as drops. Which of course is the perfect excuse to continue our title run. 40 minutes later, Ixtab was dead, and we made it out with 33 X potions. 33 potions isn't a lot, but we had a fallback plan of using my hundreds of max potions if I ran out. A longer cooldown between heals, but it would work if we could make it past Locksmith. Next is our bi-weekly Mud Puppy population control and restocking our Eft stakes. Prep work done, we were back in Aurum Vale for another attempt. The first run of the day ended pretty quickly to lashings, but I still needed to get used to Locksmith's mechanics. During one of the learning runs though, we ran into a big problem. Vintage Bill is damaged. This is an emergency. Since I ran out of dark matter to fix my gear, we left the Vale to get everything fixed up. Dark matter obtained, we went back in for another try. This run was getting a lot further into the fight and made it to the first major checkpoint. At around 60% health, Locksmith will start to use gold dust twice in a row every time it casts it. It might not seem like much, but it gives us a lot of extra time for potion cooldowns, and if managed properly, we can use it to get free attacks in or fruits to cleanse the damage over time. Not long after though, we made a few too many mistakes in the fight and lost at 39%. After a very quick death on our next attempt, it seemed like it was time to look for new upgrades. Our armor was already the best it could be before clearing Aurum Vale, so we needed to find upgraded accessories or an upgrade for Bill. Accessories seemed like a good place to start, especially since some would have a very large boost to vitality, but there was one more item we could chase down. Rampager would be a great boost to Bill's stats, and all we needed to craft it was dark steel and spruce lumber. But we ran into one problem. Without melding my gear or clearing Aurum Vale to get artisan equipment, we couldn't get the stats needed to craft it, even if we used high-level food. So the only option left for a weapon upgrade was the Barbarian's Bardage, which posed its own problems. The bloody Bardage head needed to craft it seemed to only come from a chest in Wanderer's Palace, a level 50 dungeon that's well out of our league. I was almost certain we wouldn't be able to get it, since the only chest with a chance at it was after the second boss, but we had to try. And after every mitigation I have, and being forced to pop Holmgang, we managed to take out one Tonberry. Further into the dungeon, when groups of 3 enemies started to appear, we couldn't manage to beat a single thing. And since we had to kill certain mobs to progress, the Hist strat wouldn't get us anywhere. So Wanderer's Palace was a bust, and our weapon upgrade was out of reach. With our dungeon attempts finished, I had other things to do today, and this was the end of day 2. Waking up on day 3, I wanted to give Locksmith one more attempt before grinding out new accessories. After all of the practice over the last few days, I was feeling confident that I finally had the strategy to kill it down. You may have noticed in some of the earlier boss attempts that I hang around this specific tree root. Well, that's because this root is the only reason we can kill Locksmith. Standing behind this root allows us to break Locksmith's line of sight, preventing it from hitting us with abilities. It can still auto-attack us, and we can't hit it since it breaks our line of sight, but if we timed it right, we could step behind the root just before the boss uses 100 lashings and dodge the damage from it. The only problem is if we're behind the root when Locksmith used gold dust, it would move over to aim it at us and force me to drag it to a different area in the arena before I could dodge lashing again. To my surprise, the strat was working perfectly today, and Locksmith was finally down. The whole goal of the stream was basically getting past Locksmith, so I don't know what I'm gonna do if I just get this done immediately. Our fancy footwork got us past a few enemies, and it was time for the next boss, Coin Counter. Hello, Coin Counter. I don't remember what you do, I will be completely honest with you, but I have a feeling that if I run in circles until you do an ability, I will remember what you do. Coin Counter is, well, he tries his best, but all he has is AoEs and a few dodgeable big hits, so this is an easy fight. Okay, so Coin Counter was just a podcast. That was not a fight. So I hope you had a good time with the momentary Vale podcast. We're moving on. Another boss down, there was only one fight left. Navigating through an endless amount of marbles, we were finally at the end. Locksmith 2.0 sounds terrible at the moment, actually, because I only killed Locksmith because of the wall. It wouldn't be that far off to call the Miser's mistress Locksmith 2.0, but she was much easier to fight. While Locksmith had an unavoidable tank buster, Mistress used Vine Probe, a casted AoE tank buster that you can dodge with the right movement. And just like Locksmith, she had a damage over time we had to cleanse with fruit. Once she was at 55%, she summoned a group of Morble fruits which had to be killed quickly. If any of them were left alive for too long, they would become Morbles and start dealing tons of damage. Thankfully though, they all died pretty quickly with a few AoEs. And that was all of her mechanics. With nothing left to surprise us, the mistress went down on the first try. It was a pleasure to see you, Miser's mistress. Vale was a dungeon. Do you think there's anyone that could have possibly expected that Zamail was 10 times harder than Vale? I definitely didn't. Our quest was complete, and it was finally time to unlock our next rank. I do not have anywhere near enough seals. Okay, alright. After trading in every dungeon drop we had gotten, we were still about 500 seals off of getting the promotion. We grab a drop from Wanderer's Palace, make some crazy weapon I don't dare try to pronounce, and catch a seahorse for turn-ins. We had overshot it a little bit, but finally, after all of this work, we reached 2nd Flame Lieutenant. The rank we needed achieved, we could get our new crafter gear and unlock... That's a lot of seals. Before grinding out the seals we needed, we took a break to do some fishing and leaf quests to level up. Chasing after our gear upgrades, we start with finishing the supply missions. A few pie doughs, some cinnamon and maple sap, maple syrup into maple sugar, mirror apples, a few almonds, and a tiny crown. I kind of want a tiny crown for myself. To make a high-quality crowned pie, which gets us 730 seals and level 50 on my culinarian. Next, we jump into Zamail to get items for expert deliveries. To speed things up, we tried a few runs on Ninja, using Hide to grab the first bronze chest without much effort. But in the later rooms, the AoE from the eye would knock us out of stealth, so it didn't really work out. We gave Wanderer's Palace another chance, running to the first bronze chest, but it was inconsistent, and we didn't get the armor drop that often anyway. A few expert deliveries later, we were at 3,500 seals. Not even halfway to our target, it was time to speed things up with the Grand Company hunting log. After being lost in Ugamaro mines for longer than I'm willing to admit, we had enough seals and our new crafting gear was finally unlocked. Just the new hammer on its own brought my blacksmith from 291 craftsmanship and 264 control to 340 and 294 respectively. A gigantic jump. But more important than that, we finally had a main hand tool above eye level 50 and we can unlock Masterwork crafts. Without these, there was almost no chance to survive the next main scenario dungeons. And now that they're unlocked, we can start working towards exponentially stronger equipment. Talon mainly offers the Masterwork books, but he also has a lot of other unobtainable items that we can work for. The best non-quest tools for my gatherers, and the rest of the artisan set for my crafters. So the first target was a full set of artisan's gear. The tool that I got for my blacksmith still left my other classes with very low stats and poor gear, but if we could get this entire set, every class could use it, and I could avoid grinding more company seals to get main hand tools. But to get them, we needed to unlock our first Masterwork book. Darksteel ore obtained, we were going to need more company seals for the other ingredient. As you might have noticed, my gatherer gear was terribly underleveled. To get our new pickaxe, we would need umbral rocks, and with our current stats, we'd be lucky if we got 1 to 2 of them, let alone 20. And we didn't even have the stats we needed to get a Masterwork book. There was a lot to do. I needed a better offhand for my blacksmith so I could start trading for artisan gear. We get pretty lucky with a high quality hippogriff leather, grab some fire crystals and earth crystals, discover I have all of the items for new gloves for my miner, make some fancy new gloves, and some undyed felt and hippogriff leather for some new mining boots. Okay, so we got a bit distracted, but I needed the mining gear at some point anyway. Back on track, we grabbed a few hippogriff skins, made some darksteel nuggets, and finished our new blacksmith offhand. Now that we had the stats to make a darksteel ingot, we needed the last material from Grand Company. Thankfully, there were 2 targets left on the hunting log that got us exactly enough seals. Copious amounts of coke acquired, the darksteel ingot was crafted, and then immediately traded to Talon. And we had our first Masterwork recipes unlocked. Next, we're focused back on our artisan gear, which would take 5 dark steel hooks. With every craft requiring high quality, we had to stop relying on luck and finally get some crafting accessories. Starting with a sinking minnow lure, we catch some red coral, grab electrum ore for electrum ingots to make a red coral earring. Then, with some more electrum ingots and raptor leather, we make a new necklace. A rosewood spinning wheel for my weaver, a new saw for my carpenter, spruce lumber and dark steel for a new goldsmith offhand, and 5 rose gold ingots to make 2 aetherite rings and militia wristlets. And so, for the first time, we had a full set of crafter accessories. We were going to need a lot of dark steel, so I threw together a new macro. Grabbed some cod for a nice meal, made that meal into a better meal, got some last minute shards, and crafted 5 high quality dark steel hooks. Finishing up and turning them all in, we had our full set of artisan's gear. Now that our gear was finished, it was time to start thinking about our warrior gear, but that would have to be for another day. Feeling incredibly accomplished at finishing another long grind, it was the end of day 3. Day 4 starts, and for the first time in a long while, it was time to progress the MSQ and see what we were up against. Meeting back up with Alphino, we head towards the end of 2.0 and get our first real reminder of what we've been spending all of this time crafting and gathering to beat. It has been so long since we last did MSQ, I forgot to use it for leveling my gatherers. My Fisher was too low level to turn in any of the quests, and it was the last class we needed experience for, so we took a break to level it up. Tragedy struck as we wasted our daily map, but we hit level 44 pretty quickly. Then, of course, I forgot to swap to Fisher to turn the quest in, and the next quest was level 46, so it was back to fishing. 46 obtained. The fishing is over. Another jump in quest levels, Fisher was abandoned for now, and we moved on to a quest I had been looking forward to for a long time. Shield Bro, Ridatin, used to be one of my favorite fights to get in roulettes. Entire parties spending the loading time talking as if it was the hardest fight in A Realm Reborn. It was always a highlight of my day to load into Cape Westwind, though I hadn't seen him since his new changes. And nothing could have possibly prepared me for it. I need to set some way markers down. Gotta make sure that we're all set for this, that we're ready to go. 1, 2 for meteors. Those are starting meteors. That should be full coverage. Look at that. He has a line AoE. If I had gone to the CD markers for that one, that would have been terrible, but we need mitigations? Mitigations on boss? Hello? He has an enrage mechanic? I don't believe it. Yeah, come on, Shield Bro. Let's go. So we go over to 2 marker for the first drops. Then we head towards 1 for safety. There we go. And we get the safe spot here. Head back over towards 2 for second drops. This is actually a fight. Hold on. This has real mechanics to it. This is incredible. I can't believe they made it a real fight. Oh my god, Shield Bro, your day has come. This is beautiful. I've got tears in my eyes. Genuinely the hardest part of A Realm Reborn. I don't disagree with you. They made the meme real. And so, with Shield Bro defeated, it was time to continue on and... Oh, wait, he's back at it. This is a 4-phase fight, baby. What is this? This is ridiculous. This is amazing. Is this the enrage? He's just gonna home gang me and hold me in the fire? He's just gonna die to the fire now. No, wait, how do I heal him? You must Shield Bro. No, no. I'm abandoning the quest. I'm redoing the quest. I can't abandon the quest. Shield Bro, no. Way to go, boss. Thanks, Minakazuki. I'm so happy that Shield Bro got his day. I'm so happy. With Shield Bro actually defeated this time, there was nothing left to stand in our way, and we reach Castrum. Castrum is the first of the final 2 dungeons and an immediate wall to our progress. The first group has 5 enemies, the most we've ever dealt with at one time. Bit by bit, slowly but surely, with plenty of time to run for potion cooldowns, the first group goes down. Now, we get 6 enemies. And after a few deaths, that group was down as well. While fighting the next group, one of the gamers in chat told us how to turn off that incessant humming sound. Ambient sounds. There we go. And after 20 minutes to clear out the first mobs, we were at the first boss, the Black Eft. A walking disaster of a boss, the Black Eft makes every other fight pale in comparison. He starts with 4 adds, 2 magic casters, and 2 melees. 20 seconds into the fight, he spawns another group of adds, this time 3 casters and 3 melees. If you somehow manage to survive the constant damage from the casters, it only gets worse from here. 30 seconds after his last summon, he'll add 2 colossi to the mix, each dealing massive amounts of damage. This was not a fight we would be able to do with subpar equipment. We gave it another shot, but died again at the Colossi summit. With the new wall fresh in our minds, we stepped out to do some planning. We were going to need the best possible equipment for Warrior, which brings us back to grinding for Masterwork books. While we were planning things out, I took the chance to check the Hunt Bill Master, an NPC vendor with unique, unobtainable items to try and set up a backup plan. If we weren't able to get strong enough gear from crafting, this would be our next best bet, so we took out a toucan just in case. There was one more problem though. To reach the next stage of crafting, Masterwork 2, we needed 2 Fieldcraft Demi-Materia 3s, an item that required ridiculous amounts of luck to get in bulk, and that only came from crafts near the level of artisan gear. Throwing together a Darksteel hook for later, the Fieldcrafts seemed far out of reach, but they were necessary to take down the Black F. We have an insane amount of work to do if we want to take on Castrum. The Black F is going to require high stats, a perfect plan, and a lot of luck. For now, we're focused on those high stats, so we need Masterwork 2 from our armorer to make the best possible crafted gear, Woots. Day 1 begins the hunt for Fieldcraft Demi-Materia 3. We'll need 2 of these items for the next Armorer Masterwork book, so our progression was hinging on RNG. Fieldcraft 3s only come from desynthing high-level gear. The best options we had without purchasing items from an NPC were the artisan gear we traded for last video, and the forager gear from our gatherers. To make the item we needed for our Masterwork books, we were going to need higher level crafting food, so we start with leveling Fisher. Getting back on track, we grab some mudstone for a mudstone whetstone, and craft some silver ingots to make some silver spoon lures and get to fishing. Our Grand Company turn-in was a goblin perch, so that's our first target. But after about an hour of trying for a 1% chance to mooch the fish, we decided to move on to some other leveling methods. Desynthing all of our fish, we move over to Mordona for some leave quests. A few sledge skippers later, we were level 52. Now, with all of our gatherers at level 50, it was time to check in on what we needed to upgrade our gathering gear. The main upgrade for our fisher, the forager's rod, required us to catch 6 silver sovereign. With our current stats, that wasn't an option, so we changed our focus back over to mining for umbral rocks. To get the umbral rocks, we needed to replace our old mining gear with some fancy new pieces. Forager Sledgehammer briefly seemed like an option, but ended up being ridiculously expensive in Grand Company seals. With that in mind, we're getting some new gear. First is some earth crystals for hippogriff leather, and some effervescent water for natron and undyed felt, silk threads and woolen yarn, and zinc ore for a brass ingot to make a miner's shirt and miner's slops. After a few minutes digging through the crafting log, we found our last piece, the Hamlet helmet. Rose gold and some dark steel nuggets later, the helmet was made and our new mining armor was complete.
What a cool mining item.
Next up were the tools. Spruce lumber, altgoat horns for horn glue, and more dark steel gets us our malicious sledgehammer. Then some boar's leather, rosewood logs for rosewood lumber, and cobalt ore into cobalt ingots to make a cobalt plate and our new pickaxe. With 313 perception, we almost had enough to get our umbral rocks. We just needed one more push. Venetian lettuce, a wild onion, a quick detour for some water clusters, being bribed to sort my inventory.
We'll sort the inventory.
Okay, alright. I'll go sort.
For high intensity sorting gameplay, we're gonna make it a very big window.
Sorting greater than tomatoes. I don't particularly agree for the keep sorting. No, I can't. My tomatoes.
Okay, I'll sort on the way.
Some Zamail tomatoes.
All right, back to business.
More sorting.
We've done it. We have succeeded.
Solo's inventory is sorted.
A quick treasure map, and then finally stop to craft our land trap salad. With our new food in hand, we grab some ferberite for future crafts, make a basilisk whetstone, and make a militia bracelet for more GP. Then we got caught on a new accessory kit. We grab some electrum ore for electrum ingots and make a new earring. Shortly after, we grab our first umbral rocks. On our first attempt, we managed to get 18. It wasn't enough for a new pickaxe, but it was more than enough for a new hat. Next, we got some raptor skins for raptor leather to make a raptor skin choker and 2 new rings. Until we got our new pickaxe, this was as good as our mining gear could be. With gathering upgrades done for now, we're back to focusing on demi-materia. We needed an item that was easily farmable, that could desynth into Fieldcraft 3s, and it had to be cheap enough to make them in bulk. The first thought was aetheryte rings, the absolute perfect desynth. Aetheryte rings only have 2 ingredients, a water cluster and a rose gold nugget. With how cheap it was to make, the desynth would always give you the rose gold nugget and the water cluster back, or it would give you a demi-materia. Before spending too much time on the rings, we took a moment to check the forager gear one more time, but it was going to be a horrible grind to get it.
So I need, for every forager craft or artisan craft, I need 15,000 Grand Company seals. Oh, that's really bad.
Even for selling the clothes off my back, I had nowhere near enough to make even one forager tool, so I needed to make another armor set for my botanist. We grab some black alumine for hippogriff leather, craft our botanist work boots, some fleece, and woolen yarn for woolen cloth to make a botanist doublet. With the new bits of gear, we take a moment to plan out our gathering cycle. We needed umbral rocks, silkworm cocoons, and fragrant logs every time they came up. Checking for the best artisan gear turn-ins we could do, we throw together a militia all to boost our leatherworker. And to try to get the stats we needed, we threw some extra materia onto our gear. 3 craftsmanship off, we could finish with a food buff, so it was time to focus on the next problem. We needed Grand Company seals. A lot of them. Our best Grand Company seal methods up to now had been incredibly slow and inconsistent, but while we were browsing for new ideas, a gamer from chat made a discovery.
Oh yeah, 1 hippogriff leather and an undyed woolen cloth.
But first, we needed to know how many seals each craft would get us. 1 hippogriff hunt later, and a pit stop to grab silkworms, fragrant logs, and a bit of ferberite, we made the first militia duckbill, plus a wanderer's palace weapon for good measure. The duckbill and the wanderer's items were the same value, 317 seals. Now we just needed around 50 to 100 more duckbills. Sneaking in a trip to the Umbral Rocks, we finally got our hands on the best pickaxe we can get. From 310 gathering to 358, we wouldn't have to worry about miner gear for a very long time. We spent more time gathering hippogriff skins before remembering that whole aetherite ring bit from earlier. A few desynths later, our dreams were crushed. The aetherite rings could only desynth into demi-materia 2, not 3, so this wasn't an option for getting our masterwork books. For now, our best bet was desynthing forager hats and artisan glasses, which meant a lot of waiting for timed nodes. Dreaming of farming countless hippogriffs in the morning, this was the end of day 1. Day 2 starts and it's time to grind duckbills. Since we were planning on using ninja for the hippogriff and fleece grind, we needed to get our hands on better ninja gear. Before getting started, we set up some in-game alarms for all of the important timed nodes. And with our eyes on a shiny new dagger, it's time to get to work. We grab our daily logs and umbral rocks, restock on wind and earth crystals, craft some militia duckbills, turn them in for 2,000 seals, spend the seals on coke, craft 2 dark steel nuggets for a dark steel ingot to make some misericord blades for our shiny new daggers. With our new daggers finished, it was time to find some hippogriffs. Occasionally, during our grind, hippogriff fates would spawn that got us some extra Grand Company seals while we were grinding for mats. After some quality time with our hippogriffs had passed, we stopped in with our dear friend Talon to check on some things. Right now, it seemed like our best option for Fieldcraft Demi-Materia 3 is going to be Artisan Spectacles and Forager Hats. The next question, of course, is what the best trade-in for the Artisan Spectacles was. After some debate, we decided the best option was silver brocades in Weaver's Masterwork 1 book, so we needed a high-quality Vanya silk. But just before going to get the materials for that, we traded in for some Forager Hats to decent.
This is my moment, my chance for a Fieldcraft Demi-Materia 3? No.
Ooh, but a high-quality Vanya silk!
That works, I will do that turn-in. Thank you very much.
No Fieldcrafts yet, but we managed to get the Goldsmith and Weaver Masterworks without much effort. Plan set, alarms on, it was time to grind. With our first brocade grind behind us, it was time to cash out and try our luck.
10 spectacles. We got 10 attempts at this, gamers.
10 spectacles, and all we needed was 2 demi-materia. And from those 10 spectacles, we got 0. Okay, back to work. That last desynth went so badly that it killed the recordings, so we have to deal with the stream quality for now.
There's no rabbit. I don't know what you're talking about. No, wait. There we go. Perfect.
This time around, we had been grinding for a lot longer before our turn-ins. We managed to get 9 forager hats and 29 artisan spectacles. And now, with a full inventory, our fieldcrafts were practically guaranteed.
It's time for the big payoff we've been waiting for all night.
The forager hats got us absolutely nothing.
I got a demi-materia. That's not what we need, but I guess I'll take it. Do I feel the dread each time I don't see it? Yeah, I really do.
22 spectacles later, it was starting to seem hopeless, but we finally got one ray of hope.
Oh, we got one. Thank God. Thank God. I would have lost it. Went down. And now we're on the streak where we get 4 in a row, right?
Yeah, I don't think anyone believed that.
It's not looking so good, gamers.
With the final desynth, we only got 1 fieldcraft.
All I needed was 2. You couldn't have given me 2, Yoshi P. Come on. What is this? Well, what can we use the Mastercrafts for? Some sandals. Very cool. Great. So that went fantastically. Hist, how's it going? What did you do for your demi-materia? Did you do this? Because I thought that this was the thing that we would do. Maybe I just made a mistake somewhere. You know, I make mistakes all the time.
While we were suffering, Hist had discovered something with a better chance at giving fieldcrafts. Astrolabe clinometers. Crafting them required Grand Company materials, but so long as it gave us a good chance at our demi-materia, it was worth it. Astral rocks for an astral eye, aqueous whetstones and wind clusters for a radiant eye, some more forced inventory sorting, and our first astrolabe clinometer. We got the radiant eye back from our desynth, which meant we could craft another without any more company seals. But that didn't last long. While the gamers cheered me up and we killed hippogriffs for our Grand Company seals, someone in chat stepped on a landmine.
Put a shirt on my ninja glam. You know what? Just for you, Claire, we'll put a shirt on the ninja.
Right before going to get the new shirt, I stopped myself. I liked my current look too much, and I wanted to focus on the duckbill grind. How could I get rid of the Verax plate skirt? And I had no idea what I had done.
Time for me to put on a shirt. There's a good... Stay shirtless. Shirt on.
Emperor News top is clearly the ideal shirt.
Alright, so currently shirt off is winning for the shirt.
Dress on.
No! I hate that!
Shirt on. Final answer.
This better get a mention in the next solo only video. I will probably, if I don't put the Great Shirt War in the solo only video, it will at the very least get its own short little video. Okay, shirt.
After chat meticulously picked out the best outfit for my ninja.
Now that we've got a shirt, it's time for a nice long skirt.
What skirt can I even get?
Feel the dirt beneath your feet. Emperor's boots.
Our new skirt was made, we lost our shoes and gloves, and we were free to get back to our duckbill. After turning them in for 2,700 seals, we got another failed astrolabe. In a desperate attempt to keep my sanity, I made some rose gold cogs and turned in the artisan gear for more seals. After many hours of grinding, I was ready to end the day, so we did one final astrolabe.
This is what we've got. This is the last one. I need one Demi-Materia 3. No, we got it! We actually got it, dude! Oh, thank God. I'm not doing this again. I'm gonna tell you that from right now. This is never happening again.
Originally, I wanted 4 Fieldcraft Demi-Materia 3s, but after that gauntlet, I decided 2 was enough. With that in mind, it was time to get our armor and masterwork books. We got some more coke from the Grand Company, made a high quality dark steel ingot for the first book, unlocked Master Armorer 1, 2 dark steel nuggets for a dark steel wire, 2 more dark steel wires for a hammer, and the last wire with our 2 Fieldcraft Demi-Materia for a reinforced dark steel wire. And with that, the Armorer Masterwork 2 book was in our hand. All of this, and it was only day 2. With Armorer Masterworks unlocked, we could start heading towards the best craftable warrior armor.
The only problem, getting the ingots.
And so, after a big celebration with the gamers from chat, this was the end of day 2. Day 3 starts in a bit of a panic, with the goal for the day being on a strict timer. The first option for getting our Wootz gear was with fishing. The Wootz Zenith Knife Fish has a chance to desynth into Wootz Nuggets, which we could then turn into ingots for our armor. But the Wootz Zenith isn't available that often, and one of the windows to catch it was coming up soon. If we missed it, there was a chance we'd have to wait up to 22 hours for another opportunity. So, filled with adrenaline and a half-eaten bagel on my desk, we're off to the races getting better fishing gear. Hippogriff leather and silver ore for silver ingots and fisher's gloves, undyed felt, and a lot more leather to make a fisher's shirt. And with our shirt, we ran out of time. The fish window opened, and it was available for 6 minutes. Having never fished here before, we started off at the wrong fishing hole. Losing some time to a lack of preparation, I eventually found the right spot. Continuing that lack of preparation, we had to hope that 212 gathering would be enough to catch a big fish. But that wouldn't end up mattering because we never even saw the thing.
The next chance at this fish is not for 12 hours.
With that adrenaline pumping action finished, we could calm down a bit and upgrade the rest of our fishing gear. To get the best fishing rod, the forager's rod, we needed to catch Silver Sovereign. Silver Sovereign required 300 gathering and a Yumizuno. Yumizunos are normally an easy thing to get, but for Zolo, they come with the same problem that the original crayfish ball bait did. To craft a Yumizuno, I need a blacklip oyster, which we could catch with a Yumizuno or buying bait from an NPC. But unlike the crayfish, we could get the Yumizuno from elsewhere. Fishing leaves in Mordona have a chance to give Yumizuno on completion, so we just needed to do some leave quests until they popped up. We started with 2 fishing leaves that got us to level 56, made a cobalt ingot for an easy leave, and managed to get the Yumizuno leave in just 3 turn-ins. One piece of the puzzle down, now we needed 300 gathering. Some snurble tufts, effervescent water and silver ore for natron, undyed felt, and hippogriff leather to make fisher gas skins, and a silver ingot to make fisher's wading boots. With those upgrades, our armor seemed like the best it could be, so next step was a new fishing rod. Some rosewood lumber, crab oil, and mithril ingots later, we had a rosewood fishing rod, and then, with some electrum ore for electrum ingots, and the last shark oil from our saddlebag, we get distracted and run off to make some food. fancy spinach, night milk from buffaloes, apkalo eggs, sunset wheat for flour, rock salt, buffalo milk and mineral water from an NPC, table salt, pie dough, sweet cream for cream cheese, spruce lumber, basilisk eggs for whetstone, starting to feel like this stopped being about food all of a sudden, fire crystals, and dark steel nuggets to make a new offhand for my culinarian, and all those other materials to make our best gathering food, the spinach quiche. After remembering to make our gilded fishing rod and doing a bit of melding, we had over 300 gathering and were ready for our silver sovereign. Heading over to Oshan's torch and equipping our Yumizuno, it was time for some fishing. 30 minutes later, we caught our third silver sovereign and rushed over to Mordona for our new fishing rod. Except we, needed 6, so back to fishing. Another 30 minutes and another 3 sovereigns. This time, we actually got the fishing rod. With a grand total of 356 gathering, after looking up what I needed, we were 5 points off, even with food buff, so we had to change our gear around. Our best option right now was replacing the forager's hat, as it was the only piece of gear I couldn't melt. Thankfully, the Hamlet fisher's hat was pretty cheap, so we just needed to catch a white lip oyster. We fished with some fish for a few minutes, pulled in our oyster, made a technically worse hat, and melded in the gathering we needed. My chat also told me about a fishing ability, Fish Eyes, that would get me another chance at the Woot's Zenith much sooner than waiting 12 hours. Fish Eyes allows you to ignore the time of day for catching a fish, so all we needed was to wait for the right weather. The weather wouldn't be ready for another 30 minutes, so we took the chance to continue our title run in Palace of the Dead. 20 minutes later, our no-death run had made it past floor 50. Heading back over to the fishing spot, our plan was simple. As soon as the weather changed, we used makeshift bait so any size fish could be used to mooch, Fish Eyes to ignore the time of day, and Chum to catch fish faster. Our first Fish Eyes window didn't let us see any Zenith, but after scraping together the GP for another one, we finally got a Zenith on the line.
This is it? Yes? No way! Local Final Fantasy XIV streamer yells at fish.
9 minutes left to catch the fish. I was willing to give it one more chance. In the final moments, we got one more big bite.
It's it. This is it? Please pull it up.
And that one got away too. Sufficiently broken, this was the end of our Woot's fishing attempts.
At the very least, I can say I will not be returning to fishing.
Now we'd be moving on to the second option for Woot's ingots, something that can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In the previous video, I mentioned a side goal was going for a title from Palace of the Dead, The Lonely Explorer. To get this title, we needed to get all the way to floor 100 and beat the boss without dying, then die on floor 101 or above. In a twist of fate, the accursed horde from floor 101 to 150 and 151 to 200 had a chance at giving equipment that could descend into Woot's ingots. So that side goal for our title just became the main goal. You're not able to go past floor 100 if you die at any point during the run, so I would basically have to get the title if I wanted any Woot's ingots. With that, we're once again back in Palace of the Dead. We've done 51 to 60 more times than I can count, so I know this floor set like the back of my hand. After a relaxing 10-floor run to recover from the Woot's fiasco, this was the end of day 3. Day 4 brings the start of our palace grind in earnest. But first, I wanted to try a high-level treasure map.
And as stated, this sets the tone for the rest of the stream. I want you to expect the rest of the day is going to be that level of quality.
Distractions finished, it was time for Palace.
I will be completely honest with all of you. We're heading into uncharted territory for my solo.
On my main character, the furthest I got solo was floor 20 before I lost interest. This was the furthest I had ever been, and I had to constantly reference Maggie's Palace Guide in the middle of the run. I also still walked through the middle of rooms because I only have 2 brain cells. Floors 61 to 70 didn't have any major threats, so we got through the floor set without any issues. And the boss for floor 70, Yaquara, is also pretty simple. Occasionally, it'll drop water puddles on the ground. If it's in those water puddles, it gets haste and kills you quicker. That's it. Floor 70 boss down, and we're on to the next set. 71 to 80 is also an easy floor set for most of it, that is, until you reach the boss. Gudana is the baby version of the main run killer for necromancer attempts. At 17% health, they start channeling Ecliptic Meteor. If you don't manage to kill the boss before it finishes casting, it hits for 80% of your max health. Thankfully, we came in fully prepared for the DPS check and managed to scrape by. With floor 80 done, we finally get a view of the final boss, just 20 floors away. I was starting to get incredibly nervous. Any unlucky frog trap or detonation would mean the end of our run, making us start from floor 1 again. Floors 81 to 90, our biggest fear was the palace bomb. If we didn't kill them quickly after entering combat, they could instantly explode, which would kill me in 1 hit. After getting through all those floors, we're on to the Godmother. Unlike the last 2 bosses, I had to focus on more than just moving and dealing damage. There are 2 main mechanics to the Godmother. The first is summoning a bunch of little bombs and a gray bomb. The gray bomb needs to be killed before it finishes casting, otherwise you're taking an Ecliptic Meteor level of hit, dealing 80% of your max health. And that's not even the worst of it. Her second mechanic spawns a Giddy Bomb somewhere in the arena. While the Giddy Bomb is alive, she channels Massive Burst, an AoE that deals 99% of your max health. To deal with this, you have to line yourself up with the Giddy Bomb and hit it into the Godmother before she finishes the cast. Godmother down,
10 floors left. While there isn't any specific mob that's dangerous on floors 91 to 99, their auto attacks do massive damage, so if I ever pulled more than one, I have a decent chance of dying. Heart beating out of my chest, all that was left was the final boss, Nebeth Obdalor. At 90%, Nebeth will cast his first Summon Darkness. 2 undead will spawn and start attacking the player. If they're killed normally, they respawn after a short period of time, but if they're killed with a Pomander of Resolution, they stay dead. At 65%, he repeats these mechanic and summons another 2 adds. Somewhere between 40 and 50%, he casts it for the last time with 3 more summons. He also adds a new attack into the mix, a massive conal AoE, Doom. If I slip up and get hit by it, it's over. Doom is an unavoidable death. After using all of my resolutions and dodging the Dooms, floor 100 was cleared. Yes, dude! Yes! Yeah! We got the title, gamers. Why am I sad for this guy? He was just evil. Don't close your eyes. 1 goal finished, 1 more to go. Now we had to get lucky. Every floor set above 100 have the good accursed hordes that can get us our Woots ingots. We just needed to live long enough to get them. Accursed hordes on our mind, we don't waste any time and jump right back in. Past floor 100, you start to mirror the previous floors. Floor 101 to 110 is basically a harder version of floors 1 to 10. The biggest threats on these floors are Yarzon, which give a vulnerability up, causing me to take more damage, and Hornets. A final sting from a Hornet is yet another instant kill, so we need to kill them quickly if we ever aggro them. Alicanto is basically just a harder hitting floor 10 boss, so it goes down without much effort. Floors 101 to 110 got us 4 silver sacks, 4 chances at our Woots ingots. Floor 111 to 120 have slimes which can explode and instantly kill you, cobras that eat you if you turn into a frog, and morbles that give massive debuffs. But as long as you dodge all of that, the rest is pretty easy. Alrighty, our best run yet at floor 119. We did what we set out to do, because we have gotten the most important title for solo only, the Lonely Explorer. Now it was time to open our hordes. The items we needed were replica Allegan pieces. Not all of them could desynth for Woots ingots, but some of them can. The iron trimmed got us 1 solid chance at Woots, and it was time for our silvers. A materia, some fancy blue dye, a bow from Titan EX, and a scholar book from Titan EX. Before we desynth our spoils, a chat member mentioned that we had not only gotten the Lonely Explorer title, but we also got a high score, 16th place for summoners on Dynamos. Since then, I've dropped down a spot, but I mean, hey, I'm still up there. And now it's time for desynth. The Tremor Bow got us Demi-Materia of Crags. Not the EX material, but still a very nice drop. The Aiming Pants became a Platinum Ingot, and the Boots of Maiming turned into Kirimu leather. No Woots ingots, so this wouldn't be the last we saw of Palace. Waving goodbye to my first ever title run, this was the end of day 4. The next day, I did some Palace off stream to get back to where we were, starting from floor 51. 4 hours later, we were back at floor 110 and had 16 more chances at our Woots ingots. Day 5 continues our Palace runs with some new information. I had a list of items we could get that would give us our Woots ingots, and the dream of getting some accursed hordes from past floor 150. The gold trim sacks from 151 had a chance at giving Heaven's Word EX weapons for drops. If we were lucky enough, we could get a level 60 axe for my warrior that could carry us through to the end of a realm reborn. Before jumping into Palace, we restock on sustaining potions, make echo drops for silence traps, and craft some lava toad legs for food during the run. The main safeguard for our run was a Pomander of Raisin. With it activated, if I died at any point during the next 10 floors, I would automatically revive on the spot instead of failing the run. We only had one of them though. If I didn't manage to find one soon, we'd be on our own for the next floors. In the end, we managed to get through without using the raising and moved on to the floor 120 boss. Kiritamuka is the same as the floor 20 boss. Kill the bees it summons before they cast Final Sting, and kill boss. Without a Pomander of Raising, we took the next floors very slowly, doing our best to avoid fights as much as possible. The biggest issues on floor 120 to 130 are how stupidly painful the auto attacks have gotten, Minotaurs that use an AoE that can one-shot, and Skatines that can put you to sleep. Halfway through, we found a Pomander of Raising, but I decided to save it until the next floor set. Our dangerous gamble had paid off, and we made it to the next boss. Like the previous two, Alphard is a simple boss. Drop his AoEs on the edge of the room, then run into the center for fear itself. 131 to 140 is a well-deserved break. The only mob that does anything is the Aramen, which can petrify. And after many hours of chat yelling at me, I finally started walking along the walls. 35 minutes later, we're on Appa. Continuing with that well-deserved break, you just use a resolution and you win. Wow, easy boss. Okay, I will take that. All right, okay. I need to live 2 more floor sets. If I make it to floor 160 and I get some of the accursed horde off of 151, we are at the peak. That is our end game. After our brief reprieve, floor 141 is when things started to get bad. Demons can use Charybdis and deal 99% of max health. Gargoyles are mini Batraals that use incredibly painful poisons. Wraiths have a massive room-sized AoE, and Boots and Persona can paralyze. On floor 144, we got caught trying to sneak past a gargoyle and ended up using our raising pomander. Like, that's not just me, right? This is just really suspicious. Stepping on a luring trap, I was forced to use a Pomander of Rage to save my life and finish floor 149. By the skin of our teeth, we made it to Tisiphone. The biggest fear with Tisiphone is her auto attacks and summons. She summons fanatic zombies that rush towards the player, and if any of them reach you, you'll be rooted in place until it's dead, leaving you vulnerable to any of her AoEs. After a long-fought battle, Tisiphone was defeated, and floor 150 was cleared. We did it. Okay, 150 cleared. Now we get to the floor set that's just going to absolutely slaughter me. This is the first floor set that has the super cool aesthetic. Wait, no, I need food. It's a good thing that I brought the stuff for extra food, except I did not bring sunset wheat. After grabbing some wheat, we made some more toad legs and got back to business. With 3 pomanders of intuition to find the accursed horde for us, all we had to do was survive. No specific mob stands out as being a death trap, but the damage from each of them requires us to run away and stay out of auto range for every fight. And I do want to reiterate how gorgeous these floors are. The last thing to know is that from floor 151 onwards, the smallest a floor could be is 5 rooms. Look at that, dude! Look at that room! That is the most terrifying treasure room I have ever seen in my life. A few floors later, we found another one that wasn't avoidable. Luckily, we had a Pomander of Rage to handle things, but even the slightest misstep would mean the end of the run. Using the last resources I had, I cleared out the mobs and we made it to the last floor. With no resources left and 4 accursed hordes in my pocket, the floor set is finished and all that's left is the boss. We've done the weaker version of this boss more times than I can count. Todd's Ritter, a harder variant of the floor 60 boss, felt like an old friend. And so, with muscle memory kicking in, floor 160 was finished, and we had our first gold sack. I love this. This is gorgeous. Let's just take a quick look at what we have. From the iron and silver trimmed sacks, we need the replica Allegan. Any weapon, really, any like metal weapon. Here we go. Iron trimmed first. That's 1. 2 chances at Woot's ingots. 3 pieces. 4 chances. Okay, the silver. That's another chance at Woot's. And another chance at wood. If I can just get an axe here, we're set. I don't have to worry about anything else. That was close. Almost an axe. Still got 3 more. It's okay. That's a chance at Woots. So we didn't get anything too amazing from the gold sacks, but we got 2 dead hive pieces. Now it was time to descend. For a full set of Woot's armor, we needed 14 total ingots. 5 ingots to make the chest piece, and 3 ingots for everything else. The Tremor Cane got us 4 Battlecraft Demi-Materia, and 2 unlucky descents later, while rushing through the menus, we finally got some. 4 of them? That's an entire armor piece! After descenting all of our items, we ended up with a grand total of 7 ingots. Halfway to a full set, this would get us 2 armor pieces. And those 2 armor pieces would be enough. For anything that wasn't a Woot's armor piece, we would be using Wolfram, so we spent some time planning out our final gear. Armor chosen, we had some crafting to do. Our final set was going to be a heavy Wolfram helmet, chest, and pants, and Woot's gloves and boots. With that, we should finally be able to take on the Black F. Shellite for a Wolfram square, Platinum ore for platinum nuggets, and a few pieces of hippogriff leather make our Woot's sabotage. Insufficient craftsmanship. 451? What? Okay, turns out I didn't have the stats to craft the things, so we needed to upgrade our crafter gear. We grabbed some Lenosian Leek for a new food buff, but since we needed higher craftsmanship and control, food wasn't going to be enough. The best tool we could get was Artisan Pliers, which needed quick hardening sealant. Alongside the pliers, some armor crafts needed Terminus Putty, which required the Alchemist Masterwork recipes. But even with high quality Artisan Pliers, it still wouldn't be enough, so we had to rely on materia as well. We stopped in with Mutamix to trade our useless materia for random ones and ended up getting pretty lucky. We spent a bit too much time gambling, but ended up with a lot of materia we needed. The plan right now was to use materia to hit the control requirement and chilled Popoto soup for the craftsmanship requirement. It would require a lot of dumb luck, but it was doable. Exhausted from the roller coaster of emotions, this was the end of day 5. Day 6 begins and we're focused on finishing our gear. We start things off with some quick math for the artisan pliers. It seemed like we would need around 15,000 seals to buy all the materials, which meant we needed to craft around 35 to 40 militia duckbills. We spent the next 2 hours killing hippogriffs and caracal, grabbed some black alumine, wind crystals, lightning shards, and earth crystals, made 34 duckbills, and turned them all in for 15,000 seals. The quick hardening sealant cost just under 14,000, and we had enough left over for 1 shellite. But I forgot we needed coke for the dark steel ingot, who was back to killing hippogriffs. 6 duckbills later, we grab our coke, craft a wolfram ingot, a dark steel ingot, and shark oil to make high quality artisan's pliers. The artisan pliers got us to 391 control, but to craft our woots gear, we needed 407, so we would have to use materia for the missing 16 points. After pentamelding my militia wrists and finishing off with a ring, we landed at a comfortable 408 control. With our control finished, we needed a food buff for our craftsmanship. Popotos, Highland parsley, and buffalo milk or smooth butter gets us our high quality chilled popoto soup. Now that we had the stats, we did a final turn in of forager hats and duckbills for 1 more shellite. Platinum ore into platinum nuggets, and the shellite for a wolfram square makes our woots gauntlets and woots sabatons. The jump to woots from our previous gear was gigantic, both in defense and offense. Before we started the long grind to make our wolfram armor, I wanted to do a shorter one, so it was finally time to get Bill some new stats. More duckbills for seals, a dark steel ingot for a rampager head, to get Bill his long overdue upgrade. With our new gear in hand, it was time to give Castrum another shot. Level sync had us dying at the same time as before, it would look like we had to use Silence Echo. Queuing back in with Silence Echo on, it was time to see if our gear made any difference. Facing the Black Eft again, we finally managed to see the last ad wave. It still seemed far off, but we were making progress. Our castrum clear was closer than ever. With the biggest chunk of our crafting finished and our Woots armor pieces obtained, it was time to finish our planned gear. I put together a list of all the items I needed to craft before the day was done so we'd be ready to take on castrum. 3 pieces of armor, 5 new accessories, and the 4 masterwork books I hadn't gotten yet. Our wolfram gear needed a material called Terminus Putty, which was locked behind the alchemist masterwork recipes. So first thing on the list is a growth formula delta concentrate. The main ingredient we needed, trillium bulbs, wasn't available just yet, so we needed to fill the time with something else. On the other hand, we have plenty of rose gold, so we actually start the day off by crafting our new accessories. Hippogriff leather, some umbral rocks, basilisk eggs, cobalt ore, copper ore, and wind crystals, or basilisk whetstones, and rose gold nuggets. To craft our accessories, we needed more clusters, which wouldn't be up for a while, so we took a quick detour for another item on the list. For our culinary and masterworks, we needed a sauteed coeurl, so we grabbed some coeurl meat while waiting. The sauteed coeurl needed another timed node, the volcanic rock salt, so we're back to waiting. Shortly after, we grabbed our wind clusters, bought the lime sulfur for our alchemist item, crafted a rose gold earring and rose gold necklace, mined some fancy rock salt, and made our sauteed coeurl. Trading in the coeurl gets us our first masterwork unlock of the day, culinarian. With a new masterwork unlocked, the main recipe for upgrades was a spicy tomato relish, which we had most of the ingredients for already. We run off to grab some noble grapes and cinnamon for dark vinegar and a spicy relish. After all these distractions, our trillium bulbs were finally available. Checking in with Talon, we needed 5 tomato relish to upgrade our gear, so we put that off to the side for now. We mined some cinnabar for quicksilver, a spruce lumber, some dark steel nuggets, and a new offhand from my alchemist to make our high quality growth formula delta concentrate. And with that, we've got our second masterwork book for the day. After remembering our accessories, we make a rose gold bracelet and 2 rose gold rings. That finishes off most of our crafting checklist, so next up is our armor. Trading in our fragrant logs and umbral rocks for forager hats, and our hats for Grand Company seals, we buy 2 filtered water and 6 tawny latex to make our terminus putty, but as per usual, I don't have the craftsmanship to make it, so we need some gear upgrades. For the best alchemist tool, we need spirits of salt to trade with Talon. Spirits of salt require vitriol, an uncraftable item, so we unlock the Cobalt Beast tribe and buy it from their merchant. Vitriol in hand, we grab some lightning shards, fire clusters, noble grapes, and cinnamon to make 4 more spicy relish, and 5 spirits of salt for our new alchemist and culinarian tools. Fate fail, what did I do?
And with our new alchemist tool, the terminus putty for our armor was finished. For the rest of the materials, we needed a lot of Grand Company seals, 7,500 to be exact. Caracal for fleece and black alumine to make undyed woolen threads into cloth, hippogriff leather, more forager gear from Talon, and 17 militia duckbills to trade in for 7,100 seals. 1 quick rose gold bracelet later, we had 7,500, just enough to get 5 shellite. We meld our gear so we don't need to use food for our crafting, turn the shellite into wolfram ingots, make some dark steel nuggets for dark steel rings and plates,
and some hippogriff leather to make our heavy wolfram helmet, chest, and pants. At long last, the armor we needed to clear Castrum was done. Our new gear got us over 6,000 health and plenty of better substats to make the Black Eft much more manageable. The last thing on our Castrum checklist, aside from completionist masterwork books, was a new food buff, Popoto pancakes. Mirror apples, nutmeg, sunset wheat, apkalo eggs, and wheat flour to make Popoto pancakes. Upgrades finished and Silence Echo turned on, we're finally back in Castrum.
Wait, no, hold on. Fragrant logs? We're gonna have to get out of here, gamers.
It's been a while since we last visited this place, so let's do a quick recap. Previously, the pools of enemies were so overpowering that we had to single target to keep ourselves alive, but with our new stats, we could use AoEs to kill them quicker. At least we managed to do it once. And no wonder, because chat pointed out that I still had my old armor on. With our proper armor on, the second group died a lot faster. After 4 groups of enemies, we're back to the Black Eft, the most powerful boss we've faced yet. Even with our gear upgrades, I wasn't sure we could win. The only thing that makes the Black Eft difficult are its adds. Starting the fight with 4 adds total, 2 magic and 2 melee. 30 seconds into the fight, it spawns another 3 magic and 3 melee. 10 adds to deal with and AoEs to heal through. This wasn't even the worst part. Further into the fight, he spawns 2 colossi, hard-hitting adds with a bigger health pool. And then if you manage to survive all that, he summons 2 more colossi, melee, and magic adds. 4 total waves of enemies to deal with. This fight was more like a marathon than a battle. But this time around, we had a trick up our sleeve. Since the Black Eft starts with adds, we could attack one of them from range, pull it out of the arena, and build up our beast gauge before starting the fight. With 100 beast gauge and our damage buff, Surging Tempest, we'd be starting the fight with a huge amount of damage stored up and ready for whenever we needed it. The plan was to save all of that damage until the first adds spawn, and then burst down the mages as fast as possible. This strat was going so well, the only mitigation we had to use was arm's length to slow down the melees. We were consistently reaching the final add phase, but by the time I got there, we had nothing left to heal back up with. Our last resort was another new strat, using an X potion first as early as possible to make sure our max potion was off cooldown by the time the colossi spawned. This pushed us the furthest we had ever gotten, taking down both of the final mages, but it still wasn't enough. As we were using the best crafted gear we could make, we had to start looking outside of the crafting log. After some unlucky materia gambling at Mutamix, we needed a new plan. The last craftable upgrade we could make was a tremor axe, but it was incredibly unlikely. To make a tremor axe, we needed a crag heart, a rare material from Titan EX. The only chance we had to get it was desynthing our scholar book, which relied on alchemist desynths. If you didn't know, alchemist is one of the worst classes to get desynth levels for. None of the potions could be desynthed, so we had to make complex weapon recipes for every point. And we were looking at upwards of 95 crafts to get an okay chance at the crag heart. After a bit of searching, we decided to try using Wand of Gales, which needed an Eye of Wind and a Growth Formula Gamma. After 20 minutes of killing Ked traps, we had 2 blue land trap leaves, got some wind rocks for Eyes of Wind, cinnabar, rock salt, and a rosewood branch to make Growth Formula Gamma and a Wand of Gales. With how low our desynth level was, the first desynth got us 3.6 and a total of 15 points. The next gave us another 3 and then immediately dropped off to 1.8. 3 wands later, we were stuck around 1 skill gain per desynth, which would mean a minimum of 70 more crafts before we had our improved chance for a crag heart. We still had a chance at low desynth, just not a very good one. So we decided to take the gamble and lost. That may have been our only chance at a craftable upgrade, but we still had other options. The allied seal vendor at the Grand Company had a selection of unobtainable gear we could use to boost our stats. I wanted to keep this to a minimum though, so we went with upgrades for our weakest pieces, our accessories. From eye level 70 to 110, a mixture of Noct and Glom accessories gets us another 700 health and even better substats. We took a quick break from theory crafting with a map, and it was time to return to Castrum. Oh, and a quick tip, if you ever want to get rid of the alarms in Castrum, just mute your ambient sounds. All of the trash mobs down, we're back at the Black Eft. After a few failed attempts, we had our best run yet, but with only 2 adds left alive, the boss finished us off with his ranged attacks before we could heal, and our next attempt met the same fate. To finish things off, there was one more upgrade we could get. All of our palace grinding had gotten us enough tomestones of poetics to get an eye level 130 weapon. The only equivalent to that was unobtainable, as we would have to clear the binding coils of Bahamut.
Just in case you were wondering what the difference is, that is 34 vitality. It is a 6 physical damage boost, and that's 32 strength. What do you mean poor Bill? It's still Bill. Bill has just devoured their stats.
But even with the new axe, this was nowhere close to easy. We had everything we needed, we were so close to victory. Now all that was left was getting a perfect run.
That was it. That was the one. I need to live. Okay, I got it. We're good. And we're on boss. That's done.
Oh, please be a victory lap. Have a potent poisoning potion. I can't deal with you right now, Black Eft. This needs to be it. This seemed like it was it, but we couldn't relax just yet since I didn't know the rest of the fight.
It's handed to me on a silver platter at this point. Like, the fight is done, but I'm still so ridiculously nervous. There's, in the back of my mind, there's just the thought of what if he summons another set of vets? What am I gonna do?
Oh, first boss down! After over a month of preparing to fight one boss, it was finally over. The Black Eft was defeated, and we could see the rest of the dungeon. Now, just like Stone Vigil, we were on a timer. I had 66 minutes to get through all of the ads in this dungeon and beat 2 more bosses, or I would be starting right back at the beginning. After 3 more ad pulls and dodging AoEs, we were at the second boss, the Magitech Vanguard F1. A much simpler boss than the Black Eft, the Vanguard boils down to move away from the distance-based damage, dodge some big flashy AoEs, some normal AoEs, and survive a tank buster. So he went down pretty easy.
Warrior number 1, yeah, get me out of here. You know, you might have scared me a bit ago, but now this is just cathartic.
With 48 minutes left on instance, we make it to the final boss. In the past, Livia Sasjunius would have been a juggling act of managing missiles and Magitech claws. I had never seen the new Livia, so we were going in blind and hoping it was doable. Her first real attack sets the stage for the entire fight. Constant, arena-scale AoEs keeping you moving at all times. Aside from her tank buster, Aglaya Climb, there wasn't much direct damage we had to heal through.
Oh, she talked. What is with all of these?
What? I was not paying enough attention. This is a dungeon boss? Are you kidding me? At 20%, Livia changes things up. She gives herself a damage up and starts casting raid-wide AoE damage from the center. And she'll use Artificial Plasma 4 times in a row before having to cast it again.
Oh, is this it? She doesn't get continuous damage ups, she just starts spamming the plasmas?
Funny enough, this meant that getting her to 20% was the same as killing her. The damage was negligible, cast times were long, and we had more than enough healing to finish things off.
You guys had me worried that she was gonna be like Shiva and start stacking up damage ups. Okay. If anything, this is easier than the rest of the fight.
Castrum is out! We did it! It's finally done, dude!
We're free! Playtime of 7 days, 9 hours, and 50 minutes. So it's taken 34 hours to get through Castrum. From the field craft. Not even considering everything else.
And we are finally on the last quest of 2.0, the ultimate weapon. With Praetorium unlocked, there were just 2 instances left between us and the end of 2.0. For now, it's time to see what we're up against. Starting with level sync, the group of mobs were just as bad as Castrum. 4 to 5 enemies that I had to slowly take down with single target attacks to get my Storm's path healed. The beginning was an endurance test. For every group of enemies we defeated, there was another, stronger group just around the corner. With the final Magitechs defeated, it had taken 15 minutes to reach the first boss. Even as a solo, you can't skip the cutscenes, so we'd get to watch them every time we had to reattempt the dungeon. First of many cutscenes finished, we're on to the first boss, the Magitech Colossus. With heavy-hitting auto attacks dealing 500 damage, followed by an AoE that hit for 700, we were on the back foot from the very beginning of the fight. Our only reprieve was when he started using his casts. His first was Prototype Laser Alpha, a slow-casted, easily dodgeable attack that left a lot of time for us to get hits in once I was used to it. Immediately after is Prototype Laser Beta, an AoE targeted at every party member that does the same damage as his first AoE, Cerulean Vent. From there, he casts Cerulean Vent again, Prototype Laser Alpha, and Grand Sword, the easiest cast to dodge and our main time to heal up. With plenty of casts to heal during, the Colossus went down on the first try. The next section was quick and easy since we didn't really have to fight anything, and we're on to the next boss, Nero Tolskeva. This was the first boss we'd faced that used a party stack, where all 4 players group up to reduce damage. Since I was solo, even with mitigation, this hit for almost 2,000 damage. Half of my health gone in just 1 attack. Occasionally, he'll summon a Magitech Deathclaw somewhere in the arena. If the Deathclaw reaches you, it uses a knockback to hit you into the electricity outside the arena, dealing damage over time even when you step out of it, and at the same time, you have to dodge a massive conal AoE from Nero. The only positive we had was being able to run away from Nero's tank buster to delay the hit, but it still did 1,000 damage when it eventually caught up. After one more run to learn his mechanics, we'd seen enough of Praetorium for now. This was just a victory lap after all. A roller coaster of ups and downs, this was only the beginning, and it was also the end of day 1. The next day wasn't streamed and was a bunch of Palace of the Dead to level my warrior. Level 57, 58, 59, and 3 hours later, level 60, our grind was done. Day 2 starts and our goal is to finish all of the crafting we left undone on day 1. We still had the first Masterwork books from Carpenter and Leatherworker to get, and a new, much more painful goal before we could take on Praetorium. We needed better food, which meant getting Masterwork 2 for my Culinarian, meeting 2 more Fieldcraft Demi Materia 3. We kill Caracal for fleece, hippogriffs for skins, and then take a quick break after remembering I had accursed hordes from the palace grind. Alongside the warrior floors, I had done another 10 floors on my summoner run, so we've got 14 iron sacks and 2 golds to open. A few chances at woots from the iron sacks didn't turn into anything good, and from our gold sacks, we got an entire new class to use. Though it isn't currently that useful, we could now use samurai without having to get ironworks gear. Oh, and some monk weapons. Turning the Mog Fists into demi-materia, it was time to get back to the seal grind. Black alumine, lightning shards, and wind crystals makes our woolen yarn, undyed cloth, hippogriff leather, and militia duckbills. 12 duckbills gets us to 7,500 seals, which is enough for 4 attempts at our Fieldcraft 3s. Astral Eyes and aqueous whetstones for radiant astral eyes, and some rose gold nuggets to make an astrolabe clinometer, our best known chance to get Fieldcraft 3s. Our first desynth got us the astral eye back, and after grabbing some copper ore for more rose nuggets, we get one of the 2 Fieldcrafts we needed. 4 attempts later, we run out of Grand Company seals, so it's time for more hippogriffs. For the next 2 hours, we go back and forth, crafting more clinometers, desynthing for rose gold nuggets, and killing more hippogriffs until we finally get the last Fieldcraft. With both Fieldcrafts in hand, it's time to get our Masterwork book. Table salt, noble grapes, dark vinegar, and spicy tomato relish to make a high-quality, rich tomato relish, and with that, the Culinarian Masterwork 2 recipes are unlocked. Now we just needed better gear so we could actually craft the things, which means a lot more Grand Company seals for a new offhand. After spending some time melding our gear, we had enough control to craft everything, but still needed more craftsmanship, even with our food buff. In a desperate attempt to avoid more Grand Company grinding, we find a new food. Sharkfin soup should give us all the craftsmanship we need, so it's time for some fishing. After catching our megalodon, we grabbed some star anise from the quartermaster to make the soup. But before making our combat food, we still had 2 Masterwork books to get. Thankfully, ones that didn't require demi-materia. We use animal fat to make a hard hippogriff leather, and hardened sap and spruce lumber for, just for once, can I have the stats beforehand? How many gear upgrades do we need, dude? Silver shark, shark oil, dark steel, claw hammer, treated spruce lumber. With that, we've unlocked the Masterwork 1 books for every crafting class. To finish things off, it's time to make our new combat food. Oh, come on. Right, so the sharkfin soup didn't actually get us any more craftsmanship, so we had to make the artisan's culinary knife. I was going to go insane if I had to see another hippogriff, so we took a different option for our Grand Company seals. We grabbed fragrant logs and umbral rocks, killed all goats for horn glue to make spruce plywood, and traded them all into talon for forager gear and artisan gear. But we were going to need way more than the 3,000 seals that got us. I made some rose gold cogs with the spare nuggets we had before remembering another option. I still hadn't finished my Grand Company hunting log, so we could get some extra seals from going into Wanderer's Palace. Level sync turned on, we had much better gear from the last time we tried this, so this would also be a great chance to get our revenge and clear the dungeon. Slowly but surely, while dodging the Tonberry Stalker, our gear was strong enough now that we could clear all of the ads. After killing the Tonberry that had kept us from progressing for so long, we were at the first boss, the Keeper of Halidom. The Keeper is a pretty simple boss. Occasionally, it will sneeze, giving you a debuff that reduces your magic defense. The only other mechanic is Inhale, a conal AoE that ends with a second AoE that poisons anyone near the boss. So long as you run away from the boss when it casts Inhale, you'll dodge the poison. Without any dangerous attacks, the Keeper goes down on the first try. In the next area, we complete a hunting log entry for 1,500 seals before moving on. A bit further down, we make it to the Endless Rise, the largest room in the dungeon, with Tonberry stalkers patrolling the paths. Luckily for us, the last 2 hunting log targets were found in this room. Soldiers of Nim for 1,600, corrupted Nimians for 1,500, and completing the log for an extra 3,600 seals. To make our artisan knife, we needed 14,000, and with the hunting log done, we just needed 3,000 more. The achievement for the hunting log also got us a new little buddy.
Alright, chat, what are we gonna name him? Zuko. He's our little prince from the Fire Nation. I like that.
Finishing the hunting log didn't mean we were done with the dungeon, so we're on to the second boss. The giant Bavois was a much more dangerous enemy than the Keeper. The boss itself is easy. So long as you walk behind it while it casts fire, it won't actually hit you with it. The problem is the ads. The 3 colored Bavois give paralysis and heavy for 30 seconds, making it much more difficult to dodge the fire cap. And later in the fight, there's a blue Bavois that spawns that can heal the boss. After a few close calls, the boss goes down and we're on to the end of the dungeon to face off against the Tonberry King. The main mechanic for the King is the little Tonberries that spawn throughout the fight. Every time one is killed, the King gets a stack of Rancor. Then, every so often, he'll cast Everybody's Grudge, which deals more damage for every stack of Rancor he has. He was dealing massive damage, but our one saving grace was how slow the King moved. Rather than having to sprint, we could just walk away from the boss and keep it out of auto attack range. The other boon was staying away from the Tonberries. If we didn't kill them, he wouldn't do increased damage from Everybody's Grudge. But there was one flaw in our plan. When you're far away from the King, he has a chance to cast Scourge of Nim, a fast-hitting ranged attack that also gives you heavy, so you can't run from the boss. Our next run, we made it all the way to the final ads, the Tonberry Slashers. For this whole fight, the boss barely used Scourge of Nim, but then out of nowhere, he hit me with 4 at the same time, dealing 3,000 damage. That was absolutely unlivable and seemingly completely random. There were no tells, I didn't do anything different, he just decided it was time for me to die. We gave it a few more attempts, but never got close to that run again, and decided to get back to the seal grind. Turning in all of our dungeon drops, we had just under 13,000 seals. So we needed one more quick hardening sealant to finish our gear, and trading in the gold cogs I made earlier got us just enough. After welcoming some new minions to the team, we kill some buffalo for night milk, grab some wheat, make a treated spruce lumber, wolfram ingot, and basilisk whetstone to craft our artisan's culinary knife, and with that, we can finally make our new combat food, bacon bread. Bread finished, it had been a long day of progress, progress, so this was the end of day 2. Climbing out of bed anxious for the day ahead, our sights were set on a Praetorium clear. We warm up with a quick map to start off the day, but there were no other distractions. It was time to face Praetorium. Our first attempt for the day was level synced, as I wanted to try and defeat Nero on level before moving on. After another 20 minutes of killing the mobs throughout the dungeon, we're back at the Colossus, and 5 short minutes later, the first boss is down. Now it was time for our main goal of this run, taking down Nero Tolskeva. At first, our strategy was to avoid the Deathclaw by running for as long as possible, as that would also help with dodging his tank busters, but we couldn't get enough healing since we were too far away to attack the boss. Our next attempts tried to kill the Deathclaw with tomahawks while keeping up attacks on the boss, but that didn't end up working either. After all this, the furthest we had gotten Nero was 80%. Even if we had been able to take on Nero, the final fight wasn't going to be possible synced, so we stepped out and swapped our level sync for Silence Echo. Running through the dungeon once again, we enjoyed another round of cutscenes and made it back to the second boss. Mitigation on and some misplaced confidence, Nero stacks an auto attack with his tank buster and does 2400 damage in a split second. The entire fight, it was a constant struggle to keep my health just above that line of instant death, but after being much safer with my mitigations, on the second attempt, Nero Tolskeva goes down. With Nero down, all that's left is one more cutscene and an elevator ride.
No, give me the glib back. How very glib, come on.
And so, we're at the final boss of Praetorium, Gaius von Belsar. Every fight we have ever done, every struggle we have faced, every challenge we've overcome is just a joke compared to Gaius. All because of one mechanic. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The fight starts easy with some big X's called Terminus Est. After a short delay, they dash forward, dealing damage to anything in front of them. Next, he'll clone himself along the north wall and make some more Terminus Ests. In this early phase, the biggest threats are Innocence, a tank buster that hits for 1300 through mitigation, and Festina, a 4-person stack that deals 2000 through mitigation. In his last attack, Ductus spawns a set of cascading AoEs that cover the entire arena. All of that seemed fine though. Damage was rough, but so long as I could properly manage my mitigations and heals, we could deal with it. That is, until around 15% when Gaius starts his final mechanic. He splits himself into 4 phantoms, one in each corner of the room. Gaius becomes untargetable and starts charging one last attack. If I couldn't kill all 4 phantoms before he charged up to 100%, I would die. This was the first real DPS check we had ever faced, and the sole reason that no boss we had fought before could compare. With 26% left on the last phantom, our first run is at an end. Going in for our second attempt, we needed a plan. First, we needed to know exactly when Gaius was going to enter this DPS phase. Once we had that down, we would line up our combo so we could start with our highest damaging attack, Storm's Path, have a full 60-second buff from Storm's Eye, and use Berserk before he entered so we could use it twice rather than just once. And to save precious seconds, I needed to be walking towards the next phantom as my current target was dying. Second phantom down, 2 left. I misjudged the damage I would deal and had to waste a GCD on the third phantom, and that mistake proved to be fatal.
Come on, no, dude, no, one hit, man. Oh, that hurt.
And things only got worse.
No, I started the, come on, I had it, dude, it used my beast, come on. No, half a second,
Dude, we kept running into the same problem. If we lose it, it was because of that 0.5. Yeah, we lost to the 0.5. Okay. Alright. Yet another death to Veni Vidi Vici. We needed something to make this more consistent. And so, stepping out of Praetorium, we had some work to do. Thank you. The summoning circle returns. I'm back. There were 2 items I had been hesitant to get, as it would mean running through Praetorium again, but it didn't seem like something we could do without. The first was Potent Poisoning Potion, an alchemist potion that does damage over time to whatever your target is up to level 50, and has a separate cooldown from health potions, meaning I could safely use it while still healing. The second was something much more risky. An X Potion of Strength would increase the damage we do for a few seconds, but unlike the poisoning potions, this shared a cooldown with my health potion. Using one meant I couldn't use healing potions for 5 minutes, so if there was another tank buster or party sack after the DPS check, we had no way of healing through and would likely die. But so long as we could finish the fight, it was a risk I was willing to take. One of the ingredients, Thavdarian Mistletoe, was a timed node, meaning we had to wait for it to appear later in the day. In the meantime, we start a fishing trip for some shark oil. Heading over to the Isles of Umbra, we catch a large Melthor goby and use it as bait to catch a silver shark. And then, with the extra hammerheads that I kept in my saddlebag, we make our shark oil. The mistletoe wouldn't be up for a long time, so we decided to skip waiting and make the weaker mega potions of strength instead. 2 wrong areas later, we've got our Sagoli Sage and our strength potions were made. Next were the poisoning potions. We pawn off an old knife for some seals, get pudding flesh, and cinnabar for quicksilver to make our potent poisoning potions. With a grand total of 3 strength pots and 9 poisoning potions, it was time to face Gaius once again. You know the drill by now. Mobs, cutscene, Colossus, Gundams, cutscene, Nero, cutscene, and we're back to Gaius. First attempt back, muscle memory kicked in, and I used a potion right before the phantoms appeared. The poisoning potion on its own didn't make enough of a difference, and after failing to kill the first phantom before moving on, this was yet another death. The next attempt, I stood my ground, and after just barely managing to survive, we start the DPS check with a strength pot and poisoning potion. But again, I left too early and had to tomahawk on the way past the second phantom, and again for the third phantom. Even with those 2 mess-ups, this fight only lost by 6%. And so, once again, barely surviving to phantoms, I was confident. If I didn't make any mistakes here, we had more than enough damage to win. With 1 phantom left and Berserk guaranteeing max damage, there was no better chance than this. Come on. Good hit. Yes! Yes! Yes, dude! Yes! Okay, okay. Do the rest of the fight, do the rest of the fight. Oh, if I die after this, I'm gonna lose my mind.
My heart is beating out of my chest, dude.
During the final phase, all Gaius does is auto-attack and use his low-damage AoE for Idabella. With that, Gaius von Belsar was defeated. Yes! Yes, dude! Oh my god.
Oh wait, this is a movable cut. I can skip this cutscene. I'm not gonna skip it. I feel like I deserve to enjoy this cutscene, actually.
Praetorium was finished, and there was only one more fight to do. The Ultima weapon. Porta Decumana unlocked. It's time to complete 2.0. Like the previous fights, I hadn't fought the Ultima weapon after its update, so we were going in completely blind. Silence Echo turned on. It was time to see how far we could get. The Ultima weapon makes use of all 3 primals we'd fought previously. The first phase is Titan. Starting off with Earth and Fury, he uses 3 main mechanics. Geocrush, which deals more damage the closer you are to where Titan lands. Landslide, a high damage knockback that gets mirrored by Ultima after it's cast. And Weight of the Land, which fills the arena with AoEs to dodge. After Weight of the Land, the mechanics repeat. At 80%, Ultima uses Granite Internment, trapping us in a jail and dealing damage over time. We take a total of 2,000 damage before we're released from the jail and move on to the next phase. Second phase is Garuda and another big AoE. Garuda only has 2 mechanics. Eye of the Storm shrinks the size of the arena, and if you step out of the inner circle, you get flung into the center and take damage. While Eye of the Storm is up, she'll appear at a random cardinal and cast Wicked Wheel, forcing you to one side. At 60%, we get another transition cutscene with Ultima becoming invincible through Vortex Barrier. Cutscene over, we're on to the third phase. Another AoE to add to our collection, the final primal is Ifrit. Radiant Plume creates a bunch of circles on the ground that you have to dodge, and Vulcan Burst is a knockback from the center of the arena. Vulcan Burst is paired with another set of Radiant Plumes, and at 35%, we get our last transition cutscene. With that, all of the primals are defeated, and we're on to the final phase of the Ultima weapon. All he does is auto attack, but since he doesn't have any casts to keep him occupied, he actually does a lot of damage this phase. And once you bring the boss down to 21%, the fight ends.
Such devastation!
This was not my intention.
That first battle against Ultima was nothing more than a warm-up. Now we stood before the very end of 2.0, the true fight against the Ultima weapon. And unlike last phase, this would actually be difficult. Ultima starts things off with a tank buster, homing laser, that hits for 2,000 damage through mitigation, followed by Magitech Ray, a ground-targeted laser that explodes after a short period of time. The hitboxes for these are difficult to see, and much larger than they look. Homing Ray is an AoE that hits every party member, so the small gap of time while he's casting, and the low damage dealt means it's a good chance for us to heal. Next is Etheric Boom, a knockback from Ultima that spawns 4 tethered orbs around the arena, and then they'll slowly start moving towards each other. Running into one of the orbs causes it and its tethered partner to explode, dealing small amounts of damage, but if any of the orbs manage to touch in the center, they'll deal massive, unsurvivable damage. Laser Focus, another heavy-hitting party stack, can deal over 3,000 damage if I don't use mitigation. Another cast, Citadel Buster, is a line of nearly instant death that hits anything in front of the boss. Occasionally, Magitech turrets will be sent out in a variety of patterns, each shooting a damaging AoE in front of them. After the first attack, they readjust to a new pattern and fire again. Oh, and there's giant ships that fall from the sky. His last and longest cast is Tank Purge, a magic AoE that hits the whole party for low damage. With all of these heavy-hitting attacks, the main struggle for this battle is managing our mitigations and healing to stay alive, which didn't go particularly well for our first time. First attempt finished, we step out of the instance to get some necessary items. There was one final gear upgrade I had been avoiding until now, a weapon we had earned a long time ago but hadn't ever used. Ultima was beyond what our gear could manage, so it's finally time. The Aetherpool gear we had earned from Palace of the Dead could be traded in to Iuna Couture for items called Aetherpool grips. If we traded 10 weapon and 10 armor levels, we could get 1 grip. 3 of these grips can be traded in for a Pajali weapon, a level 60, eye level 235 item, above and beyond anything we could obtain normally. A massive upgrade that on its own got us 500 health and a huge boost to our substats. So after grabbing a glamour prism, Bill gets himself some fancy new stats. 10 minutes in, the first phase goes down just as easily as before.
Such devastation! This was not my intention.
Unlike our first attempt, we were just barely out healing the damage Ultima was dealing and made it to the final phase. At 30% health, the Ultima weapon jumps to the center of the arena and starts casting Ultima, the final DPS check. Before the cast was finished, the boss needed to die. 30% of the boss's health or instant death. From start to finish, the cast would take 1 minute and 14 seconds to kill me. For reference, I had taken around 8 minutes to deal 70% of Ultima's health, so I would need something like 3 to 4 minutes to kill him from 30%. But there was still hope. 30 seconds into the cast, we get the Blessing of Light, a buff that increases our damage by 3 times. And with that, we might just barely be able to push through. With 5 seconds left, we ended up just a little bit short. I almost just killed him as he casted it, dude. On that attempt, I had just been winging it. If I planned my damage properly, we should be able to finish this. And so we grind for the perfect run. But then there was something wrong. Even with planning out my damage, we weren't getting close to where we were on the first run. So we decided to step out and get some more strength pots for the final phase. Silver Shark, Thavnarian Mistletoe, Lightning Shards, and Shark Oil to make an X potion of strength. And with 6 potions and the gamer sending me off, it was time for more attempts. A strength potion paired with Berserk's guaranteed max damage got us an extra 700 per hit. But in the end, we lost to 0.2%. Once again, we were moments from victory. 1 GCD and it was over. We just needed to figure out what I had done differently on the first fight. And shortly after, we found it. On the first attempt, Ultima had started using Tank Purge as we got it below 30%. That extra 5 seconds let us start the phase at 28% instead of 30, which meant that for a real perfect run, we had to wait for Tank Purge before pushing to start the Ultima cast. Another attempt failed at 1%. After 3 hours of fighting Ultima, we stepped out to give our weapon the final upgrade from Pajali to Kinna. This meant giving up all of the Aetherpool gear I had earned until now, but if it could take down Ultima, it would be worth it. But then we lost again to 0.2%. 0.2 again. Again, dude. Not the 0.2 again. I can't take it. With that heavy loss and only 1 strength potion left, we step out for a restock on food and potions. This time around, rather than using a tenacity food with bacon bread, we change things up and focus on damage. The other food option we had was Flint Caviar, a DPS food that increased my crit and direct hit. Since we had all the ingredients already, we throw together some bacon bread just in case we run out of caviar. We craft some strength pots, we just striped goby for an emperor fish, and grab some borax to make 3 Flint Caviar. 1 poisoning potion restock later, we head back into Porta Decumana. As always, the first fight goes by quickly. After 6 hours of work from Praetorium to Ultima, I was exhausted, but this time felt different. And so we face off against our great enemy one more time. Okay. So I've done it a few times tonight. I've done it a bit, and I apologize for all of the fake outs that we've had up to now. But this time, genuinely for real, this is the end of it. DPS food's going on immediately. I'm not using tenacity. It's all gonna be damage. Thank you for stopping in, games. I'm closing chat for a bit. I will see you soon. Okay.
That's the one? We've got a minute on it. I think this minute lasts us the rest of the fight. I save Inner Beast for when first buff comes. Quick Inner Beast to make sure that we're spread out. $20 seconds. $10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it! That's it, dude! Okay! Oh my god, it's over! It's over! Ultimate weapon finished. The Ultima weapon was defeated, and there was just one last solo duty for us to complete. La Habrea, little did you know, I was a 2-phase fight. Taking down La Habrea, the credits begin to roll, and we have finally cleared 2.0. And the ultimate weapon is complete. Flying is unlocked, dude. That's gonna make life so much easier. Before I ended the day, though, the gamers had a surprise for me outside the Waking Sands. Earlier, we had mentioned doing a group photo, so I was excited to have a few folks huddled around for a picture. It was good to see you, gamer. What is the thing that you wanted to say? Hello, Solo. I'm sure this long, strange journey has taken me to many corners of Eorzea and back, crafted the most artisan gear known to man, fought toe-to-toe with primals alone, but know that despite your lonely endeavor, you have the support and backing of my fellow adventurers through and through. It is your honor to present to me the title fitting of his status, Warrior of Lonely Light. Thank you very much, gamers. I guess it's time for the picture. What is all this? There's so many people. Oh my god. There are so many of you. We take up the entirety of Vesper Bay. I'm really in tears. I'll be completely honest. This is a bit of a mess, though. Get me out of here. I'm taking the balloons and I'm running. Rune will keep me safe. Oh wait, hold on. I can fly now. We could just be up here. Thank you very much, gamers. I couldn't have asked for anything more than this. We've got many more things to do for solo, and many more things to do in Final Fantasy. Normally, I go to sleep, but I think it will be better to end it here. Here with everybody. I'm going to go eat food now. Goodbye. 2.0 is finished. From our humble beginnings taking 8 hours to make gear for Sastasha, to the hundreds of hours spent to clear Ultima, we've unlocked a whole new world of options for solo, and the hardest fights yet. All of the previous fights have been meant for 4 players, but now we've got an 8-player fight on the horizon, Good King Moggle Mog. And so, with the goal of taking down the big Moogle, we're going to need some better firepower. Starting off day 1, we grab one of the new quests we unlocked after taking down Ultima. It is time to be blue. Blue Mage is, without question, the strongest solo class in the game, and now it was finally ours. Except it came with a few unique problems. No, wait, hold on. This is not safe for stream. The first was leveling. You get the best experience from killing mobs in the overworld, but on my main character, I would just spit a fish at a high level mob and have my friends kill it for me. So this was the first time I'd be doing the grind on my own. It's not too bad, but it'll be a learning curve. Okay, maybe, never mind. I take it back. He did a third of my health. The next problem is much worse, making it so... Actually, we can talk about that later when it's a bit more relevant. With that, we're off to kill mobs all around the world and check off our grocery list of spells. See, Blue Mage is a bit of a weird class. Rather than just getting all the spells from leveling up, you have to find them yourself by fighting something that casts that spell, waiting for it to use it, and then unaliving it. What is that? It even comes with a 7-page long book and vague hints on how to get each of them. Within this book are some of the most overpowered spells in the game. From instantly killing your target to becoming practically invincible, this was our best bet for fighting Moggle Mog, right? Is the foreshadowing working? Are you hooked? I don't know, man. Like the video and subscribe if you're hooked, and if you aren't, like the video and subscribe. There's gotta be an acorn guy around here somewhere.
We did a bunch of blind spell hunting for a while before stumbling into the best spell for leveling. It did not get us the spell. If you die, you won't get the spell. No, oh, come on. Alright. Fine. Things are not looking good at the moment, gamers. A Cactuar 10 levels above me and still using level 1 gear. It was a 5-minute long fight, but we eventually get there. Oh, we did it. Oh, what a masterpiece. All right, 1,000 needles obtained, and now to celebrate. 1,000 needles is exactly what it says. 1,000 damage split across everything that gets hit by the AoE. So our leveling quickly became cast 1,000 needles. If it missed or they're still alive, put them to sleep and then cast it again. After a while, we grabbed White Wind, our healing spell, Mighty Guard, which reduces damage we take by 40%, and jumped into our first dungeon, died to the first boss, and finally start listening to my chat. Specifically, one of my mods, Blue, who was an incredible help with all of this. With Basic Instinct under our belts, we head in to kill Ifrit, level synced for Eruption. I might have been a bit, stubborn is a nicer word than lazy, and hadn't actually made any equipment yet, but we were trying anyway. Around 2 deaths in, we had a run that made it pretty far, but died to enrage after not finishing the nail. 12 more minutes of dying, we finally stopped to get a gear upgrade. But listen, what if I just used my gatherer gear? Hey, look at this. Now this is some defense. I knew it would make the difference. Alright, we 1,000 needles, we swift cat, 3,000 needles, and he dies. Good. Maybe the sardine kills him at this point? Like, just die, please. I beg. All right. Thank you. We did it. 3,000 XP. That was kind of worth it. 16 minutes for 3,000 XP. We could do that. I got revenge on Temptara and end off the night with a new spell from Hawk Manor. Happy with the first bit of progress, I slept, blissfully ignorant to the suffering I'd be facing on the next day. Day 2 starts, and I lost the recordings. But this was the start of a grind that I was nowhere close to ready for. A grind that would drive me insane. A grind that would push me to my limits. Fishing. Forced by chat to do Feast of Famine, I now had to do all of the fishing quests and one of the most notorious quests in the game. I swear this eventually leads to me fighting Moggle Mog, okay? Just bear with me. Rushing through the early level quests, we're forced to stop and wait for it to rain in Gridania. Since we had some spare time, we throw together a linen robe, hat, and pants to finally get some gear on my blue mage. Armed to the teeth, Cutter's Cry goes down on level sync for Ram's voice, an AoE that freezes everything around me. Checking the weather, turns out it wasn't actually going to rain in Gridania for another 12 hours, so, yeah. Good night. Day 3 was fishing. So much fishing. We snuck in some blue mage bits. Doesn't have to be a big deal, you know? We could just be something simple, something small, something easy. Okay. And tried to clear Sastasha hard. Although, I still don't know if we can live this. Yeah, no, that's, we did not. And ended up finishing the level 50 Fisher quest. That's huge! How did I catch that? Are you kidding me? That's bigger than me! That's like 3 of me, and I'm a giraffe! And the ban will be lifted, won't it? Now that I think about it, if that's the thing people are gonna pull in regularly, maybe we should keep it banned. Think the fishing ban was only in Limsa? Then what? I was a criminal for an entire video? What do you mean? Level 50 quest done, we can start the prerequisite for Feast of Famine. For this, we need 2 rare fish, a Titanic Sawfish and a Navigator's Brand. For the next hour, we failed to get a Titanic Sawfish, then got decently lucky with the Navigator's Brand, pulling it up right before it disappeared. We've exploded for good luck? This must be the one. The explosion for good luck worked? And so, day 3 ended. No, don't start the log out music. Just go to day 4 because it's time for more fishing. Grabbing the Titanic Sawfish shortly after the day begins, we unlock Feast of Famine, rush over to the first fish, and run into a new problem. And so here we see the elusive and incredible as always, the 50-50. 50% of the time, absolutely every time. Thank you for stopping by, my dear Big Fish Canavan. Anytime. Anytime now. It's taken a while. We're guaranteed the big one. There it is. And we'll I didn't stand up. Okay, I quit. We didn't have the gathering needed to catch the fish. Now it's time to upgrade our gear. Woohoo! We need more Fieldcraft Demi-Materia, which meant more grinding for Grand Company seals. Desperately trying to avoid another Hippogriff massacre, we do a bit of experimenting on new hard mode dungeons and discover the perfect dungeon for seals, Brayflox's Long Stop. There's a bronze chest you can get before the first boss that can drop up to 2 items, each giving 403 seals. Best part is, we don't actually have to fight anything. We could just run past all the enemies, so we'd get up to 806 seals per minute. The rest of the day was running through Brayflox Long Stop. While grinding out our seals, we took the chance to go for a blue mage upgrade with a cashmere robe of casting. The robe needed a sylphic silk, which we could get from desynthing a sylphspane fish, so we're back to fishing to finish off the day. Now, you may have noticed, hey, the video quality dropped again. How did that happen? And, my power went out. Day 5, the fishing ends today, and we get back to the MSQ to fight Moggle Mog. Waking up on a bridge, we discover I could have saved about 10 hours of my life by just desynthing some spare pants I had laying around.
We're starting off the day strong. All of that suffering, and I could have just desynthed the 3 items in my inventory.
Finished with our fieldcraft, we make some ancient lumber for an artisan's spinning wheel, craft an intricate silver brocade, and trade it in to unlock the Weaver Masterwork 2 recipes. And then we make a terrible discovery.
I need 400 gathering. How am I going to get 400 gathering? I'm glad you asked. I have no idea. So that's an extra 24, so 63 plus 24. We're at 87. I need to pull 13 more gathering out of somewhere, even if I make all of these pieces.
It was impossible for us to get the gathering required to catch the Feast of Famine fish. No matter how much materia we put in, gear changes we made, there was nothing available to us within my restrictions that could push us to 400 gathering. Well, there was one way.
Oh my god, that's 22 gathering better. I have to catch every single big fish in the game? I cannot believe it. I can't. No, I'm not doing it. I refuse. No, this is not happening. Don't forget, you're here forever. No. We're progressing. I will come back in Heaven's Word to finish this. I'm getting out of here. I've been stuck fishing for too long.
5 days in, we're finally getting back to the MSQ and pushing towards the goal of taking down Moggle Mog. After escorting a Moogle through the woods,
Don't worry, Kupo. I will protect you.
we've unlocked Thorn March hard.
We have unlocked our first 8-man duty, which is to say that everything that we have done prior to this has been meant for a party of 4 people. And golly gee willikers, this one is meant for a party of 8. Good luck, I guess.
Level sync turned on, we head in for our first attempt. Thorn March is a unique instance in that before being allowed to fight the Good King, you have to get through all of the Moogle's Guard first. Round 1 is Whiskerwall, a paladin with a lot of AoE attacks. But with a high health pool and each auto attack doing 10% of my health, just the first Moogle's Guard took 2 minutes to kill and left me with 15% of my health remaining. So we only barely got to see the next round.
That was a lot of damage. Okay. Nice.
Kiting Whiskerwall with Sprint left us a lot healthier, so we lived long enough to start round 2. This time there's 2 Moogle's Guard, Woolywort and Ruffletuft. Ruffletuft is a warrior with more AoEs, and Woolywort is an archer, auto-attacking from range and occasionally raining arrows on a target. With twice the auto-attacks and one that I couldn't kite, we still didn't last very long. This wasn't looking good, so we stepped out and changed from Level Sync to Silence Echo. A lot more HP and defense to work with, we reach Ruffletuft again with nearly full health. After some incredibly close calls, the archer goes down, and now it's a 1v1 with the warrior. Warrior down, we're on to round 3. Pooksy Pico and Furryfoot are a welcome break. Furryfoot, the conjurer, is the only one of the 2 that deals damage. Pooksy, the bard, just stands near you and throws out the occasional danger zone to dodge. Leaving the bard for last gives us plenty of time to reset cooldowns and heal back up. And then we're at round 4. Pukla summons 4 meteors, each requiring 1 party member to stand under them to reduce damage. If you don't do it properly, it gives a stacking vulnerability up for every meteor missed. And Pukna capitalizes on those vuln stacks using a tank buster every 15 seconds. With 3 vuln stacks, the tank buster hit for 3000 damage, and both of their auto attacks could hit for up to 1200. It would take 1 minute for the vuln stacks to fall off. So just in tank busters alone, I would have to survive 12,000 damage without even seeing the Good King. This was impossible on my warrior. But that didn't mean completely impossible. We still had Blue Mage as an option, we just have to finish gearing and getting good spells. So for now, we unlock another requirement. Sometime in the next 40 quests, we would have to face off against the original 3 primals, Ifrit, Garuda, and Titan on hard mode, otherwise it will prevent us from progressing the MSQ. One quick unlock later, we try out the first fight, Ifrit. But his auto attacks and Incinerate took us out in just over a minute. Both of these fights were going to need a lot more preparation, so after grabbing 2 pieces of Ironworks gear and 1 more attempt at Thorn March, this was the end of day 5. Day 6 is fully focused on Blue Mage. And well, remember that second unique problem I mentioned earlier? This was also the day where it reared its ugly head, but we'll get to that in a minute. First, we need to finish upgrading our gear. So we grab some clusters, kill Golden Fleece for Snurble Tufts, and Caracal for Fleece to make Silk Threads, Natron, Undyed Felt, Terminus Putty, and Cashmere Cloth for a new set of caster pants. To make the other pieces, we needed more Grand Company seals. Back to Brayflox we go. Stepping out to grab some Shroud Tea Leaves, we buy our Saurian skins from the Quartermaster and turn them into Saurian leather to craft our new caster gloves and boots. All that was left was our chest piece, but we're waiting waiting on a fish for that, so we pass the time by getting revenge on Aurum Vale. Right as the dungeon finishes, the Sylphsbane is available to catch, so we rush over.
No, don't fully quit. Why am I getting a free company invite? Who is even here to invite me to free company?
After 30 minutes of not catching a single Sylphsbane, we're back to collecting Blue Mage spells. Specifically, we're going for one of the strongest spells in a Blue Mage's arsenal, Doom. Doom can be obtained from completing challenges within the Masked Carnival, a solo instance for Blue Mages. This also made for a good chance to learn how to play Blue Mage, as I had never really done it before. While clearing the stages, we got enough allied seals to buy a full set of Even Star armor from the Grand Company vendor, so we had a nice upgrade for the final rounds. 3 hours later, 20 stages complete, and Doom was unlocked. The last spell to get was Tailscrew, a spell that, if it hits, drops the enemy to 1 HP. To get it though, we had to kill the first boss of Sastasha hard. With the spells available to me, the only thing we could do to take it down was rely on Doom. I would have to time Doom perfectly, hope it hit, and before it activated, the boss would have to use Tailscrew, and then it was just surviving the last few seconds before it died. It took around 10 or so attempts, but we eventually got there. With those spells obtained, our Blue Mage is looking better than ever, and this was the end of Day 6. As Day 6 ended, I logged out of solo and hopped onto my main character to do some testing on New Game Plus, allowing me to revisit old sections of the MSQ. And it was then that I saw the real problem with Blue Mage. Blue Mage cannot, under any circumstances, progress the MSQ. It can't accept main scenario quests, it can't progress dialogue, and if a quest required clearing an instance, beating that instance on Blue Mage wouldn't count for completing the quest. It can do other quest types, but for some reason, the main scenario completely bans limited classes. So starting Day 7, we're back to square one. All of my plans had been foiled, and I needed a new way to take down Moggle Mog. And the answer was something I was hoping I wouldn't have to do. The only other option was Gunbreaker. With higher healing than Warrior at these early levels, it might be enough to push us over the line. But there's no Gunbreaker weapon available from crafting, and I can't use the quest gear to use the class, so we have to go back into Palace of the Dead to make a Gunbreaker weapon. For my fight with Ultima on my Warrior, I had to give up all of my Aetherpool gear, so we'd practically be starting from zero grinding out silver chests again. And so that's what we did. All of Day 7 was spent getting to 13, 16, 31 more silver chests to go. Day 8, we flung ourselves at Palace for another few hours until we had just enough Aetherpool grips to make our Patjali Gunblade. Let's hope I don't have to come back here anytime soon. Gunblade in hand, we save an old man in the forest, and Gunbreaker is unlocked. Using the tomestones from Palace and the Masked Carnival, we get a full set of Ironworks gear. With that, there's no upgrades left. This was everything we could possibly do. Before starting Moggle Mog attempts, we check off one last spell on our Blue Mage list.
Well, it was nice meeting you. I hope you enjoy the afterlife, sir. You just had the boss didn't me a single time, dude. What is going on?
Song of Torment from the final boss of Pharaoh Sirius. With the last chores finished, all that's left is Thornmarch Hard. Starting out on level sync, things were going much better than my warrior runs. Gunbreaker heals every 2 GCDs if I never finish my combo, so I end up with much more healing than warrior can do. And that's not even mentioning Aurora, which is a free regen I can use every minute. We still died to the Black Mage and Ninja combo, but Gunbreaker also had an answer to this that we found towards the end of the test runs. Since Super Bolide is an immunity that prevents you from taking any damage, we can use it to dodge the Vuln stacks from the Black Mage's meteors. Now we just needed more practice with the new class and this final round of Mogglescar. It had been a long day of progress, and I could finally see the path to clearing this fight, so this was the end of Day 8. Day 9, Moggle Mog time. We head over to Coerthas to grab an Emperor Fish, craft some Flint Caviar to increase our damage, and jump into Thornmarch, starting things off with level sync. Gunbreaker is able to consistently reach the final set of ads at full health, and we can use the Bard to reset our cooldowns. Using Bolide to survive meteors and prevent Vuln stacks, we can't keep up with the ninja's constant tank busters, so we're still stuck at the same wall. The furthest we got was 9% left on Pukna, so it's time to change things up a bit. Going in with Silence Echo instead of level sync doubles the healing we're able to do by adding a trait to Brutal Shell that gives us a shield equal to the HP healed, which is more than enough to stop the tank busters and finally reach Moggle Mog. I'm actually really excited to get here. I have not seen this fight since they changed it, and as is tradition, you get to see the worst dance in the entire game, Male Elizon. For how incredibly difficult it was to reach the king, the rest of the fight would probably be easy, right?
How much is tank or party stack?
Oh my god! 9,000 damage. Okay, all right, that's a bad one. And it only gets worse from there. Good King Moggle Mog uses a set rotation of attacks called the Good King's Decree. Starting with Ninja and Archer, this mechanic doesn't really do anything outside of dropping a big pool of acid. The real problem is the Stone 4 party stack that comes with it. After that, we get some time to breathe with Moggle Go Round, an AoE centered on the King, Warrior, and Paladin, followed by a large Conal AoE from the Bard in the center. Yeah, just a lot of dodging. After that is the first tank stack in the game, a tank buster that's meant to be handled by 2 people rather than just 1. And then, the final decree uses the Black Mage and White Mage and, you guessed it, Meteors. Meteors provide vuln stacks, and the White Mage drops AoEs to dodge. Immediately after, we get a party stack from Stone 4, another AoE to dodge, and a single person tank buster. Then it just repeats until either you or the Good King is dead. And so our run dies to the second tank stack. We kept pushing for the rest of the day and got some solid info out of it. Going through all of Moggle Mog's mechanics took somewhere between 2.5 to 3 minutes, and the Stone 4 party stacks were 2 minutes apart. That means I can use my strongest mitigation, Nebula, on both of these party stacks, and I could use my regen, Aurora, twice in between them. But all of this still wasn't enough. 4 hours of fighting Moggle Mog, and I couldn't get a run to go as far as my first attempt. After running out of food, it was time to step out, restock, and end the day. Day 10, from the second I climbed out of bed, I was determined. Before I logged out today, no matter what it took, Moggle Mog was going down. This time, rather than using Flint Caviar for extra damage, we swapped back to Bacon Bread to increase our defenses. An hour of running into the same wall, I wanted to try something different, so we stepped out and turned on Level Sync. With Level Sync active, though I would be a lot weaker, if I managed to survive for 3 minutes before dying, we could gain a buff called the Echo. For every time we died after the 3-minute criteria, the Echo would increase all of our stats by 10%, stacking all the way up to 50%. If we did this right, while we'd lose out on damage and the increased healing on Brutal Shell, we might have enough raw HP to survive the Meteor Stone 4 combo. The only issue is this turned the fight into a race against the clock. We'd end up losing at least 20 minutes, but at 40% I was down to 30. Going off of our previous fights, 30 minutes was going to be cutting it a bit close. So we decided to risk the instance and take on the King at a 40% buff.
I'm just DPSing from here. I'm not going to do heal combo anymore.
Yes! Yes, dude! Get out of here, Moggle Mog! I'm done! I'm finished! Okay! Oh my god! Finally, dude! Finally! Holy! This has been miserable! Oh my god! With Moggle Mog defeated, we've checked 1 trial off the list with 7 more to go. Well, 6 more to go. Turns out I lost the footage of the end of the stream for the first day we fought Moggle Mog, and the bit that I lost was our attempts to take down Ifrit with Gunbreaker. I had thought it was just more Moggle Mog attempts, but oopsie. Really, it was a stupidly easy fight with Gunbreaker shielding, so we got it done first try. Now that you're caught up, we can talk about the goals for today. Beating 3 of the MSQ trials, Leviathan, Ramuh, and Shiva. Starting with some main scenario quests, we're on to the first of those 3 fights, facing off against Leviathan. Starting with level sync, we get the chance to learn his main mechanics. Occasionally, Leviathan will sink beneath the waves and reappear at a different part of the arena before slamming down, tipping the platform, and sliding us towards him. After his first time doing this, he gets 2 body parts that can be attacked, his head and tail. His head will reflect magic damage, while his tail reflects physical range damage. For us though, the reflection doesn't matter as melees can hit either part. But it didn't take long for his damage to become unmanageable and end our level sync run. Dying at 91%, we step out and swap over to Silence Echo. Making it past our original death point, it's good to note for the future that there are 2 ways to avoid him sliding us around the platform. The first is turning on Arm's Length, and the second, much cooler method is to use a dash on him as soon as he's targetable. Either of these will give us back full control of Solo without having to wait out the long animation. Next is the scariest part of the Leviathan fight, and as per usual, it's the ads that he spawns. I'm starting to realize that's a constant for this whole video. Anyway, Leviathan can summon 2 types of ads. The first are the Wave Spine Sahagin. They come in groups of 2, and if you don't kill them quickly enough, they'll drop a large AoE on the ground that deals damage over time if we even barely touch it. Normally, it wouldn't be that big a deal. The problem is when they put the AoE on top of Leviathan, or put a bunch of them down so we get slid into it. The next ad doesn't show up till later, so we're on to the next mechanic. At around 70%, 4 Gyre Streams will spawn around the platform, draining energy from the Elemental Converter, a shield we have to use to reduce the damage from Leviathan's biggest attack. It takes us a minute and a half to kill them, and immediately after, we turn on the Elemental Converter to just barely survive Tidal Wave.
Look at that! Easy peasy. No problem at all.
With little health remaining, we're on to phase 2. It was a struggle with attacks from all sides, but we were slowly regaining our HP. And then the second type of ad appeared, the Wave Tooth Sahagin. At 75% health, the Wave Tooth will cast a Hysteria, taking away all control of my character and forcing me to run around the arena. This can be dodged though. If you stun the Wave Tooth and push him past the health where he would cast it at, he never actually does it. Other than that, he's just a magic caster that drops another AoE with Dreadstorm. And that's everything. Using all of our mitigations off cooldown, we were rushing through Leviathan. I was even starting to believe we would kill him first try, until something happened that I didn't expect. Something in this pile used an ability called Stun Shot and paralyzed me for 30 seconds. The paralyze would occasionally freeze me in place for a full second, preventing any heals or movement. This, combined with the dropsy from the wave spines, was a massive problem. The paralysis prevented me from killing the wave spines, and so the arena was slowly filling up with AoEs that caused our death. 22% on the first try though, Leviathan was looking to be an easy fight. I think if I didn't get dropsied there, it would have been okay. With the paralysis being the only reason I died, it's time for some crafting. We kill a Snow Wolf for Wolfsfang and grab some Pearl Ginger to make Spine Drops, a potion that we can use to cleanse paralysis. Crafting done, we stop by the Moonfire Fair to become a Power Ranger, fail miserably at the jump puzzle, and end day 1. Day 2, we're straight back to attempts. The first run of the day, I forgot to turn on the Elemental Converter and took a 30,000 damage hit, but then we ran into some other problems. Namely, the Elemental Converter not having enough energy to save us from the tidal wave. Even with the shield turned on, it only had 15% energy when we started it, so we still got hit for 30,000. There's also the chance that I wasn't hitting it fast enough, but even on the runs when the shield went up properly, I didn't have the health to survive. And for some reason, the damage tidal wave dealt when we had the shield on seemed to range between 4,000 and 9,000.
92? Oh, that sucked.
With that, we're out of food, so it's time for a quick restock. Volcanic rock salt, turning Solo into a fashion icon.
Now we're perfect.
Smoked bacon, night milk from large buffaloes, and mineral water for yet more bacon bread. Bread in hand, we're back to attempts. First attempt back, we're at full health and tidal wave hits for about 4,200 damage. But we couldn't keep up with Leviathan's damage, fell behind on healing, and lost at around 48%. One more time.
Easy clear, dude. Easiest game of my life. Oh my god. That's what I'm talking about, dude. That's the one. That's the one, man. Whew.
and after a 20-minute long endurance test, Leviathan is defeated. That was incredibly easy. Barely any grinding, no problems with damage. I was starting to be filled with confidence that the rest of ARR would be easy, but...
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Next up on the list is Ramuh, notoriously one of the hardest trials in A Realm Reborn and the bane of mentor roulettes. Not that I would know what a mentor roulette is like, but before that, we need to actually get to Ramuh. Some quick quests later, we're at the big sentient beard. And that's real. That's a real thing. Ramuh is the beard, not the man. Look it up. As per usual, we start with level sync. The fight with Leviathan had made it to around 80% before I level synced to death. Ramuh, on the other hand, put us in our place almost immediately. Constant, undodgeable AoEs, Shock Strike hitting for 2300 damage through my mitigations, and Chaotic Strike freezing us in place for 5 seconds. There was absolutely nothing I could do. The furthest we got with level sync was 94%. So now it was time to try Silence Echo. From here, we can start properly walking through Ramuh's mechanics. Thunderstorm is a targeted AoE, a small amount of unavoidable damage, but very important for later in the fight. Shock Strike is his tank buster, hitting for upwards of 3000 damage. At the start of the fight, he casts this once every 20 seconds. And then, Chaotic Strike tears certain party members, freezing them in place until they get hit by that Thunderstorm AoE we talked about earlier. For a party, this isn't a problem, but since I'm the only one healing me, this is just 5 seconds of free damage from the boss. Occasionally, around the arena, there are small little lightning orbs that appear on the ground. What could they be for? Some integral, super important mechanic that lets us survive this fight? Nothing. They do nothing. In the extreme version, you use them to get a buff that reduces the damage Shock Strike deals, but in hard mode, they do pretty much nothing. We spent most of the day trying to get past the beginning of the fight with Ramuh to no avail. Even on Silence Echo, we just couldn't get anywhere. The best we had done was 89%. It was nowhere close. Many deaths later, it was becoming obvious that we had to find something we could change to get past this. So for now, I took a break and stopped by another of our tasks, Garuda Hard. Even if we got past Ramuh, we needed to beat Garuda and Titan sometime in the next 20 quests or so, or we wouldn't be able to continue. There's a lot to the Garuda fight, and it's not something we're ready for right now. So as to not overload you with information, let's save this for another time. Garuda attempts finished, and yet more losses. This was the end of day 2, and the start of a week-long journey to find a way to defeat Ramuh. Between streams, I searched everywhere. Every resource I had, everything we could access, every piece of equipment available, and tested them on my main. I wanted to be 100% sure that what I was thinking was right, and after many sleepless nights, Day 3 begins. After a week of testing, I had gone through everything to get past Ramuh, and in the end, there was nothing. Certain gear lets us survive for longer and start doing the fight proper. The problem was that halfway through the fight, there was another wall waiting for us. Ramuh's ad phase. 3 Grey Arbiters appear around the room, and if you can't kill them all in time, Ramuh will hit for 30,000 damage. There was no class that had the mix of survivability and damage, and no gear upgrades that could get us the damage we needed. This fight was impossible. Though thankfully, to beat this, we only kind of have to take an exception. Since the very beginning when I added the rule to use level sync or Silence Echo, I added it with a caveat, for as long as it was possible. And right now, it wasn't. So for the first time since the rule was added, we're forced to go into the fight without them. Entering an instance with only unrestricted party turned on will give you a buff called the Epic Echo. An incredibly powerful buff that changes depending on your level and the expansion of content you're doing. For us, as a level 60 in A Realm Reborn content, the buff started off at a plus 60% to our health, healing, and damage. But if you thought that would make the fight easy, well, I'll just show you the first attempt. Is the striking tree even possible? That's what we're going through right now. Okay, good luck. This bit is a really rough one. There's nothing we could do about the time lost to that. We just have to try and do as much damage as we can otherwise. Put Aurora out so I've got some extra heals from that. He should hopefully die to dot from that range. I'm just gonna give him another ranged hit just in case. I have to be focused on DPS here is the main problem. So I can't do too much for healing. I don't appreciate the double lightning strike stack, but that's fine.
Yeah, okay, Grey Arbiter died over there, so we're fine. We're looking good so far. I need to get some 1-2s in, because I'm about to get obliterated here just by the normal damage. Okay. Terror's gonna be a small hit, thankfully. Nothing too crazy. No, okay, died to Shock Strike. I could have done... Can you use the orb buff to reduce lightning damage in hard? No, it does not reduce damage in hard mode. It only reduces damage in EX, it seems. I will prove that to you here. He did 2,800 damage with the Shock Strike there. He did 3,000 damage with Shock. He did more with Surge Protection on. With the continued attacks from Ramuh and stuns from Chaotic Strike, even with a 60% buff, we weren't even getting close. There was still an entire Grey Arbiter left to kill, but I still had one more trick up my sleeve. The Epic Echo's 60% buff was a different buff than the Echo, which we could get from dying after lasting in a fight for at least 3 minutes. Just like with Moggle Mog, we would have to farm the Echo buff to have a chance to clear, turning this fight into a marathon. For every 10% Echo, we'd get the chance to try and beat Ad Phase, so we'd make it through as soon as we had just enough of a boost to do it. We're set, this Terror is fine. I think I have 3 Terrors between me and Enrage. There's the Terror. I need to kill it immediately after this Terror, or I'm enraged again. Did that kill it? Or did I run out of time? That was a kill. Okay. So that gets us through Ad Phase, very least. It's bare minimum. It was really stupidly tight, but we've got it with 90%. There's no feasible way for me to get those stats. If it takes 90% to get us there, there's just nothing. With the ads killed, there was one more mechanic for Ramuh, Rolling Thunder. Rolling Thunder gives causality, a debuff that makes any attack I use deal 600 damage to me. To get rid of it, we have to collect 3 of the orbs scattered around the ground, so okay, I guess they do something. From here on, we don't need the extra 30% from the Echo, so we remove the buff by right-clicking it and finish off the fight ourselves. Alright. It's not the happiest I've been clearing a boss, but we've done it. We've got a boss cleared, and we can move on. Finally. And so it was done. With a heavy heart, we move forward. 2 trials complete, 1 more to go. The final trial we have to face is Shiva, but before that, we get to take a little bit of a break. For the first time in 60 hours, we had a dungeon to do, Snowcloak. With non-stop 8-man trials surrounding me, it was a breath of fresh air to run a dungeon meant for 4 players. Slowly but surely, we fell the guardians of this crystalline cavern. Frozen in a time of its own, buried beneath a veil of white. A world of its own giving way for beautiful creatures to thrive, like the tumbler. Though I went into this expecting a relaxing experience, Wandel is happy to show me just how wrong I was. Icy Guillotine, an instant tank buster, deals upwards of 2,000 damage, and they use it shortly after every mechanic. Snowdrift is a light AoE, and frost bombs get bonked, but the sheer volume of tank busters throughout this fight had us struggling to survive. And that, wow, dude, calm down with the guillotines. Really. That was between every auto. Super Bolide helps us survive a bomb we left alive, and at 75%, the fight starts to get a bit easy. Cold Wave is an easily dodgeable casted AoE which gives us a few moments of pause to heal, and the extra cast is just enough for us to start gaining HP throughout the fight rather than losing it. At around 45%, they cast Tundra, shrinking the size of the arena and making it a bit harder to dodge Cold Wave, but other than that, once we get into the rhythm of it, Wandel goes down on our first attempt. Feeling a bit nostalgic, I let the ice sprites kill me so we could remember the good old days back in Stone Vigil, and we're on to the second boss. The Yeti doesn't have any tank busters, but they do fling me up in the air, so 10 out of 10 boss fight, dodge the AoE's dead boss, moving on. Right before the final boss is 3 fake dragons that shred through my HP in seconds, so it took us a few deaths, but eventually we're at the final boss, Fenrir.
Fenrir's Tank Buster and auto attacks do a lot of damage, but Lunar Cry's cast time is so long that we can heal back all of it, so long as we stand behind the right icicle at the end. Aside from me getting distracted by chat and getting hit by Heavensward Roar at least 3 times, Fenrir goes down without much trouble, and our little dungeon adventure is ended. Some short MSQ later, we've made it back to the same spot for my final goal, Shiva, and hopefully the easiest fight we face today. $1,300 for auto attack so far. 1,300 exactly. 1,392. 1,420. Wow. Oh my god, every hit is a tank buster. With Nebula on, she was doing a lot less. Okay, yeah, wow. Oh my god. You haven't hit the HP threshold to get mechanics. Yeah, she really just told us to leave, dude. Level synced Shiva. I think that's a pretty blatant no. Kicked out of level sync within seconds, we're on to Silence Echo attempts, which can barely scrape by and earn the right to see her mechanics. Wow. I don't appreciate that your autos can crit, Shiva. Can we calm down a little bit, baby? Her attacks are split into groups depending on the weapon she has active. Starting with her staff, her attacks are mainly focused on AoEs. Outside of her constant, massively damaging auto attacks, Absolute Zero is an instant cast raid-wide, Hailstorm is a targeted small AoE, and with her dialogue, she fills the arena with massive circles to dodge. With that final AoE, the staff breaks and Shiva casts Dreams of Ice, giving her a stacking damage increase. Oh no. Before moving on to the next weapon, Sword and Shield. As soon as the animation finishes, she uses Ice Brand, a cleave that deals around 4,500 damage, just a little bit less than half my health. The only other mechanic is Glacier Bash, hitting a cone in front of her and stunning anything hit while dealing around 2,600 damage. Thankfully, it's dodgeable so long as I move early enough. At 65%, she heads to the center of the arena and her enrage begins. 4 adds spawn around the arena and Shiva goes back to her weapon cycle, getting another damage up from Dreams of Ice. Auto attacks coming in from 5 sources. To make things even worse, Shiva goes back into Sword and Shield and throws out an Ice Brand. And then, after only managing to kill 1 of the 4 adds, she starts the final cast. The ads don't go away. This enrage is gonna be terrible. 1,400. Oh man. Her enrage cast damage was much more survivable than Ramuh's, but the ads would stick around and continue to hit me while I'm frozen. This was starting to look like another epic echo requirement, but I hadn't given up hope just yet. I had some ideas and plans that we could test out to try and get through, but that would have to wait for another day, as this was the end of day 3. Day 4 begins and it was time for some testing. Shiva goes down today, no matter how long it took, and I refuse to let it be another epic echo fight. The first idea was to get a weapon upgrade from Palace, but after looking at my Aetherpool gear and trying to run the higher level floors, we decided to shelve that plan for now. So after a quick attempt to try and get any info we could, it was time to step away from solo and hop over to my main to learn Shiva's mechanics. Normally, I wouldn't do this. I like to do all of my testing in the moment with what I have on hand, but I was going to need a gear upgrade to take down Shiva, and the only ones that were available to me were both a horribly difficult choice to make and could ruin the account in their own ways. One was within the rule set, but it's something I've been keeping in my back pocket for a reason. I could only ever do this twice, and chances are I would need it to get through the much more difficult trials coming in Stormblood. The other was an exception, and the worst case scenario. The first is Silver Chocobo Feathers. Silver Chocobo Feathers are given to an account when they make a character on a preferred world, and for using the Recruit a Friend program when the account is made. Both of these give a grand total of 20 feathers. We can use these feathers to trade for 3 pieces of Shire equipment, but it wasn't just Shire gear. We could get things going all the way up to Shadowbringer's level 80 equipment. A weapon, chest armor, and leg armor cost 10 silver chocobo feathers. If I ever had to do this again, I would have to grind up to level 80 or even level 90 once Dawntrail comes out to get the most use out of the feathers. After learning the later mechanics of the fight on my main, it was time to go. There was nothing left. I had to take the leap. This hurts. This really hurts. I'm really worried doing this that this is gonna be a mistake, but if it gets us through Shiva, that's enough for me. The Shire equipment was a huge upgrade, getting us 300 extra defense and almost 2,000 health. I'll also add that in the spirit of the challenge, this was an emergency button. I would still have to make my own gear once we get to Heavensward, and this would only be used if we were forced to. Just grind to level 80 and buy that weapon instead. The problem is how long that takes.
Palace of the Dead is the most experience we can get. So grinding from level 60 to 70 takes 77 runs of Palace of the Dead, floors 51 to 60, or just about 40 hours. And then there's the next step up where we have to get from 70 to 80, which is going to be more than double that. Now, all that's left is Shiva. At this point, I knew the fight. I had the best gear I could get. And now, I just had to prove that we could do it.
Absolutely insane! First run! Okay, first run with the armor. Insane, dude! Holy! Shiva is out. Shiva is done, and Shiva did not need an exception. Oh my god! Oh, that's the success I needed, man. Shiva defeated, we still, somehow, have some of the hardest fights yet in front of us. And now we're forced into them. There are 4 fights standing between us and the end of a realm reborn. Garuda, Titan, Keeper of the Lake, and the Chrysalis. For the past few episodes, I've said over and over that we're facing the hardest content yet, but even those fights pale in comparison to what we have to face today. We'll need to find a way past a boss that can heal for more than the damage I do to it, Titan's jail instantly killing us, an insurmountable damage test in Keeper of the Lake, and an even worse damage test in Chrysalis. But despite the odds, we push on, ready and excited for the next challenge. The main problem we have now is that we're not actually allowed to continue the MSQ until we get through Garuda and then Titan. Before starting on Garuda though, we stop in for the Rising event, get called up by Yoshi P. Like him, I want to be able to deal with any problem without help. Well, maybe one day. That's right, a worthy adventurer doesn't rely on others. If you can't accept this, if you wish to remain an adventurer, then you must win me over, and it begins with pondering why you first embarked upon this path. That's, you know what? Okay, this is hitting a little close to home, gamers. I don't know if I want to keep reading this dialogue. Finish the event and unlock the greatest game ever made. Additionally, you will also unlock the Kupo adventure minigame on the steps of Nald. Speak to Nanora. Okay, we gotta try the Kupo adventure minigame. Greetings, are you here to test your skills in the excitement of Kupo adventure?
You bet I am, Kupo. What the heck are these? What is happening? I should have read what this is. We spend a little bit of time on Kupo hold on. Hello?
A little bit? I had to watch you play Kupo Adventure for longer than you spent on Leviathan. Don't lie.
Yeah, no, just like maybe 5 minutes or something. Nothing too big. Hold on, watch this. I'm going for this spot. Right. No, my damage. No, don't do damage to me. No, you don't. Let me move. No. My no damage run is over. Would you pay for more levels if they sold them in the cash shop? What, for Kupo Adventure? Yeah, I would buy a whole game of this, I think. Just make an entire Kupo Adventure video game. I will buy it. I am the target demographic for this. Okay, I'm happy with that score. 61,625. Maybe one day I will return for more Kupo Adventure. I can't let myself do that for the rest of the day because I absolutely will. A Realm Reborn hunts are just meant to kill new players. You've got an aggressive A-rank level 50 hunt on the main road for level 1s out of Ultima. What the heck is this doing here? Who did this? What monster made it spawn here? After finally breaking away, we're back on track and start Garuda hard on Silence Echo. We've done some Garuda attempts before, so we weren't as blind as usual. We'd be trying Garuda without the level 60 gear we got to take down Shiva, and only swap if we needed the extra stats. There's a reason I put off the Garuda fight last time, as there's a lot of mechanics to cover. First phase is just like normal mode. There are 4 rocks in the center that take damage throughout the fight. If the rocks break, Garuda's phase transition will do exponentially more damage. Garuda uses 4 main attacks. Friction, a small AoE, Downburst, an instant tank buster that hits everything in front of her, Wicked Wheel, a larger AoE centered on Garuda, and Slipstream, a dodgeable cast that stuns everything in front of her if they get hit. Occasionally, Garuda will leave and reappear at a random cardinal direction and cast Mistral Song. If there isn't a rock between you and Garuda when this finishes, she deals a large chunk of damage. Around 90%, Garuda will summon Razor Plumes, adds that rush over to the rocks and explode if they aren't killed in time. An explosion that we couldn't care less about, and you'll see why later. After the plumes are finished, Garuda jumps to the center of the arena and casts Mistral Shriek. Same concept as Song, hide behind a rock. This cycle continues until 60%, spawning Razor Plumes all around the arena. This time, the plumes are targeting us. Thankfully, the plumes stop moving when they're about to explode, so it's easy to dodge. And then, Garuda casts Aerial Blast before starting Phase 2. For most fights, failing the mechanic prior to their phase change will result in certain death. But surprisingly enough, Aerial Blast doesn't do enough damage to kill us even on level sync, so we're able to ignore the rocks completely. With phase 2 started, the real fight can finally begin. Throughout this phase, Garuda will spawn cyclones around the arena, dealing heavy damage and knockback if you stand in them. Just under 50%, Garuda turns the fight from a decently easy battle into a marathon of perfection. 2 ads spawn, each tethered to Garuda. The orange tethered ad gives Garuda a damage up for as long as it's alive, and the green tethered ad gives her a regen. Both ads are basically mini Garudas, copying 3 of her normal attacks, including Downburst. With Charada dying, the regen ends and you get a glimpse into why this fight is so difficult. Using all of my burst, killing them as fast as I could, Garuda healed 6% of her health in the time Charada was alive. Focused on bringing Garuda's health back down, we ignore the second ad until it leaves on its own, casting Mistral Shriek as a farewell present. Now we were on a timer. I needed to heal back up and make up for the damage lost before Suparna and Charada came back. Soon after, we're faced with another set of plumes, but this time with a much more dangerous one. If we're near the Satin plume when it explodes, it will put us to sleep, giving Garuda 30 seconds of uncontested damage and guaranteeing our death. With the plumes done, we're on to the final mechanic. Garuda shrinks the size of the arena and spawns Charada and Suparna for round 2 of tethers. Beaten down before we could even kill one of them, our first attempt ends. On our second attempt, we're back to the same spot with Garuda at 44% health. Barely managing to kill the healer, Garuda had regened back up to 50%. And shortly after that, we take our second death. This fight needed perfect mitigation management. I needed to heal at just the right time, reduce damage by specific numbers, and even use my invulnerability off cooldown. But our third attempt showed that it was possible. With just 700 health left, we managed to survive Suparna's Mistral Shriek and start the cycle again with another set of plumes. We were making progress. Small progress, but progress all the same, until the 4th visit from our feathered friends ended the run. At my absolute best, I could drop Garuda by 12% in between each ad spawn, meaning I would have to survive almost 10 sets of them to finish this fight. So now we grind until we can do just that.
Oh my god! That was like, how long was that fight? Oh man, did that fight take the whole food buff? That was a 26-minute fight. Are you crazy? That's one boss down on our quest to reach the end, and 3 more to go. Pray return to the Waking Sands, it's time for the big rock boy. We faced this monstrous fight once before, but hard mode would pose some new challenges. Just like on normal mode, Landslide is a long cast that knocks us back if we get hit by it, and Tumult is stacked raid-wide bursts of damage. And Rockbuster is your standard tank buster, hitting for around 1500. For the first phase, Titan cycles through Landslide, Tumult, and Rockbuster until we're dropped dead on the floor and forced to swap to Silence Echo. Using Super Bolide, we make it to phase 2 with level sync, but we'd always die shortly after from a lack of healing. Straight back in with Silence Echo, the extra shielding from Brutal Shell gets us to phase 2 comfortably. For every phase of the fight, Tumult adds 1 extra hit onto it, so now it would hit 3 times instead of twice. The only other change is the arena is slightly smaller, and he adds Weight of the Land to his rotation, a dodgeable AoE that appears under every player. Pushing onward to phase 3, we've reached the hardest part of the fight. A gigantic wall preventing us from moving forward. Bomb boulders drop down and explode in sequence, though these are easy to dodge and don't do too much. The real problem, soon after the bomb boulders, is Granite Jail. The jail holds us in place for 18 seconds, giving us a gigantic damage down, probably around 75 to 90%. And to top it all off, after those 18 seconds, the jail implodes, crushing us for 11,000 damage with our shield on, so most likely around 13,000 total. 13,000 isn't actually that bad. It's a realistic amount of damage to live through, seeing as without food we had 10,000 health. It was going to be difficult to get the shield we needed, heal back up to full before the jail, and time everything perfectly, but our best bet here was to tank the damage and continue on with the fight. For that first test, I had used Rampart, a 20% damage reduction, so before moving on, I needed to check if Rampart had actually made a difference. And turns out, no, it didn't make a difference. The first hit was 11,663 damage. This hit, without Rampart, was 12,398. If Rampart had made any difference, the second hit should have been above or near 14,500. Thanks, Lanes. But it was within a range of damage that we can attribute it to less shielding from Brutal Shell. So, for now, we just needed pure HP. We had to survive on our own. No mitigations to speak of. Just parry the jail, filthy casual. With that in mind, I needed some time to figure out how we were going to get the health required to survive, so we spent the rest of the night playing Kupo Kupo Adventure. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you are looking at the world's greatest Kupo Kupo Adventure player. Today, we're going to be getting our perfect run that we were unable to get last time. No, not the poison! No, it's over. A new day, we start with some warrior testing. With the highest health of any tank, plus Thrill of Battle to boost our HP even further, we could get lucky and push over the edge with just a simple class swap. With the Shire gear, getting through the start of the fight was manageable, but his third phase did too much damage for us to keep up with. Jailed at less than half HP, there was no way warrior would work. We needed the extra healing from Gunbreaker. A quick break to get some food, confident we had a chance, we go again. Once more, we run through the tests. Warrior with Shire gear and food level synced? No, but we could get the Echo buff. Gunbreaker with food and Silence Echo? Initially, no. Until... I'm gonna spam potion for when we're out. Barely. And now we've got the damage down to deal with, so the rest of this fight is going to be a slog. And I need to make sure I'm back up to full health for the next jail. Oh, wow. It's faster than 60 seconds. I won't have Aurora for every jail. Okay, yeah, no way around that. That's a no. Right. Time to farm for Echo level synced. Wow, nice Rockbuster auto combo. Dying again and again, we make it to a 50% Echo buff, and it's finally time for the real fight. With a 50% stat buff, Warrior couldn't get past our Gunbreaker's Silence Echo attempt, so we leave and swap back over to Gunbreaker. To farm the Echo buff, we didn't actually fight Titan. I ran him in circles for 3 minutes straight to minimize auto attack damage and spam potions and Aurora. After another 15 minutes of Titan wrangling, we can finally try it again. Please just let me do my combo after. No. Oh my god. No, dude. Not the weight. Ugh. With barely enough health to survive the jail, we get hit by Weight of the Land afterwards to finish us off. Since he casts Weight before we leave the jail, there was no way for us to dodge it. So ends our testing. 2 hours of grinding attempts, 19 total deaths to Titan, all for
nothing. Only one option left before we have to make an exception. It was time for testing with Epic Echo starting on Warrior. Now we could survive the first jail and Weight of the Land combo, but by the second, our lack of healing left us with barely any health remaining. And where there are 2 jails, a third is soon to follow. Another attempt, we make it to phase 4. The DPS check for the fight, but die to yet another jail shortly after. No, another jail? Oh no, dude, I don't think we kill Heart with the jails in this phase. Entering for the last time, our final hope is Gunbreaker. If this didn't work, well, let's not think about that just yet. Yeah, I should have waited. That was a mistake. He's gonna immediately jail. Jail is the first thing this round, so we jump. That is insane. The exact second that I got out of jail during Heart phase, it put me into a jail. I had 1 GCD in between the jails. We lived it. That's fight done. I just have to kill him in time now. We've got damage down for the rest of the fight. Now it's a race against the clock. I have an attack that's not damage down. That's okay. I'm saving no mercy. Oh, 558 per tick. Gamers, we're done. Yeah! Okay, we are free. We are free to continue the MSQ. Woo! Wow, that was a 30-minute fight. We were saved by Titan's final mechanic. In the last phase, every time Titan uses Tumult, he'll add an extra AoE to it, going all the way up to 13. This slowly started to give us enough time to start hitting him off of the damage down. If it hadn't been for that, with how things had been going, I'm not sure we would have been able to clear the fight in time. But thankfully, 1 GCD was all we needed to get a bleed on Titan for massive damage. And we don't even get any fanfare, no quests to complete, it's just done. With Titan complete, we can finally get back to the MSQ. We can do it, we can hit the button. I can hit accept, it's over, we're done. Garuda is out, I don't have to think about Titan anymore. What a beautiful day. Oh, you're checking the time left on the video? You thought it was almost over? Well, not so fast, Buster. That may have been a roller coaster, but we've got 2 more fights to do. We're about to face off against the hardest dungeon in A Realm Reborn, but first, a well-deserved MSQ break. Anything, just put me back into the dungeons. I can't do another trial. I can't think about it. Keeper of the Lake is gonna be a cakewalk? I would like to hope so. I think I deserve a cakewalk after what we've been through for these last primals. I needed a day like this. A victory day where we just had success and things going well
I think if I had another day like that last Aurum Vale run, I would have lost my mind.
A whole 3 quests later, we reach Keeper of the Lake. Keeper of the Lake time, baby! Level synced. We delay Keeper by like a minute. You have to take the trash out. Okay, I'll wait. While Generic is taking the trash out, we're gonna sit and we're gonna wait, okay? We're gonna hold on for just a minute. Just give it a moment. Hello, welcome back, Generic. Glad to see you. We died to the first group of enemies after barely taking down 1 crab. Thankfully though, the crabs were an exception. So long as I have my mitigations ready and Aurora for healing, we can get past the other enemies without any deaths. The first boss is Einhander, a big bird that shoots a Gatling gun and drops explosives. It's a lot of dodging AoEs and healing enough to survive tank busters. It took a while, but Einhander goes down on the first attempt. A few Imperials and Colossi later, we're at the second boss, the Magitech gunship. With easily dodgeable AoEs, it seemed like a simple fight, until 70% when it starts in ad phase. Using up every mitigation I had, we barely managed to scrape by, but couldn't recover fast enough and died to the gunship.
What happened? What, all of a sudden? Just like that? Yeah, okay, great.
Back for a second try, expecting the extra enemies this time, the gunship doesn't hit us with blitz and instead drops fire on the ground, lasting just long enough for us to heal back up. At 30%, it summons another ad, but it uses a lot of casts that let us keep our distance and goes down pretty easily. With no more surprises, the Magitech gunship goes down.
This is very strange that we're able to use the AoEs in the environment to damage these ads, but I'm not complaining. I'll happily take it. Is it really solo if the Garleans are shooting the ads for me? That's a question for all of us, I suppose.
Walking cheerily towards the final boss, we face off against the pinnacle of dungeon battles, Midgard Sorm. Things start off simple. Incredibly simple. Dodge the AoEs, dodge the other color of AoE, and hit the boss. But at 90% health, we're brought back to Gaius in the Praetorium and face a DPS check. Both of these dragons need to die before the bar reaches 100 or it's instant death.
Wow. That's a real enrage.
With just single target attacks, we could kill 1 dragon by 70% of the enraged, so this wasn't looking good. Just to be sure, we tried our invincibility from Super Bolide, but the enrage goes straight through and kills us anyway. To get through this, we needed every last ounce of damage available to us, so it's time to run some quick math. With 2 enemies, it would be more damage to use my AoE combo than my single target. Over 3 hits, my single target combo has a total potency of 710. In 3 hits, my AoE combo has a total potency of 360 per enemy, so 720 total. Plus, my AoE combo lets me use Burst Strike every 2 attacks instead of 3, making the actual total potency 900 every 3 hits. We spent a lot of time on this, even swapping over to Warrior to try and find the best damage available to us. But after a long day of fighting Titan, it was time to take a break, so we rest and come back another day. Returning to our main goal, Kupo Adventure, we're dragged away to get back to trying to clear Keeper. With a new plan for the best possible DPS, we rush back to the final boss. But after 3 attempts, the best we could do was 38% left on the last dragon. This wasn't something we could overcome on level sync, and it's because of how Final Fantasy patches work. With new patches for an expansion, the gear players can make powers up, sometimes exponentially. At the end of 2.0, the fight with Ultima, we were expected to have around eye level 60 equipment, and we had more than double that with the Ironworks gear at eye level 130. But now we're in patch 2.4. Keeper of the Lake's expected gear was much closer to the maximum for a Realm Reborn. The fight was built for our gear level, making a solo DPS check on level sync next to impossible.
That was absolutely perfect. I threw in the strength pot, poisoning pot as well, just to try for that one, but yeah, we can't get past that. That is crazy. But that was a flawless run. That felt good. That felt like I genuinely did that perfectly, so I can at least be happy that that was as good as that could have been. For the first time, a dungeon is forcing us to silence Echo. Not the first time Castra and Praetorium exist. Oh, I guess you're right, but do those really count?
But before I committed to it, chat wanted to check how Warrior would do, so we swapped classes and turned level sync back on. In theory, a full combo with Berserk, an ability that guarantees my attacks do the max damage for 3 hits, should make a difference and might be enough to do it. But before we can try, Warrior ends up not having the healing needed to beat the first boss. And so we're back to Silence Echo with Gunbreaker. With our buffed stats and stronger attacks, we take down the second dragon at 76%. From there, the rest of the fight is easy. That single DPS check was the only reason Silence Echo had to be used. With Midgard Sormer defeated, there's only one thing left before we've completed a Realm Reborn. Resting and celebrating our victory, we wake up the next day with our eyes set on the finish line. This was it. MSQ done, the Chrysalis was unlocked. For now, there's only one mechanic that matters. Nabrialis will constantly cast Spark, hitting for over 3,000 damage without mitigation, half my health. Then, occasionally, Nabrialis casts double, making his next Spark cast happen twice. 6,000 damage without mitigation. 6,000 damage of my 8,000 health. This ends the fight every time. Level sync is out the window, and there's no way to farm for Echo Box. So it's time to leave and craft some necessary items. After fishing up a few sharks, we craft potent poisoning potions, X potions of strength, and flint caviar to ensure we deal the most possible damage. Heading back in with Silence Echo, it's time to learn the rest of the fight. Now that we can survive double sparks, we reach the first real mechanic. Orb Phase, as I've lovingly dubbed it, has multicolored orbs floating from the edge of the arena towards Nabrialis. Running into the orbs will get rid of them, while giving you a vulnerability to the damage that specific orb deals. You have to collect the orbs in alternating colors to minimize damage taken, and for every orb that reaches Nabrialis in the center, the damage dealt at the end of the phase increases. After many failed attempts, a run lives by the skin of our teeth, and we're on to the next phase. Teleporting to either side of the arena, Nabrialis casts End of Days, an incredible attack to heal during. Afterwards, he casts Double, Spark, Spark again, and then teleports away for another End of Days. This continues on for a while, and is by far the easiest part of the fight. But then, at 60%, he starts to use Triple. I'm sure you can guess where this is going. And there is a third health, okay. Fantastic, great, my favorite. We managed to get him to 40%, but couldn't heal fast enough. Even getting back up to full health, he started using triple cast one after the other. Dead again, something needed to change. And so we're on our last resort. An NPC purchase that's as close to an exception as it can get. A full set of level 60 outsider gear, purchased from the Calamity Salvager for a measly 5,000 gil. Desperate to not face another epic echo fight, we were at our peak. Full level 60 equipment, this was the only way to survive the triple casts. One more time, we enter the Chrysalis. Scraping our way past the triple casts, we've reached the final mechanic. At 20%, Nabrialis will bring us into a rift. Meteors crashing down around us, with one giant meteor slowly descending towards the middle. We're on a timer. To escape the rift, we need to kill the tear. Even for a full party of 8 people, this tear causes wipes more often than any other mechanic. But we have a trick up our sleeve to take it down. When Nabrialis drags us into the rift, any active buff gets extended exponentially. Right before we get dragged in, we'd use our damage buff, mitigations, and an X potion of strength. Then, once we reach the other side, we'll be the most overpowered gunbreaker to ever exist, which would hopefully be strong enough to kill the tear. Almost. 6% is pretty close. Now we've seen everything. It's time to end this. Done! Huge! Okay. Oh my god. Just barely. And we're good. Just live the rest. Well, it's fine. It doesn't matter, because that is it! It's done! It's done! It's done! It's done. It's done. It has been half a year of my life to get through a Realm Reborn. Half a year of my life. This by itself has been one of the best things I've ever done. With solo and just how much I've loved this challenge to getting to share this with all of you, it has, without a question, just been one of the best things I've ever chosen to do. In these final moments, rushing through the MSQ, striking down a dragon larger than the bridge we stand on, blocked from moving any further, we've reached the end. 264 hours to solo a Realm Reborn. But before you go, I have one more thing to show you as we lay down to rest.
What about Crystal Tower?
You know you can't do the Crystal Tower, right?
Oh, you
This guy's an idiot.
do Crystal
You
Tower.
can't make it to Heaven's Door without Crystal Tower.
You're not gonna be able to do
There's no way you're gonna make it past
Crystal
Crystal Tower.
Solo.
They're wrong. They're all wrong. I'll show them. In March of 2023, I set out on a journey to solo Final Fantasy XIV. Not just playing on my own, but to see how far I could get without ever using market boards, quest rewards, parties, or NPC support. To push it even further, for as long as it was possible, I would clear all of the dungeons and trials with level sync or silence echo to truly experience the game as the Warrior of Light. 265 hours later, A Realm Reborn is finished. There's only one last thing that we have to do, an impossible wall that ruins the account. In Shadowbringers patch 5.3, the Crystal Tower raid became mandatory for completing A Realm Reborn. The final 3 quests of the expansion was locked behind the Crystal Tower. Up until now, we were facing dungeons and trials meant for 4 or 8 people, but this time we were up against something insurmountable. 3 raids where the expected number of players is 24. 6 healers for, realistically, 1 main tank. The enemies in here would tear us apart before we could get anywhere. And to make things worse, an alliance raid needs 3 parties of people to enter, meaning that at the absolute bare minimum, I would need 2 other players to even begin the raids. And so for a long time, this was where I planned to end the series, because there was no way to solo the Crystal Tower. But there is a way to solo the Crystal Tower. So after half a year of preparations and planning, the day was set. I was going to clear the Crystal Tower on stream on November 12th and push on towards Heavensward. Before the big day, I needed to actually unlock the Crystal Tower raids and restock on potions and food. I have 1 bacon bread, 0 flint caviar, and 15 max potions. Oh, I do have mega potions. Okay, great. It's been a while, huh? Let's make some X potions, yeah? Since I can't craft max potions and needed to grind Palace of the Dead for them, we take the next best X potions as a replacement. Trying to be a bit tankier for the inevitably unlivable damage, my food of choice was high quality bacon bread. But you know what else makes me tankier for unlivable damage? Liking and subscribing. And then, after a few quests sending me all around Eorzea, the first raid, Labyrinth of the Ancients, was unlocked. I spent the next few hours collecting materials for more potions, trying desperately to get any max potions from Palace of the Dead, until there was nothing left to do. My preparations were complete, and the final grind was at an end. In the blink of an eye, it was time. Starting the stream, there was no turning back. I was clearing this today, and it was finally time to show the world how I would do it. We're gonna just have a quick chat, because this has been a very, very long time coming. We are at the very far end of everything here. This is further than I thought solo would ever go, and now we're truly at the end of A Realm Reborn here. It is a beautiful experience. We've got Crystal Tower left to go, and we have spent a very long time, me and a few others,
I've spent a very, very long time preparing for this and trying to figure out how we can clear Crystal Tower as solo. And right here at the very beginning, I will let you know the most important bit. As a lot of people may expect, it is physically impossible to do Crystal Tower solo, because of the bare minimum requirement of having 3 people total to make the alliance raid to queue in, and then the Atomos and the final boss of Labyrinth of the Ancients that will require us to have 12 people. With that in mind, there is one other way to clear Crystal Tower. One other thing that we can do. This challenge, if you didn't know, is based on Old School RuneScape. Old School RuneScape has an Iron Man mode where you're blocked off from doing pretty much anything with other people. But Old School has an exception that it takes for this, for things that you cannot be expected, that the normal person can't expect to do alone. And for those instances, people are able to go through and experience the content very specifically with other Iron Men. And so today, I would love to introduce to you all 14 of these solo characters that have been doing this challenge alongside me here for the big solo Crystal Tower clear. For the many that have been with us since the very beginning, like Hist, helping me try and figure out all of the strats for completing dungeons, we've got a full team of solos that are prepared and ready to take on the world. So this is the party. We take our exception as hard as we possibly can. While I cannot solo Crystal Tower, we can still clear Crystal Tower completely solo, with nothing but other solo characters. And just right before we get started here, since it seems like my internet is recovered and I can chat a little bit more before we get through this, I'm gonna just give you a quick rundown of what it means for somebody to be here in front of you. For any of these solos that are a part of this alliance, for all of the people here, they have gone through at least each a half hour of sitting down with me to go through all of the stupidest possible little options that could prove to me that they have actually genuinely soloed this. All of them have been verified over a very long period, and they are 100% genuine. They have suffered just as much as I have, and it is an incredible bit of work from all of them. To give you a little insight into our verification process, I'm just gonna tell you a few things because it takes way too long to go over all of it with everyone, but part of the verification for all of these solos to make sure that they worked, the major bit was with the active help. The active help screen will basically just tell me if somebody cheated. It's very, very easy. With a lot of different sections like the duty section, you've got some things where you have to be a little lenient, because somebody can just invite you to a party and you'll get the active help that says participating in parties. But there are other things that will absolutely prove that you have not cleared a dungeon with someone, and those are the active help sections that say, I believe it's specifically the active help for commendations. Everyone is forced to get that active help if they have cleared a dungeon with a party of people. And so this is where all of them are genuine solos for as much as we can be genuine. And so we will be facing off against Crystal Tower with the sparse A Realm Reborn gear that we all have, some Kinna and Pudjali weapons. You're not allowed to be a healer or any class that has the ability to heal someone else. How much work did we put into this and how did we have the time? This has been about 6 months. Thank you for stopping in, everybody. It's time for some Labyrinth of the Ancients, I suppose. And good luck to everyone here. With 3 raids ahead of us, we turn on level sync and start off in Labyrinth of the Ancients. and we cleared it first try and there was no problems at all. That's the ideal.
A first time for many, I'm sure. It's time to see the mechanics for Labyrinth of the Ancients.
Why 15 people specifically? Because this is all of the people that had done the challenge and made it in time for CT certification. But yeah, it takes about 2 to 3 months of prep for people to get to the point where they can do CT with the fancy routing that we have now.
3 paths stand between you and the final boss, each being completed in sequence. The first is the western path, 3 sets of ads with poison rising in the arena throughout the fights, a simple and easy start for the first raid. Ads dealt with, we reach the Bone Dragon, one of 4 major bosses we need to defeat. Walking towards the Fiend, there's one last thing I have to mention. We began the day with one extra rule. I'm the main tank, and if I die, the party wiped, and we had to restart the fight. Bone Dragon is about as easy as it gets, but you wouldn't believe that from our first run. Miasma Breath puts a disease on anyone hit, reducing the healing they receive from other sources, and the actual problem, reducing their movement speed. He also summons some skeletons, quick and easy to kill, but a big problem in an upcoming mechanic. It only takes around 30 seconds for the boss to go down, and we're... wait, no. While it's quick to kill, you have to defeat it 3 times to actually finish the fight. Whenever he's down and resurrecting, the skeletons will return and rush towards the boss.
This is a new experience. They are running to the dragon. Okay. Oh my god. What just happened? All right. Yeah, let's not take 4,000 damage just out of nowhere. I think I'm going to pull the boss north, maybe. Maybe just a little bit.
Every skeleton that manages to reach the dragon will deal 1,000 damage to everyone in the arena. Moving the boss away from the center gives your team enough time to stop the skellies before they reach it. With just X potions and Ironworks gear, the Bone Dragon dealt too much damage for me to survive on my own, and we've got our first wipe.
We can stun the boss. Fun fact, I won't live long enough to be able to do anything with that information. Oh my god, okay. Okay, great. That is very unmanageable.
First death out of the way, it was obvious that one person tanking wouldn't be enough.
The big thing that we're gonna have to deal with is that was an insane amount of damage, and wow, I don't know how I'm gonna be able to tank that on my own. The verdict still isn't down on the question of does streamer have a plan for CT? I guess you're right, I really didn't have a plan coming into
So we made a plan and changed the rules around a bit. We'd have people provoke the boss in a specific order when the current main tank ran out of mitigations and healing, using a ping in chat to let people know it was time to swap. Bringing the dragon to the north end of the arena, only a few skeletons made it to us, and I survived up to the 3rd phase before I needed a swap. At the last 60%, the Bone Dragon fills the arena with a new ad, Rotting Eyes.
For now, and we've got some Rotting Eyes. What the heck are these? What do you do? You're fun. Hi. I'm gonna die to the eyeballs. No, I really don't want to die to the eyeballs for real, thank you. Oh god.
No mechanics for them, just damaging auto attacks, and shortly after, the Bone Dragon is defeated. From here, there's a quick change to the rules I mentioned before. Now, instead of just me surviving, if the current main tank or I died, we would have to wipe and restart the fight. West Path finished, we move on to the Eastern and the real reason we needed so many solos to clear this raid. Within the Path of Vice stands an enemy I've been dreading since the very beginning. The Atomos. There are 3 lanes, one for each party of players to go down, each with their own Atomos. Upon starting the fight, the lanes are sealed off and you're stuck in whichever spot you were at when it started. The Atomos are immune to all damage dealt until 4 people in a different lane are standing on the button that removes its immunity, meaning that to clear this fight, 1 Atomos at a time, you cannot have any less than 12 people. While the Atomos don't do anything on their own to damage you, there's another mechanic we have to worry about. Ads spawn in all 3 lanes. On their own, they're weak and easy to kill, but these ads are more than that. There is another ad that can be spawned by the Atomos, the Iron Giant. Every attack from the Iron Giant deals 9,999 damage, instantly killing anyone it hits. These will spawn in every lane and wipe us under 2 conditions. The first is if there aren't at least 4 people in every lane, enough to make all the Atomos vulnerable. The second, and much more realistic condition, is if every lane has 3 ads alive. With 3 ads, they'll all tether to each other and fuse to become the Iron Giant, ending the attempt. But with our parties, just like every other run of Labyrinth, the Atomos don't pose any threat. The only threat to us at this point is being coordinated enough to have people standing on pads.
Okay, Alliance A is done. We have to get back to our little pads so that we're all good, and then it should be set. Now we just have 1 more Atomos, and we really have to hope that it doesn't enrage. Yes! Fantastic. First bit is finished. That went a lot smoother than I expected. That is the bit that has been plaguing my mind since the very, very beginning.
Next is Thanatos, a Dullahan with another unique mechanic to damage it. The only people that can harm the Thanatos are those that have been turned into ghosts by one of the 3 magic pots. The buff from these little critters is the only way the boss can be damaged. They'll turn a party into ghosts for a short period. For everyone that isn't a ghost dealing damage to the boss, there's another problem they have to face. Ads will spawn around the arena, and while normally they target us, this time they're targeting the pots. Even Thanatos will attack the pots, grabbing one with a chain and dragging it in for the kill. If we were a normal group, the pots could be healed to keep them alive, but with no healers in sight, it was a race against time. Thanatos had to die before all 3 of the pots did. Okay, we've got to get the Sandman, quick. Quick, stop the Sandman, the little magic guy, save him, save the boy. Oh god. Good luck, please. Okay. Just barely. Nice. Just barely still alive on the last pot. Actually shocking. That was too close. Too close. So far, things were going well. Only 1 wipe to the first raid and 1 more path to do. The northern path. I'm not looking forward to Circus. Labyrinth of the Ancients is the easiest. Definitely the easiest of the set because we have the lowest gear requirements for Labyrinth of the Ancients. The Path of Redemption holds a solid amount of PTSD from myself and all the other solos. Before the boss, we're stopped by an Allegan bomb surrounded by 3 of the hardest bosses we faced early on. Vasago. Imitations of Batraal. The final boss of Zamail Darkhold. A truly painful memory. Grim Fate? No, don't bring me back to Batraal. This is PTSD for all of us. I've got an entire instance of people experiencing PTSD right now. No, not the Batraal mechanics. I can't look at it. I can't look at it again. Aside from that, the fight itself is easy. The Vasago spawn Allegan balloons that head towards the bomb in the center. If they make it, they explode, making the bomb larger. Too many of these and it will fully wipe the raid. Yeah, easy. Okay, that's the both of them on me. That's tragic. Alright, we wipe. Once all the demons are dead, the bomb is next, and we're on to the Behemoth. 4 towers sit around the arena, each charging up 3 rings. Before all 3 rings appear, someone needs to interact with the tower to release the charge, otherwise it will start dealing stronger and stronger electric damage to everyone in the arena. Additionally, the King Behemoth uses a frontal cone that, if placed poorly, can destroy the towers. The less towers there are, the more electric damage you take. Comets will fall on random players, signaling the start of Ecliptic Meteor. Stand behind the comets or you die. That's it. The Behemoth does a ridiculous amount of damage and spawns Iron Giants and bombs, but those are the only real scary mechanics. With everyone in the Alliance slowly dying, the Behemoth goes down. That was absolutely disgusting. And we're on to the final boss. Even with healers, I've seen many tanks die to Phlegethon. Jumping down the pit in the center, we stand before Phlegethon. Right as the fight starts, we're shown a glimpse of his power. Provoking the boss, I get hit by a tank buster and auto attack for nearly 4,000 damage, just about half my health. Thankfully though, his auto attacks are few and far between as most of his time is spent casting. Vacuum Slash, Megiddo Flames, and Abyssal Slash are much more common than his regular hits. Iron Claws will occasionally spawn, grabbing a party member and holding them in place until the claw is killed. Just like with the Atomos, there are 3 pads in the arena that require 4 people to stand on them. But instead of making Phlegethon vulnerable to our attacks, we need to use these so we aren't instantly wiped out by Ancient Flare. While the shield is up, each party will have to fight ads that spawn on their pads. So long as Phlegethon continues to be a lot of AoEs, alright, that hurt. Maybe I spoke too soon. Okay, I'm dead. Definitely dead. I need to— no! And so, our first wipe to Phlegethon. Another attempt making it past where we were. At 30%, Phlegethon casts Ancient Flare again, but this time we don't all make it. Okay. I don't think we make it. We didn't? Okay. Tragic. A little too slow on the flares. That's fine. It's fine. It's wonderful. Okay. That's 2 for Phlegethon so far. And again, Solo Bunny is dead. We've got a death. And okay. That's full wipe. Another Ancient Flare. I don't know if I make it for this one. I think I'm the reason. No! Ooh, barely. Very nice. Very nice, you know? It's not bad. With the final flare survived, all that's left is dodging some amped up AoEs, and the first raid is finished. Nicely done. Absolutely insanely well done. Oh my god. First one is finished. And there he is! Soloing Labyrinth of the Ancients. Look at that! What a nice shot. Look at that! An empty room. I didn't expect that one. That's crazy. It's so convenient that the Alligans installed a barrier specifically for countering the exact soldier they stationed. After grabbing a quick family photo and completing the quests, the next raid, Circus Tower, is unlocked. Now we're on to the scary stuff. Because Circus Tower is gonna be way worse than Labyrinth of the Ancients. Circus Tower was released in patch 2.3, 2 updates after Labyrinth of the Ancients, so the expected item level jumps from level 50 to 70. Bosses were already dealing heavy damage, but it's only going to get worse from here. You know, you never really take the time to just look at Circus Tower. Or just get it in roulettes and you want to rush through, but you know, I can kind of take my time this one. And look around at all the fancy, glowy bits. After a very painful group of dragons and ninjas, we reach the first boss of Circus and the hardest boss fight we'd faced throughout all of the raids, Scylla. Normally an easily forgettable experience, Scylla has been hiding some of the most difficult mechanics in all of Circus Tower. Orbs spawn throughout the fight, tethering to a random player that isn't the main tank. Purple orbs need to be brought to any of the 3 towers to charge them, and each tower needs to be charged 3 times for a mechanic later on in the fight. Ice orbs approach their tethered target, freezing them once they make contact. This is unavoidable, but you have some time before it happens to make sure you don't mess up the next mechanic. Fire orbs have to be dragged to someone who is frozen by ice, making a large pool of water under them. If someone gets hit by an ice orb while standing on the water, it will freeze them and everyone else around them. Swapping main tank to Hist, I turn off tank stance to heal back up before realizing my mistake. I mentioned a second ago that the orbs were random, but that wasn't really true. The orbs will target random people in each party. Since I wasn't main tank anymore, I would always have an orb targeting me. I can be targeted by multiple orbs and frozen twice. The first fire orb only removes 1 stack, and by the time the second fire orb reached me, my health was so low that it ended up killing me. From the point of view of my dead body, we can see the next attack, Ancient Flare. A much easier one than Phlegethon's, just make sure you're standing in the water pools to reduce damage taken. You're getting all this info now at the beginning, but it took us many deaths to figure out what was going on. And hey, and there it is. Okay, let's take a wipe, please. What else matters about this fight? We got the freezes that go out. People can get double frozen. People getting double frozen will need 2 fireballs to get them out. Yeah, and having us kill the staves as well. So kill the staves as fast as we can. I'll probably ask for a tank swap a lot sooner, maybe when I'm at half health. Get 1 orb target per alliance. You're getting double frozen because you're the only target in Alliance A. The only one who isn't on orb target list is main tank. Okay, so I will always be double frozen. Even more fun, even more exciting. Good luck. We're gonna try it. We're gonna try to wing it a bit again continuously, and then at some point here we will start making a plan if we absolutely have to. I will always be frozen is basically the gist of what I'm understanding right now, but that's fine. No, don't, hey, I'm only 1 frozen. That's not bad. Okay, we've got 1 down. We're losing a lot of people, but it's mostly the DPS. None of the other main tanks have died yet. Current main tank is Popoto. What is Daybreak? What does that mean? I'm just gonna rampart. Good luck. Is this a DPS check? There's no way. Petrification. Okay. So we turn away, I suppose? Oh no. I'm voking as soon as we're out of this to get it off of Popoto. No, main tank died. Okay, we're done. Right at the very end, our main tank dies before the petrification ends, and after accidentally killing Scylla, we leave and restart. Making our way back, we still hadn't figured it out yet, but I can let you in on what Daybreak is. At 10% health, Scylla begins to cast Daybreak, a raid-wide petrification lasting 15 seconds. The only way to prevent it from happening was to have all 3 towers fully charged and 4 players standing on the pads near them to put up a shield. But with our DPS dying 1 by 1 to the constant damage Scylla dealt, having enough people alive to activate it wasn't as easy as it sounded. I'm gonna spam my... Nope, okay, we're dead. We wipe? Oh my god, I have 2... Okay, the unholy, great. Oh man. I need to have Rampart up for those, is the actual thing. When I'm frozen, Rampart needs to be turned on so that I can try and survive that. Changing our plan a bit, I wouldn't start as the main tank. Instead, I'd take the boss right before she started to use ice orbs to minimize the chances of me being frozen. It made things more consistent, but in the end, Daybreak ended every attempt that reached it. Main tank is so low, and so low should be fine. We should be okay. We had a lot of delayed time for the hits because Scylla had to walk over. The staff is going to hit me, but it's not going to do much damage. Solo's going to get hit by 1. The ads are going to kill. No, that's... Yeah, okay. We're wiped. We're done. Straight to petrified. I would be amazed if I survived this, but if I survive it, I guess. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Solitude is main tank? No, okay. Main tank is dead. Okay, yeah, now we're wiped. Oh, come on! This is ridiculous. Okay, we just gotta make sure the Daybreak pillars are ready. We've got 1 more for northwest, 2 for south, and 3 for northeast. Oh, I might just die to damage here. This is ridiculous. Yeah, I'm just dead to damage. Swap it for Daybreak. We're not going to be able to do the Daybreak pads. We don't have enough people, but get there anyway to delay the auto attack timing. Somebody else voke, so we've got a full health tank. At this point, it was looking desperate, and I was willing to get rid of the rule for wipes if the main tank died. I will voke as soon as... I'll at least voke the Dark General, so it's not spammed over there. 6 seconds. I'll voke Scylla back. Dark General's gonna kill main tank. That's fine. I'll take Scylla. The ads are a bit ridiculous. I think running the ads around is gonna be your best bet. Solo, good luck. No, come on, just kill it. Just kill the boss and get us out of here. Please. 1%. Kill boss. No, dude. Am I regretting the vote abandon yet? No. I'm not regretting the vote abandon. I was happy to do it. It was worth it. For now, we will earn it once again. But then something strange happened. Why is Daybreak not happening? Where is Daybreak? Did I miss the mechanic? No, we just don't take the mechanic for it. What happened? Okay, great. Just out DPS it. Exactly, you're right. It's not like we get Echo. It's not a trial, so just huge DPS. I will happily take that. An hour of attempts, Scylla was finally defeated, and we could move on to the rest of the raid. Now to Glacia, a boss with an arena that suggested has some crazy attacks. Different platforms cut off from the main stage with what looks like jumping pads to go between them. It's an incredible fight that most runs of Circus will never see, so I'll just let it speak for itself. It was a pleasure to meet you, Glacia. Glacia, you're still losing health at an incredible rate. But wow, do you hurt. Okay. I don't want to be using up all my max potions. I should really be saving them for World of Darkness, but that's okay. Okay, we've got the little robots. Ow. I'm home ganging and I'm hitting the button. So what are the little robot guys? What do they do? Do we kill them? Or do you just have to like stand in their little platforms? I feel like maybe Glacia just doesn't have mechanics. Maybe that's the whole... Oh, no, what? Here it is. What is this? What am I looking at? Death stream? What is going on? Wait, what do we do? Is this enraged? Did we fail? Ignorant savages, you will rue the day you set foot within this abode. Okay, that did like 2 damage. That's fine. Great. Okay, phase transition. What was that? Yo, he's just... Okay. He's Krillin. He's got the Destructo discs. Spiral... Okay, get me away. I'm leaving. I don't know what that... Oh, okay. That's just an in. All right. That's a dynamo. That was it? That whole phase change just for this? Just for some Destructo discs to go around the arena? Oh, and then he does a spirit bomb. Okay. Even as a 15-person solo, we didn't get to see that much of the mechanics, but that was sick. Yeah, okay, so even with all these restrictions, we'll still never know what Glacia does. Thousands of Crystal Tower runs and still no real use for Glacia Labolas platforms. What the heck are the outer platforms for? That's what I wanted to know. That's what I was hoping for. I'm looking at chat instead of the ad, so I'm getting hit by AoEs, but that's fine. They don't do any damage. Following a boss with no mechanics, we reach Amon, the first enemy in the entire raid series where most people know the fight. Aside from dropping AoEs and dealing a lot of damage, Amon's main mechanics are the ads he spawns. The guys? Oh, this is the thing you wanted me to say on stream. These guys. I still refuse, I think. Don't worry, Floaty Man. I will make you a small gamer. like you have always dreamt of being. Dragging a purple orb onto these guys makes them miniature, reducing their damage and health. Amon will also place a bomb on random players. If left alone, it will blow up continuously, dealing damage and knocking back anyone near them. The other adds, the experiments, will attempt to reach Amon, giving raid-wide petrifications or silences if they survive. Next, he did hit me! This was not my intent. The final adds, the giant snakes, come with another mechanic. 3 players will be frozen in ice, and another 3 players will be turned into frogs. The frogs need to free the frozen players, and everyone else needs to kill the snakes. The snakes will chase down the frogs, and if they make it, start attacking for 4,000 plus damage per hit. What am I looking at? What am I doing? I dropped a lot of orbs on the ground. This is crazy. With the snakes gone, 3 more people are frozen as Amon starts to cast Curtain Call. Ecliptic Meteor from Behemoth, but this time you use your friends as meat shields. Very nice. Amon, easy peasy. Yeah. I'm happy with that one. With Amon dead, we've reached the final boss, Zand. There are only 3 mechanics we care about: Aetherochemical Explosion, Ancient Quagga, and the Meteors. And Zand's DPS is a little ridiculous as well. Oh god. Oh god. Alright, that's too early, so let's wipe this, please. Aetherochemical Explosion spawns orbs around the arena. Each orb needs at least 1 person standing with it, or they'll explode for heavy damage to the entire raid. Somewhere near 60%, Zand will teleport away and spawn meteors around the arena, the first DPS check. If we don't manage to kill the Starfall circles in time, the fight ends. Easy peasy, not even close. I can't even see the meteor looking straight up. Very nice. Then Ancient Quagga. 3 stack markers appear on random players, dropping an AoE that levitates everyone standing in it. If you aren't levitating when Ancient Quagga hits, anyone but a tank would die instantly. To finish things off at 30%, Zand teleports away again, this time summoning twice the amount of meteors. As the final Starfall circle goes down, there's nothing left. Zand falls shortly after. We've got some dead, so we don't have full coverage on these, but that's okay. Just tank it and we're done. Circus Tower is over. The only real problem from Circus was Scylla. Okay. Alright, one more. One more. Another family photo done, the solos charge forward towards the final raid, and the hardest fight they had ever faced. With a new expected eye level of 90, we've reached the same gear expectations that gave us so much trouble in Keeper of the Lake, and now it was scaled to a 24-player alliance raid. Unequipped gear to cheese roulette, can't believe. Listen, I'm sorry, I wanted to do World of Darkness, okay? It's my favorite raid. This is the first instance where all of the ads are tethered, it looks like. So just have tanks ready for grabbing an ad. I will take the leftmost. Good luck. Make sure food is back up as well. Is a good chance for me to remember that, seeing as I pulled the boss and I used the food after. These guys are hurting. It's starting to hurt really bad, and we have to interrupt them as well. We can't let them Ram's voice. Dragon's voice would also be a catastrophe because of how spread out they all are at the moment, but Ram's voice is the big scary one. What the heck is this? What is this effect? I love this! From here on, everything was a difficult fight. I won't go into each individual ad, but know that they were all proper battles rather than the small annoyances in the previous dungeons. As Angra appeared before us, tank order was at the top of my mind. It would be more important than ever that every tank in this alliance was ready to take the boss at any moment. I didn't go into it before, but we had a set order to tank bosses in. Starting with me, Hist would be second, then Wind Up Brist, Solo Popoto, Forgiven Solitude, and ending on So Low. Then the cycle would repeat. Ideally, each tank would survive for long enough that by the time it came back to me, I'd be near full health and have my mitigations ready. Angra is our first big challenge, and a relatively well-known boss. Even normal alliance roulettes will end up wiping to Angra more than anything else. Within the first 10 seconds of the fight, I'm dropped to almost a quarter of my health. Just before the first mechanic starts, double vision, 2 colored sides. Stand on one color to get a stacking debuff. If you get 2 of the same debuff, you get hit for a large chunk of damage, and if you get 3 of the same debuff, you die. To avoid this, you have to swap colors back and forth every time it's cast. The only difference between the 2 debuffs is the face, so I messed up a few times while getting used to it. Level 100 Flare is an odd mechanic. One person is targeted by a flare, and everyone within a circle around them becomes tethered. Leave the circle, break the tether, and everything is fine. Otherwise, half your health. The clocks are the easy part. Kill the 4 hourglasses to reduce the speed of the AoE, then dodge it when it stops spinning. Level 150 Death is another odd one, even more so than Flare. Same circle and tether, but it's an instant kill. According to the wiki, it only actually kills you if the people inside the circle is a multiple of 3, but we never saw it, so who knows? The last thing is Mortal Gaze. If you're facing the boss when it finishes casting, you get a Doom debuff, which will kill you in 10 seconds. The only way to survive is to cleanse it by running over the glowing circles on the floor. I feel like I'm doing this incorrectly. Okay, Solitude is down. I'm about to... yeah. Wow, Angra does a lot of damage. Really gotta get better healers for this solo experience next time. You know, they're terrible. They haven't healed anyone. Everybody's just been dying left and right. With just one wipe to Angra, we saw everything we needed to see to make this fight possible. I stand in the red. I stand in the red this time. Solitude is gonna be next. Okay, we've got next. Oh, we've got some deaths, but not an unbearable amount. I just need to start spamming my mitigation so I can last as long as possible here. Aside from that DC and a few close calls, Angra went down without too many problems. Hello, Scylla 2.0. It's great to see you. Oh, a treasure coffer! Wow! Hey! Another set of ads down, we're on to the 5-headed dragon. There are a lot of mechanics in this fight, and I'll be honest with you, even watching the footage back, I still don't really know what was happening. At least Hist is no longer main tank. Whoa! Whoa! What was that? The only thing I did know was Discordance. When the dragon starts casting this, all 5 heads become targetable. You have to kill the heads before the cast finishes or the raid wipes. I'm tanking. I'll hold it for a minute. Is there any tank left? Solo, I need you to swap. Okay, we're good. We just gotta finish this up a little bit. Oh, Hydra is terrible. No, that's it. That's a wipe. Okay. We're on to heads. That's fine. Heads is a good time to heal. Alright, we're doing a lot better tank HP-wise between these. We're on 3rd tank at this point, which is way better than we had been. Later into the fight, the boss would use Pyretic, meaning no one can move or attack without taking damage for at least 5 seconds, and some little dragons that tether and give stacks of Suppuration, a debuff that reduces your max HP and increases the damage you take. Dang it. Okay. We wiped. 5-headed is looking like we may need to silence this. With 3 wipes at just the 2nd boss, morale was low, but all we needed was one good run. Start with a vengeance. I need a lot of mitigations at this early point, because the longer I can last, the better. Way better on tank health this time around. I said that last time too, but that was around 50% compared to the 30% we're at now. Pyretic, stop. Good luck. Papoto needs the swap as soon as we're back. Solitude, yep, pointed away and we're good. Last as long as you can, Solitude. I've got it. I'm not letting Solitude die. Okay. Whoo! Hydra down. Before the last 2 bosses, we're met with a familiar set of faces. The Atomos return, but this time with new mechanics. Each group has to continuously kill their Atomos until the central gemstone loses all its power. While doing that, they'll sneeze and knock you off the platform, but that's it. A few kills per party, and we're moving on. 2 fights left. Alliance B goes in belly, Alliance C gets chomped and goes in belly, and Alliance A is also belly. Cerberus is, like Glazia, an incredibly easy boss, and a welcome break after the hours of work leading up to this. Predator Claw gives us a slashing resistance down, forcing us to tank swap early, but there's only one real mechanic for this fight. A gastric juice spawns, which minimizes everyone nearby. A wolfsbane spawns with a large purple puddle, and everyone that was minimized by the juice stands in the puddle, making Cerberus eat them. Once eaten, they kill some enemies inside side of Cerberus. If no one does this, he gains a stacking damage boost that quickly becomes unmanageable. With the ads dead, the minimized players return to their normal size and Cerberus casts Reawakening, another way for him to get the damage boost. Two players grab chains from the far wall and use them on Cerberus to prevent this, but the Reawakening cast is long and ends as soon as the chains are used. Instead of using them immediately, we delay it until the cast is almost finished to get extra damage in and let the tanks heal back up before continuing. Eventually, he breaks back out of his chains and gains a new cast, Ululation. Ululation gives the abandonment debuff. If you move too far away from the other players, you're feared and start running around, losing all control of your character. Then he starts the minimize cycle again.
I think we can just DPS here. I think we can just clear boss. Yeah, this is good. Not bad.
Now, there's only one more fight standing between us and the end. The hardest fight we've ever faced. The Cloud of Darkness.
The last 8 months of my life have gone into this. It feels so surreal to be here at the end.
Fitting for the final boss to be yet another insurmountable challenge. From the very beginning of the fight, we were already beaten. Her auto attacks apply a bleed that lasts for 20 seconds and ticks for 1000 damage. It was barely 5 hits before I needed to use Holmgang and swap tanks. And all it took was one mistake to cause our first wipe.
Zero form particle is which? Okay, that's the one. Okay. Great.
Faint Particle Beam drops AoEs that chase a chosen player around the arena, giving vulnerability stacks to anyone that gets hit. And Zero Particle Beam was what I just died to, a wide laser that hits everything directly in front of the boss. On to the next attempt, the first of many tanks goes down and we reach meteors. Unlike the previous meteors, this one just requires someone to be standing underneath them to prevent the raid-wide damage. Another wipe, this time to bleed damage. A glimpse at the next mechanic, the boss starts spawning and pulling dark clouds towards her. Any that reach her will give a stacking damage up, so they all need to die before then. Standing between a cloud and the boss will slow its movement, giving just enough time to kill it. Alive again, with a better plan this time, we make it all the way to her final mechanic. 3 clouds spawn in glowing hexagons. Soon after this begins, the hexagons will seal, locking you in, or, in a worst case, locking you out and preventing you from killing the clouds, ending the fight then and there. And to make things worse, there's a hidden mechanic for this part of the fight. If the damage your raid deals is below a certain amount, shadow lurkers spawn with the clouds. Worms that hop from place to place, applying half a dozen debuffs to anyone that gets close. With the clouds dead, the fight continues on, cycling through all of her mechanics until we're dead.
For this one, I don't even think it can be a wipe on me. I think we just have to go.
We had abandoned everything at this point. Main tank dying didn't matter. My death didn't matter. We just needed to kill this boss no matter what it took.
That's all tanks dead. Good luck, DPS. Super close. Come on. %. 1%. The solos are done. Crystal Tower is finished.
All 3 alliances done, with nothing but solos, level synced. With nothing but the slimmest of DPS left, barely anyone left alive. It's over. Oh my god, it's over. Thank you everyone for taking part in this. Thank you very much thank you to all of the solos who have been around for the past few months as we get this to work. And thank you to everybody that's been watching and supporting. I will finish this quest, and with there being no others, we are free. Goodbye, solos. It is time to return to being solo. Half a year of planning, all for this. The MSQ is unlocked, and we can finally finish A Realm Reborn. This series has been everything to me. Absolutely everything. To forge my own path, to love this game like it's brand new again, to do what so many people thought was impossible, has been truly amazing. Here at the end, the words of the Crystal Exarch seem more fitting than anything else. The glory of the heavens was ever beyond the grasp of those who never thought to reach for it. But if I've gained anything from all of this, it is the courage to stretch out my hand. I'll see you in Season 2.
But this time, this is the end of it. And okay, there we go. Perfect. I'll name you Solo Only. This is gonna be a long journey, huh, little buddy? Nothing to do but start. Heavensward and a bunch of other challenge videos to come. I hope you look forward to them, and I hope you also have a wonderful day. Thank you for taking part in this, and thank you for watching.